Hello, my name's Ansuman Biswas. I'd like to welcome you to the Longplayer Assembly. Longplayer is a 1,000-year-long piece of music. It began playing at the turn of the millennium and will continue to play without repetition until the last moment of 2999. This assembly is a gathering to mark Longplayer's 20th year and the 980 still to come. Over the next 12 hours, we'll hear one continuous conversation, passed from person to person. The conversation doesn't have a theme so much as a space. No purpose or agenda, just an expanse of time opened up by Longplayer for a succession of conversationalists. Longplayer is much more than just a musical composition. It's a community of listeners. It challenges us to listen beyond what's audible and to collaborate with other listeners who hear what we can't. And when we listen actively to one another, without judgment, but with curiosity, we might resonate in sympathy. And then, speaking out ourselves, we find ourselves in a conversation. And through conversation, we spell out new sounds. We participate in the conjuring of worlds that we would never have heard alone. So the rich timbres of Longplayer, which you can hear now in the background, are the result of relationships between different individual tones. Longplayer can't be realized by any individual. So in the spirit of Longplayer, I'd like to welcome you to this conversation. The image of a chain or a relay race is encoded into Longplayer, and it's manifested in letters, conversations, promenade performances over the last 20 years. So here now, we're going to grow a chain of associations and spin a 12-hour-long story. Longplayer, by its audaciousness, challenges us to collaborate. As social organisms, humans can create structures that no individual is able to. And that collective effort begins in conversation. By putting our heads together, we can conceive and gestate what then has every chance of bursting into action. No one's ever going to hear the whole thing. No one's ever going to hear the entirety of Longplayer. Does that matter? Who hears it? Who will hear it? Where is it? What kind of principles might we discern that are independent of the changes in human culture? What's relevant now or irrelevant, which wasn't 6 months ago? And what might be relevant or irrelevant in 20 years? Longplayer takes a kind of microscope to time, drawing attention to the sensation of the passing moment, which is vibrating right now in the alloy of a particular bowl. But it also takes a telescope to time, looking not into the deep past as a light telescope would do, but into the darkness of the deep future, waiting long enough for it to become clear. And Longplayer, like a lighthouse, projects a beam into the distance, acknowledging that our imagination of the future conditions the present. Longplayer began in a previous age. Another lifetime, it seems now. There was no streaming when Longplayer started. And now, space itself seems to have collapsed in some way. Our private homes can coalesce on Zoom or YouTube. You can feel as intimate with someone on the other side of the world as you can with someone upstairs. But what's gained and lost in this terrain of intimacy? So just as with intimacy, so in every field of life, Longplayer asks us, is the future better or worse? Or is it essentially the same as the present? So in this 20th year of Longplayer, when there's so much more of it in the future than in the past, the world seems to be passing through a huge modulation. It's more like the striking of a bell rather than the gentle stroking of it. Longplayer reveals the human lifespan in this kind of pandemic-ridden, overheating ecosystem. We might wonder whether longevity itself is worth pursuing at any cost. And listening to all that surrounds us, we might ask ourselves, what do we want to keep from the past? And how can we ensure it survives? So a conversation is like an improvisation. Like Longplayer, a conversation unfolds in real time. It's happening right now. But unlike Longplayer, which has a score, in a conversation no one knows what's going to happen next. So I'd like to invite us all to embrace that not knowing. Things may go wrong. We have this amazing, awe-inspiring system that connects us instantaneously across space and allows us to talk to each other. But the various control systems we have in place have their limits. And in the out of control space is perhaps the possibility of new revelations. And it's in that out of control space that we might begin to learn humility. So I'd like to, while acknowledging the wonder of the technology, ask for your patience and forgiveness for any mistakes and malfunctions that might occur. No one knows what's going to happen next. Just to kind of spur us a little bit, the speakers, a few questions for you to chew on. What kind of future do you want, and how could it be realized within your field of expertise? What changes would need to be made? What stories can you tell that point to the kind of future we could be heading towards? And might collaboration between disciplines help to imagine some positive long-term change? So those are some of the initial questions, but the conversation with us might well throw up new ones. We don't know what's going to happen in the next 12 hours. That's the beauty of it. Welcome to the Longplayer Assembly.
Good morning.
Good morning, Precious. Just looking forward to this.
So am I. I've been looking forward to this for some time, actually. Yeah. These are really interesting times that we're living in. And by interesting, I think it's a time of flux, and the world as we know it is going to have a look and feel that's different from last year, for example. I don't know. What do you think?
Listening to the introduction, and we're still on coffee time this morning, but it has a kind of the way this conversation is introduced, the way in which we now encounter each other, really for the first time. We haven't spoken before, though, well, at least from my side, I really wanted to. And in the context of this project, things feel quite cosmic, you know, like an encounter. And there's obviously something really kind of outer spacey about this project, and one feel that those are like encounters in a kind of somehow like infinite possibilities of encounters. No, so who knows why we two were put together? No, is it some kind of internal Longplayer algorithm or a curator's choice? But it feels like those encounters are the kind of all the possible conversation. Imagine actually all the possible conversations that could be made between two people who don't know each other.
Yeah.
How long would it take for everybody in the world to speak to everybody else for half an hour?
Yeah, and I mean, right now, because of COVID, we are all feeling under the same, we all feel as if we're living under the sort of same looming question of how long is COVID going to be here? What effect is it going to have on us? And yeah, listening to the questions earlier, as human beings, it's so easy to think of the moment and the now, and think in terms of our lifespans, and we sort of rush around, not really thinking about the long term, and the future. And when you look at, so when COVID happened, so I'm an epidemiologist, and I was looking through the timelines and remembering, because it's one thing to study something and another to be living it. And when you look throughout history, epidemics and pandemics happen. And the question is, over the longer period of time, what are the progressions? What are the lessons are we learning, as learning as human beings? And I think, for me, this has been a reminder of our humanity, and the fragility of our humanity, and the importance of community and coming together. So I've only just met you, but we were already connected before we met.
I think that, the logic of the pandemic, in which a connection between two people could be fatal, right? A virus could be passed, and then a connection between one of those persons and another, and then all this sort of R factor exponential increase in the number. So I agree. So on the one hand, you feel all of a sudden the concept of humanity becomes material, becomes tangible. It's not simply a kind of an abstract idea. It is the community of the vulnerable, and those communities that are, in a sense, compatible in a way that the virus could pass from one to the other. And I think that the relation, what is interesting, I think, also in this piece of music, and if you connect it to epidemiology, perhaps, I don't know, you're an epidemiologist, so you can tell me more, but where the moment of a present, when an incident, when an encounter could be determining so much about how your life would be, would evolve. And I keep on thinking about this first moment when the virus could have jumped the species line, whether it was bat or pangolin, and moved to the first human that encountered it. That kind of microscopic scale, this microtemporality in which it occurs becomes such a determining factor on the future that makes me think that, when we think about future, we think about this huge expanses of time, this abstract canvas on which we can draw our desires for peace and prosperity and equality and equity. But in fact, every moment holds within it, every incident, every encounter holds within it so many potential futures. And I think that is something that so bizarre, that a pangolin, a human, a bat, or whatever happened there at that very first moment, that sort of big bang of this virus, could have gone in that way, could have gone in another way, and we are living within the future of that moment. So I think that this kind of shows me that, when you think about the future, it's not an abstract thought. It's a very material thought that is grounded in moments of encounter.
Yeah, and also how these instances, these moments are happening all the time, right? And every once in a while, they make a big splash, and we're living through this big splash. And, with the closure of borders, so March, April, with all these borders closed, people not moving, I was taking sort of walks in the countryside, and many more animals, hedgehogs that I hadn't seen, because we didn't have so many cars running them over. And again, that connectedness, how as human beings, our activities have these impacts, not just to other human beings, be it a virus passing from a person to another, but also the habitats, food sources, and again, we are a piece in that connected network. So there's a communities of other human beings, but there is this more global connectedness of the ecosystem, and how it's important to realize how our actions impact that ecosystem, the insects, the snakes, we think that what happened was we interacted too closely. We think it was the wet markets of us having that close interactions with all these animals that would normally be maybe further apart and not so close to us. And then it triggered this now pandemic that will probably be with us for quite some time.
So I know, Precious, that you're an epidemiologist, and there's something, there's the obviously now epidemiology is on everybody's mind, but I think a year ago, many people didn't know even how to pronounce this term.
Yes.
So all of a sudden, it's there's something really that I admired about the conception of health and the conception of interconnectedness that epidemiology has in relation to other form of medicine, and also in relation to forensics, which is something that I'm dealing with. Because to my understanding, and you correct me as the expert on the field, and it has a very interesting corollary with the way that my political imagination works, and the way also my kind of concept of the future maybe that think about health as something that is collective, that is relational, that is environmental. So, in a way that sometimes kind of individual forensics or medical medicine is practiced, it kind of seen the body as an autarkic unit that has something to fix within or not. Whereas I always thought that epidemiology is our relation to the built environment, the environment that we create as humans, the sort of Anthropocene, let's say, this planet that we've built ourselves rather than inhabit. Our relationship to each other, our relationship to ocean currents and weather, and all sort of like things that are much bigger than a single individual. So epidemiology seems to turn a kind of a way of mapping health as a collective, and therefore as a political category. And of course, when one thinks about politics, and one thinks about some of the bad ways in which liberalism was interpreted as, the rights of an individual, looking at an individual as the kind of the smallest unit of reference, rather than looking at, collective rights of people, population, the rights of environment, right of people with environment. So it seems to me that there is something that we can take from this moment, relying on epidemiology in the expanded sense as a kind of set of relations, and build a future that is much more integrated with our environment. And you mentioned it when you described you walking through the English wilderness now. I wonder if I have a maybe too romantic a view of epidemiology, or if that's resonate.
It does resonate, because it's messy, it's complex, right? Because there are so many determinants, social, economic determinants of health, and the aspects of what is the definition. It's not just about disease, it's about our well-being, it's about mental wellness. It's a much richer definition, and so it does mean that we have to take in so much into consideration, which of course also makes it more complex to interpret. And so people want a sort of reductionist approach where, if we can say, if you're exposed to a virus, you will get it, but it's not necessarily the case. Some people, as we know, will not get symptoms. And if you have another condition, if you happen to have diabetes or hypertension, if you get COVID, it may be worse. And so as a society, do we then, what do we do in our actions to shield the people who may be worse off? And I think in terms of how I imagine our society changing, is an opportunity for us to remember how what we do as individuals connects with what others do. And it can be in a positive way. It doesn't have to be in a negative way. It could be in a positive way. The other day, I opened my door, and it was in the middle of the lockdown, and there were and someone had left. There was a loaf of bread outside the door, and it was warm. And one of my neighbors must have baked it. I had no idea who it was. There was no note because no response was expected, but it was just that gift of giving. Why I'm using this example is that this is something that I've heard from the same story I've heard from others of how they felt the need to connect and reach out to others. And it makes them feel good as well to do that positive action. And we need to remember that and move away from that sort of extractive where we somehow we structure society where when we get something, that's when we feel better. You know, so it's a moving away from the extraction to actually sharing. And I like to think that post-COVID, we have the opportunity to become more of a sharing society, global society, where we know that whatever happens, be it in the most remote corner of the earth, if there are inequalities, if health is an issue there, we need to support to overcome those issues, because actually when we don't share, it eventually comes back to us anyway. And so the way we've lived our lives is crumbling around the edges. We've had to change so much, and that creates that opportunity. So instability I see as these moments of flux as opportunities to remake, to guide to some element that works better for us as human beings.
That's really beautiful. And I think that, let's say I hope that that moment of crisis is not a moment where narrow expertise kind of become the single kind of, sort of mode of addressing an issue. I think that hearing you, Precious, it seems to me that, we are at a moment where we understand that perhaps there is no even a post-COVID, perhaps there is a kind of a life with COVID or COVID-like viruses. Perhaps the vulnerability and exposure and interconnectivity is going to make human life deal with that reality for a long time, even if there's a vaccine here. And that a time of emergency is a time where people somehow become single issue and address the question through one of its aspects. But an intersectional approach that would say that we need to address that issue through the change of our environment, through changing the way in which we are relating to each other, the way we live, the way we organize the relation between us and the countryside, between cities, the way in which we move through space, the way in which we consume, what we eat, how our relation to nature, to animals, is going to be rearticulated. And it seems to me that only an intersectional approach that kind of sees in this moment a possible future through this vulnerability, a way in which we must reconfigure the parameters of our culture, the parameters of our built environment, parameters of our consumption habits, of our life, of our digital culture, is what is important. And conceive a world out of that crisis that is different, is much more relational, much less extractive, like you say, that understands that there is, that there is not a digital domain that is not physical already. That the mental well-being is not disconnected from the physical mental, from the economical one. And also all those issues that have to do with, all justice-related issues, human rights, civil rights, racial equality and equity, etc., are part of that problem that need to be addressed in a kind of completely holistic manner, rather than saying, okay, now we're all silent and we need to deal with one aspect of this pandemic. This pandemic is kind of like an opening into a future.
Yes.
That is precisely conversations like that between strangers in disciplines and in life that can open up or unlock that possible future.
Yeah. I agree with that. That really resonates with me, and I wonder, when you look at cities, for example, are we going to have more green spaces? Because actually, when we are outside, we can interact with our neighbors. And when we spend more time outside, when there's pollution, we notice it because we've slowed right down. And I think people living in cities during that lockdown period realized what it was like to breathe in clean air, for example, because there were not so many cars. And that in turn has an impact on on greenhouse emissions, etc. So working together is really the only way we can tackle this. We can't create a vacuum where we just look at we have to tackle. If we say, for example, we have to tackle COVID, and if someone has coronavirus symptoms, they should stay at home and not go to work. The questions that keeps coming to me is, okay, so when we live in a gig economy where if you don't work, you don't get any salary, how are you then going to pay your rent or the food on your table? So if we're saying we want to stop transmission, for example, that means that person who may be symptomatic, we have to provide them with a support structure that will enable them to do the right things for the rest of the community. So already we've gone from health to connecting it to social security.
Yeah, universal basic income.
Exactly. And so I wonder whether, are we going to accelerate that trend towards universal basic income? And at the same time, with more automation, there are people who are possibly no longer in work. What happens to them? So in as much as we're grappling with with the virus, but the virus seems to it's as if we press the fast forward button on things that were happening anyway. So we have to deal with them in a more rapid, in a shorter time frame.
And it's similar to to your demand for more green spaces in cities. And I'd argue that we have now on the dry surface of the earth one city. I mean, we tended to think about cities as kind of dispersed geographically, but both sprawl and interconnectivity somehow made a certain kind of urban planetary system, a kind of a planetary city with open spaces in between, some forests that are still left, some lakes or oceans, some deserts within that. But we need to understand that if our survival is based on our relation to what is unbuilt, what we used to call nature, as what we imagine as this untouched area, it doesn't exist anymore. It's kind of like parks, right? That forest could be as big as it is, but still a park that is managed. to a certain extent. We need to find a way to think about that relation and to preserve it, because if we don't, there is simply no outside to the social reality in which we are. And I think that the issue that you mentioned, that a complete transformation of our economy, our relation to work, to ask what is work, and in what way contribution to culture, to conversation, to if work is about maintaining the interaction between people, by being in connection, one creates value. There's been a lot of discussion on the digital economy, how value is connected simply by clicking, by liking, by sending posts, etc. We increase somehow the collective intellect that is now being siphoned and owned by few corporations, few mega rich individuals. But if we do think of it as the property of humanity rather than of those particular companies or individuals, we understand that is labor. And labor, we need to be able to reward different kinds of labor. We need to be able to reward life for its being. And the economy, the relationship between work and pay needs to be transformed if we are to survive that particular viral crisis and whatever other viral crises are coming immediately after, I suppose.
Yeah, and how we, are, the people who support, the carers in the community, the nurses, when you look at how we compensate them, and yet the care, that connection to another human being, is one of the most important aspects that we need. And its social value in terms of dealing, supporting people, encouraging mental wellness, reducing loneliness is so important. And over the years, we have sort of, I guess, rejected that. But I could go on, and I think actually we're coming over our time. So
yeah, great speaking to you, Precious. I hope we continue.
I hope so too.
And good luck for.
Thank
Good morning, Brian.
Hello, Eyal. How are you?
Very good.
Can you see and
it's
hear
a
me?
Saturday morning. I hear you very well. Yeah, it feels like
Good.
It feels like we, just spoken a few weeks ago, a few days ago.
Yeah. Yes, we should let the audience know that we aren't actually strangers to each other, that we do know each other separately. Anyway, It's nice to see you.
Yeah.
What's that picture behind you, by the way? Is that the Church of the Spilt Blood?
This is
Picture
actually it's a poster by a friend, Sasha Brodsky, one of the Russian paper architects. And it's one of the exhibitions that was still, I believe, took place during the time of the Soviet Union, when architects like him that kind of withdrew from dissident architects, that somehow wanted to withdraw from what they conceived as what my wife, Eyal Weizman, called the total meltdown of the Soviet system, withdrew into kitchens and were drawing fantasy architecture. The idea for them was that architecture should not be part of the productive economy, should not be part of the support of the state. structure, and that there is another kind of more fantasy dimension to it that should never be built because the world as it was, and they didn't imagine that the world that they were living in is just about to end. Imagine you live at the end of the Cold War. Our imagination is not really seeing around corners. No, it's kind of seeing continuity, and they just thought architecture arrived to its end as a possibility of building, of making, of supporting economies and regimes. And to a certain extent, it's a reminder for me. And again, this kind of belongs to my wife's sort of body of work, but that architecture has other potentials than serving a client, becoming a commodity or property, etc. Something I was trying also to exercise in my work.
Have you ever heard of that, talking of the end of the Soviet Union, have you ever heard of that book, which is called Everything Was Forever Until It Was No More? And it describes the last few moments of the Soviet Union when the whole thing suddenly overnight collapsed. It's very interesting to me because it shows you how fast those changes can be in a society. We always sort of expect rather long, gradual processes that we've seen coming from a long way in advance, but actually things can happen overnight. And there's a very interesting part in that book where he says major social changes happen in two stages. The first is when everyone realizes things are wrong, things aren't working right any longer. But the second is when everybody realizes that everybody else has also realized that. So the second is when you realize that nobody has confidence in the whole system, then things change. And that's sort of what happened in the Soviet Union, I think. This sudden switch into a realization that we weren't in the world that we had been telling ourselves about. We were in a different world.
Yeah, and I guess it's pretty apt for the situation where we are. No, I mean, also the organizers ask us to think about the future, and obviously we can only think about the future as a kind of a gradient of the present, going, radiating on the same wavelength, but further out. So it's very interesting to think. Maybe that is kind of an interesting subject for a conversation about radical shifts in history, about those hinges that happen. Mm-hmm. Take also the Arab Spring, for example. Self-immolation in Tunisia. One incident in one country of an entire region, all of a sudden creates an effect that is completely contagious. So ideas are like the virus also, but history needs those kind of doorways. It needs those incidents that fold into themselves potential futures. And I think it's really interesting to look at those triggers. What's in them that allow us to imagine things differently? Is it just the outrage of somebody burning themselves in a main square? Is it something else? How does it spread? And I think that, this is also a moment that Precious and I were discussing, the relationship between the long duration, kind of sort of Longplayer conception of time, sort of endlessness almost, and the incident, sort of what's in the molecular level of time that can affect that sort of long duration. And I think somehow for me there's something in your music that does that. Certain tones that become hinges and kind of open up a different evolution of a certain kind of tonal sequence, for example. I don't know if you see that at all as relevant.
Yes, so I'm sometimes losing a few words that you're saying, but I think I know where you're going. So for me, those incidents have to be very easy to communicate and very easy to describe, because then everybody can take a position in relation to them. They are sort of, for instance, the guy burning himself in Tahrir Square, that sort of started the Arab Spring, was a trigger, a moment which everybody could see, everybody could talk to each other about. So in a sense, those have to be very specific, visual, easily describable incidents. Everybody knows about them and everybody can take a position in relation to them. And to me, that's a little bit like the way artworks operate. They present you with something that you can share, a lot of you can share, and you can look at as a cultural moment and say, how do you feel about that? What's your position in relation to this? Mm-hmm. It enables people to take a position in relation to a known entity, if you know what I mean. It's not like reviewing a long philosophical argument, a polemic of some kind. It's, what do you think about this incident? I mean, I can remember when I was young, one of the key questions to art students of my age was, what do you think about Jimi Hendrix? And what that meant was, where are you on the line of experimental music? Are you with him or are you not? And I think a lot of historical incidents that act as triggers are of that kind. It's very easy for you to locate yourself in relation to them.
I think that for us also in forensic architecture, we have a kind of an intellectual diagram, if you like, when we engage with incidents, with particular cases. And we call it the long duration of a split second. So it comes to really resolve two, let's say, historiographical model. That is how we understand history, how we understand our relation to time. So let's say in the mid 20th century, what was very much in fashion amongst historians was what was called the history of the long duration, the longue durée, the history that people were writing historical books that described periods that were longer of a human, the duration of a human life, the history, like Baudel's, the history of the Mediterranean over, a millennia, yes, etc. Then the response to that was what was called microhistory. So people like Carlo Ginzburg were looking at the life of a particular individual in a small Italian town, late Middle Ages, and trying to reconstruct around it kind of the world of which it was part. And I think that for us, we're inspired by both those historical conceptions. When we are looking at an incident, say an act of police killing, so we spend usually upwards of a year, say year and a half, looking at 1 second. Mm-hmm. I think that the second that in which Mark Duggan was shot in North London in August 2011 is 1 second. From the moment he left the minicab on which he was driving to the moment he was shot by a policeman is one of the biggest gaps, one of the most important gaps. 1 second is a gap in London history. But around that gap of 1 second, did he hold a gun in his hand when he stepped out of the minicab? Thus, according to the police, shot rightfully. Or was he unarmed when he was shot? And therefore, this is another of the police murders. Is something that around that gap, the entire relation of us living in the city, of the relation between, North and South, East and West London, race and social relation in town are kind of revolving around it. So I think that when you dig into the molecular level of time, the more you zoom in to the smallest molecules of time, you find the long duration. So And I'll give you kind of one example on it. So at the end, when you have shown, whether it is in our investigation of Mark Duggan, the killing of Harith Augustus by the Chicago Police Department, the killing of Musa Abul Kiyan in Palestine by Israeli police, at the end, when you show the police that you know that they've killed an innocent person, they would say it was a split-second decision. It was a mistake. It was simply an instinct that we thought at the heat of the moment that that person was posing existential danger. And then you would ask yourself, why is it always and again that Palestinians are being mistaken as existential danger by Israeli police? That black pedestrians in Chicago are mistaken as existential dangers, imminent danger by Chicago Police Department. And in that instinct, you find the entire history of slavery, of segregation, and of the racial nightmare in which we are. And I think that kind of interscalar relation, that you have to dive into the absolute small in order to find the vast, is a diagram that I think exists for us, but I also see it in your music, in a way in which through a particular sound and tone, you get into somehow the kind of infiniteness of some of your compositions.
I watched your Mark Duggan piece the other night, actually, and it was extremely interesting, I must say. But what was also interesting were the comments from people underneath, which made it very clear that they didn't understand that a moment could be freighted with so much history and background. A lot of people were saying, but that doesn't mean he was racist, or these kinds of comments. They were sort of dismissing the piece as though you were extrapolating far too much from what you had seen in that 1 second. Do you know that famous piece by Steve Wright called "It's Gonna Rain"? Have you heard that?
I heard of it, but
it's a tape. Yes, it's a very interesting piece because it's just a tiny little loop, about 1.5 seconds long, of a preacher, a Chicago preacher, saying, "It's gonna rain, everyone. It's gonna rain," and they've looped it, so it's very fun. "It's gonna rain. It's gonna rain. It's gonna rain," like that. And what's really interesting about that is that as you listen to this tiny moment of time repeating, you hear the whole history of Black American experience in America, both the kind of pain and rage and frustration in his voice, but also this feeling of we can find glory. He's a gospel preacher, you know. So at the same time as you feel all of the anguish and the agony of the situation, you feel the sense of hope and we can make it. You know, the great message of gospel music is everything's going to be all right. That's why we like gospel music, because that's what it's saying. And to hear that voice sort of saying everything's going to be all right is a very piquant sort of mixture. And so I'm quite tuned into this. I mean, as you know, I'm a big forensic architecture fan, and I'm very tuned into this idea of looking at the moment to see the big picture, going down to the atoms to see what the whole chemistry is like. What I would like to see is that we extended our ways of looking at history in both directions. So we do the Fernand Braudel huge picture of how a society works from the granular to the huge level, but we also do the microscopic level too. At the moment, it seems that all of conventional history is stuck in one band in between those two. Mm-hmm. I can think of some very nice exceptions. I don't know if you know that John Keegan book called The Face of Battle.
No.
It's a very, very, very interesting book. He looks at 3 British battles famous British battles, which are Agincourt, Waterloo, and the Somme.
Mm-hmm.
And he describes the experience of an individual soldier in each case, what they would have been wearing, what they would have eaten, what would happen to them if they were injured, what their clothes were, and suddenly going into the details of that, again, opens up a whole world picture in each case. So I think I always say of history, you know, if we're teaching history in school, I would always think the best thing would be to start from here, you know, say to the children, we're now going to do history. Go and talk to your parents. Find what the world was like when they were young. And then find out what your grandparents, how they lived. Sort of work backwards from where we are now, not start with the Romans or the Egyptians or the Greeks and work forward. Start from here and work outwards, if you like. It's a different way of thinking about things. You could do that with every school subject, with geography. Start from here. Let's start our geography in the school playground.
And let's see how the world is folded in the playground. I mean, where the material from the playground coming from, what economy, what labor relation, what kind of form of exploitation or other kind of fossilized actually within the objects that we cover. I mean, to a certain extent, it's a kind of Marxian sort of idea of the fetish, you know, that in a sense, the commodity fetish is two things. It's both that which, you know, generate desire as something, as a product to be bought, as a luxury product perhaps, but it also in there's relation between so many people and their minds that have been mined in order to produce the steel for that. We are working now with another human rights organization called ECCHR in Berlin on the issue of European export for arms in Yemen. So what we're doing is we're taking one bomb, a particular bomb. I don't want to mention which one it is because we haven't yet published it. And we're looking at it, we say this single object is an assembler. It's a composite object that is produced by several hundred components, each one of which is produced in a different place in Europe, a different kind of industrial estate just outside one of the major or minor cities in Europe. The material from each one of those come from, several raw material providers. So the size of that bomb is the world folded into that product.
Yes.
Now that bomb lands in a place, on a hospital, say it's thrown by a Saudi Eurofighter jet, falls on a hospital in Yemen, and it breaks again. Breaks again, not exactly in the same arrangement of the things as they've been produced, but in a way that approximates them. And those fragments burning and flying faster than the speed of sound are tearing flesh and buildings and medical equipment, etc. And in a sense, what you have is a kind of, you assemble the world into an object and then disassemble. Yeah. And this is where you could enter a history of the world or political reading through one object. And an object like the moment in Tunisia, like the collapse of the Soviet Union, or like the moment in art, is to understand it, you need to see the world of which it is part. And I think that this is to do that. There is an interesting category that is now being used or popularized by a really fantastic anthropologist called Anna Tsing. It's written a beautiful book on mushrooms, Mushroom at the End of the World. And she calls that...
Oh, yes, I have. That's a great book. Yeah.
You've read it, yes?
Yeah,
So,
I know that. Yeah, yeah.
So she speaks about something called interscalar vehicles. And of course, to say that something is, you can trace back and you can build a relation that are fossilized into it is one thing, but you need to travel along very intricate and intelligent interscalar vehicles. What actually connect that mushroom to the economy of its circulation, to the labor, that kind of. So you need to do that work, and that work is really important. And that work requires us to think differently about scale. The traditional way of thinking about scale, like let's look at architectural ways to say, here is the scale of the room. I'm an interior designer. Here's the scale of the house. I'm an architect. Here's the scale of the street. I'm an urban planner. Here's the scale of the city. I'm a politician. Whatever, no? And that's a modernist way of thinking about scale. But sometimes you need ways to short circuit it and build from the vast to the small directly. You don't want to go through all those stages. And so it is also with time. And I think that in history, we learn about it chronologically as if every period gives birth to the next one. No, it's a very sort of humanistic conception of time as succession. But in fact, sometimes to understand that moment here, you need to go directly to the Roman period, to another, and the jumps could be much wilder. And
yes. In fact, you must read, if you haven't done, a book that was published in the 60s by an artist called Daniel Spurry. I think he was a Swiss artist. He wrote a book called The Topology of Chance, or maybe The Topography of Chance. And it starts with a picture of his dinner sitting on the table. It's just a picture of a plate with some food on it. And he traces the history of each piece of food and of the plate and of the clay that made the plate. So the book is exactly what you're talking about. It's a kind of explosion back in time to how all of these things arrived on his plate. It's a fascinating book. And it reminds me of something else. When I was in my 20s, I got very interested in conspiracy theories, in how people constructed conspiracy theories. I mean, at the moment, we have an amazing one in this QAnon thing, which is possibly the maddest global conspiracy theory ever to appear. But I got interested in the Kennedy assassination because there were so many theories about what happened before the moment of the assassination and about what happened straight after it. So you saw this picture of all of these different routes that led to this one incident, which we had on film with the Abe Zapruder film. So the one incident, like the guy in Tahrir Square, was clear and defined and photographed from quite a few angles, actually. But leading to it were all these different theories about how these men had got onto the grassy knoll and how this person was here and that policeman was on his bike there. All those different threads somehow resolve into that one moment. And then what happened afterwards? Lee Harvey Oswald ran away. This policeman was there and he shouldn't have been. Whatever. So I got this picture of history being defined by a few specific moments, like the guy in Tahrir Square, the shot that killed Kennedy, a few other things like that. But the rest of it being a sort of network of speculation, of different theories about what could have happened and what didn't happen and what may have happened. And I think what's fascinating about your work is that it looks back into that net, that web, and says, okay, well, if that happened there, then that must have happened over there at the same time. So therefore, those two things kind of cross-verify each other. This is very interesting to me, that looking into the murk of speculation and starting to fix a few things together, starting to build a fabric. And one of the musical ideas I had coming from that was to wonder whether you could make a piece of music that was not a single identifiable, precise being, but was a sort of set of possible musics. And at any moment of listening to it, you were hearing one expression of that set. You were hearing what this particular moment would produce in that set. But in fact, there were several other parallel existences that could also happen. You know, this is this generative music thing that I've been talking about for a long time, to everyone's intense boredom. The idea of creating a structure that produces music rather than specifying the music itself, specifying the machinery that produces the music, machinery in the conceptual sense. Sorry, that's probably not very clear. I'm aware of this clock counting down.
No, I think that what is really helpful in this description is that also in our conception, you know, the facts are like the tip of icebergs. You know what you see, but you don't know what is the shape underneath it. And you need to understand, and you need to always take into account that there are multiple ways in which those facts that we see, the moment the trigger is pulled, the moment of escape, those things that we know could be connected in almost infinite ways. The problem of conspiracists is that they say there is one way in which it is done. It's my way. It shows that these people are evil, these bankers, it's whatever group. There's always a group of Freemasons, Jews, whatever, no, that are kind of behind that. Whereas the beauty, and also the beauty of the way you describe the piece, is that there are infinite multiple ways, and you need to keep all those infinite multiple ways in which those tips of icebergs could be connected, and to imagine the contours of the reality underneath them, I suppose.
Yes. Are you hearing quite a loud noise of a kettle boiling or something?
I don't know why. Just today, right out of my window, a compressor is starting to, I was really. But that's also speaking about our time, no? That kind of like all the roads are being dug up, and because fewer people are driving along them.
Yeah, it's conspiracy, obviously. Now, I think we're supposed to finish very soon, but I'll go on a little bit longer. Nobody's telling me yet to stop. So the Duggan story that you told, when is that now publicly available for everybody? The Duggan movie that you made?
Yeah, I mean it's been published widely, and it's been submitted to the IOPC, the police watchdog in the UK, who is taking it and reconsidering the investigation. So what they've written us in response to that is that they are considering to open that investigation. I think that would be absolutely the right thing to do, because I think so much of the trust and social, political, racial fabric of London has been torn in that moment, and a way to amend it is to resolve that 1 second in this history that includes so much in it. Of course, it's not only Mark Duggan. The sort of racial nightmare in which we live is ongoing and much wider, but within that, we need to engage it as part of an entire system. Then there's also the work that we are.
I think we've run out now. So good work and good luck with the Duggan thing and everything else you're doing. Nice to see you. I'm not sure what happens now. Oh, countdown.
Hi, Brian.
Hello, Amia.
Hi.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you very well, thanks.
I can hear you well. I sometimes was having trouble hearing Eyal there. Some parts of what he was saying went missing, but I think we held it together.
It was a wonderful conversation. I was listening backstage, as it were.
Oh, good. I'm pleased you heard it. So thank you for appearing here. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I have to say, I knew your name, but I didn't know much about your work. So I watched a couple of interviews with you.
Oh no.
Well, they were very interesting, and my own relationship with philosophy has been quite strained in a certain line, because for the period that I really started becoming interested, there were a lot of philosophers around, like Quine and Nozick and so on, who were writing things that made absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. And I kept thinking, I must try to understand what these people are talking about. They're obviously not stupid, but what they were talking about seemed to have no relationship at all to anything in my life whatsoever. And in fact, the people I was looking to for philosophy were actually natural scientists, really, people who were examining the world and coming up with ideas about how it got to be that way. And this persisted until I discovered Richard Rorty. Suddenly I found somebody who was talking about things that I could understand. For instance, he was talking about literature, about Nabokov and so on. And so Rorty really brought me back to philosophy in a way, made me think, okay, there is a point in this activity. There is some reason for having these kinds of discussions. And then when I looked at your an interview you did with I think somebody called Anne Fitzgerald, possibly her name was, Oxford person. Some of the things you were saying, I really warmed to them, because they seemed to me like they might have had their seeds in Dewey and Rorty and those kinds of philosophers. And I think that seed is really summed up in something that Rorty said, which is that, I'm trying to remember exactly how he said it, something like, truth is a property of sentences, and it's us who construct sentences. Therefore, it's us that construct truth. And I thought, ooh, that's liberating and quite dangerous. So anyway, that's sort of what I started hearing from you, but perhaps I've misconstrued you. Are there any resemblances between you and Rorty?
I mean, I don't accept Rorty's view of truth, not because I think the view is dangerous, although I think it's interesting to note that so many people have blamed the kind of post-truth politics on basically post-structuralists and postmodern thinkers like Rorty, whereas I actually think Facebook, for example, with its multiple parallel realities, has much more to do with the shaping of a kind of post-truth logic. But Rorty does play this kind of important role in my intellectual biography, in the sense that, you know, Oxford is a place that is philosophically very much, broadly speaking, in the grip of a kind of philosophy that is exemplified by Quine or Nozick, which as a graduate student felt to me very removed from the things that brought me to philosophy, which I imagine were very similar things to the things that motivated you to go look into philosophy. And so there was a secret group of us graduate students who ended up having a reading group on Rorty. And it turned out that all of these graduate students who were doing these very kind of Quinean or Nozickian analytic projects had this kind of secret urge for a philosophy that felt somehow more engaged with literature and the world. And I remember a faculty member finding out about my involvement in this group, the fact that I was running the group, and he said, well, you know, we expected better of you. But it was this space of kind of intellectual liberation, even though I didn't really remain particularly enchanted with Rorty because of one specific thing, which was that he was always talking about the importance of kind of returning to first order practice, right? He obviously has so much reverence for those people who are capable of doing things in the world and making things, artists, political actors. But he's completely paralyzed by his inability to return to the first order and talk about politics, or to do politics. And when he does talk about politics, he ends up being quite a boring liberal in many kind of ways, and he doesn't really say anything particularly radical. So I think he's quite freeing at this meta level, but he's sort of weirdly politically constipated at the first order level. And so, and the time at which he's kind of most politically interesting is when he's talking about feminism. But he's not really doing any work himself. He's just reporting how feminists think about the world. And so, so for me, that the desire for that kind of first order engaged worldly politics is best satisfied by feminist theory, which lots of people don't think of as philosophy, but I certainly do.
Yes. Well, I think what Rorty did in his reportage of feminist theory and actually of working class life in America in the 20th century, and the role of unions, for instance, which is something that nobody talks about in America anymore. Unions have completely disappeared as a subject. It's like, don't bore me with that old socialist shit. But actually, he says, he talked about unions in a way that really made me think differently about them and about feminist theory. So I think he has to be credited with making people like me pay attention to things that I probably wasn't noticing otherwise. And I think he's a very good, I think there's a role for people who take ideas and repackage them and offer them to you in a way that is quite easy to understand. Those people always get dismissed as like the layman's version or science light or something like that. For instance, somebody the other night was saying to me, oh, well, Dawkins isn't a real scientist, is he? He's just a repackager. And I was thinking about that, and I thought, well, actually, most of the people that I think I've learned anything from could probably be described as repackagers. And then I thought with a great moment of shock, and actually, so am I. I'm a repackager. Because a lot of the ideas that I've used in my music, which is a relatively popular music, it's not academic, it's not off in the back shelves of the record shop. A lot of them come from people who are in the back shelves of the record shop. You know, I'm a repackager too. And then I took some consolation in the thing that Picasso said about something like mediocre artists are copyists, the best artists are thieves. Something of that. They just don't pretend, they just take it and sell it back to you.
Well, someone like Harold Bloom,
but
that's what all poetry is.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, there's a time lag. I was just going to say that someone like Harold Bloom, the English critic who recently died, thinks that's a very good way of distinguishing between different kinds of poets, good poets, strong poets, he says, basically, steal, they take things, but then they reconfigure them in a way that often involves a denial of the borrowing. Whereas, weak poets simply replicate. And I think that's actually an interesting model for thinking not just of art, but kind of culture more broadly, including politics and language, right? We all take up a language that is already given to us, a language in words, a conceptual repertoire, a set of practices. And there are kind of implicit choices between simply going on with them and innovating within them. But innovation, it seems to me, are only intelligible against a background of familiarity, right? So it has to be some sort of intervention in something that is communally shared. So this distinction between being, being a repackager and being genuinely novel, I think is in some sense just a bad distinction.
Yes, I completely agree. But this brings us to a very contentious area, which is the question of cultural appropriation, which of course is a very hot topic at the moment. There's no medium in which it's easier to culturally appropriate than music. It's very, very easy to, and in fact, the whole history of pop music is an absolutely ongoing process of cultural appropriation. I'm sure when the history of music is written in 600 years' time, there'll be a little area called pop music, and it will be a tiny little leaf on a branch of this huge area called African music. African music is really what pop music comes from, with a little bit of Appalachian, Scots and Irish music thrown in, but essentially the thing that distinguishes pop music from Western classical music, the thing that makes it new in the West, is its embracing of African music. So, I am working in an area that is a cultural appropriation. And so on the one hand, you could say, well, that's terrible. You should stop doing that and come up with something original. But whoever has done that, who has ever come up with anything original, who has ever come up with something that didn't have roots somewhere else? And in fact, what would be the value of coming up with something that didn't have roots? It would be an entirely abstract, as you say, there would be nothing to gauge it against. You notice novelty when you notice it it's the difference between it and something else. What we are alert to are differences, not absolute intrinsic qualities. We're alert to this piece of music because it's more jerky or more ragged or smoother or longer or shorter or louder or quieter, but they're always comparative differences. And so to me, the implication is that everything we do has to be a cultural appropriation for it to make any sense to us. It has to be in reference to something else. And so I'm having a lot of trouble lately thinking about that argument. Of course, I realize the pragmatic fact is that Elvis Presley made a huge amount of money. Well, actually, his manager made a huge amount of money, Colonel Tom Parker. He made a huge amount of money. And the people that Elvis copied, like Arthur Big Boy Crudup, didn't make a huge amount of money. So clearly this is where we should be putting our attention, is how do we trace those roots and pay them? How do we send something back to them?
Yeah, I think you've got to the heart of it. So I think it's critics of kind of woke cancel culture often ignore the kind of material reality that gives rise to these criticisms. So imagine a genuinely egalitarian world in which everyone had equal access to things like the means of cultural production, right? So obviously equal access to the basic means of production, but also cultural production, esteem, recognition for creative output. I don't think you really would have anxieties about cultural appropriation. The anxiety comes from precisely the kind of differential benefits that are given to people, right, for invoking cultural forms. And so that's what needs to be corrected. So there's always, I think, a kind of very legitimate material complaint at the heart of, everything that people would like to dismiss as woke politics. It's not necessarily specifying how things would be in the ideal situation, right? In the ideal situation, we would just all free play all of the time, and we probably also wouldn't be so committed to the notion of cultural and intellectual property as we are, right? But but I think the worry about cultural appropriation entirely comes from a, you know, the highly non-ideal reality we have of kind of racial and economic oppression, and its attendant kind of uneven distribution of things like recognition, money, and esteem. So whether these, but you know, there are different ways of addressing it, right? So you are someone who, throughout your career, always points to the roots, both within your music itself, I feel like, contains these pointers always. But then you were also explicit about it, right? Because you have so much to say about the process of making music. And that seems to me an extraordinarily effective way of thinking in a more complicated way about these issues of appropriation, distribution of esteem. The money thing is outstanding, right? Do we owe reparations?
Yes. Well, this is really
reparations to Black culture, right?
Yeah, I think it's a real question, and I think we do, actually. And somehow or another, you know, it's very difficult to think of how technically that would work. But it's not impossible. You know, one of the interesting things about the music business is that it has developed the most sophisticated system of payments of any cultural form that exists, I think. So, you know, if you look on a single, you'll see the title and the artist, and then you'll see the writers. And there can be, I remember the song The Lion Sleeps Tonight, for example, has six writers. But it doesn't include the African man that they stole the song from. You know, it's not impossible that we would relook at that and say, well, in fact, it has happened with that particular song. People have said, okay, we have to pay something to this guy, and his family, he's dead now, but his family received some money for it. But because of the copyright system in music, there is a sort of mechanism for dividing up monies. You know, any record that exists, there are probably 25 people earning something from it, producers and people in record companies, artists, writers, so on and so on. So it can be done. I think the problem is that we make such a big distinction. Culturally, we make such a big distinction between the person who has the name, the creator who has the name, and all the other people who make something come into existence. This is something that really interests me a lot. How does an idea come into existence? And I have this notion in my head that new ideas are generally articulated by one person, but they're almost always the product of a huge community of people. And this became very clear to me a few years back when I went to see at the Barbican, there was a show of early 20th century Russian painting. Now, this was an area that I thought I knew a lot about. It was my favorite area of painting, and I'd studied it closely. And in that show, I saw about 75 artists I'd never heard of, along with the ones I had, who were really good, who were obviously working in those scenes in Moscow and St. Petersburg in the early 20th century, and who'd got lost in history. But then I started reading about that period and discovering that there were certain patrons who were very important, who kept the whole scene running. There were certain critics who talked it up in the way I was just saying about Rorty, people who repackaged it, sold it on, you know. There were salonists, there were girlfriends who cooked for everyone. There were, yeah, of course, yes. But of course, who never enter the history. You know, those kind of people are never talked about as being part of the scene. So I came up with this word then, which I've used since. So it's the collective form of genius, which I called scenius, S-C-E-N-I-U-S. And I like this idea that we acknowledge that certain scenes are inherently fertile. There's the right ecology for things to come out of them. You know, there are many of them that you can think of. Liverpool in the 1960s for pop music. New Orleans in the late 50s and early 60s also for pop music. Paris in the 50s for film. Xerox labs in the 80s for technology. Silicon Valley now, Palo Alto, Stanford, all these places. And these are all places where the chemistry is right. And what that means is that there's a fertility of people working together, which make it the right place to articulate new ideas. The place where once an idea is articulated, a lot of support will go into it. It'll take root immediately. People will try it in lots of different ways. I don't know if you've ever read, there's a great book about the Manhattan Project, which was one of the, although it was actually directed towards producing the atomic bomb, it was one of the most extraordinary moments of human cooperation and achievement in human history. If only we could revive that now and put that kind of
Brian Eno called for revival of
change.
That's right. Sorry, I interrupted.
So yes, well, it's because I've been having this idea. Later on in this series of talks today, there's a lady called Mariana Mazzucato, who's a brilliant economist and talks extremely well about this idea of where value comes from, where ideas come from. And one of the examples she gives in her book is she has an iPhone and she points to all the important technologies in the iPhone, GPS, touch screen, you know, Siri, all those kinds of things. And she traces where they all come from. Do you know where they all come from? DARPA,
taxpayer
CIA.
money.
They come from taxpayer money, exactly. They're social products, actually. They come from defense spending. So lately I've been having this idea is that instead of resisting that, we should say, okay, we're going to spend all this money on defense, partly because it's the laboratory for blue sky thinking about technology. Why don't we just decide to refocus defense on the things we need defending against? Not the Chinese, not the Russians, but pandemics, for instance, climate change. Why not take all of that system, all of the Manhattan projects that are going now and say, okay, here's the problem you want to be looking at. So my headline is Brian Eno reschedules defense spending.
Very good. I like that too. I mean, it's so interesting, this question of how one, as a creative producer like yourself, negotiates the fact of the conditions of your own possibility. So I think, for example, of the women of the women's liberation movement in both the US and the UK, incredibly intellectually and politically fertile and intense moments, right? Movements taking place in particular physical spaces with a huge amount of kind of emotion, intellectual and political energy. And then what we receive from those movements are a few key texts that were written by particular women, sometimes written as collectives, but often written by particular women. And then, for example, Shulamith Firestone becomes the kind of stand-in for the entire movement. And The Dialectic of Sex is an extraordinary text, but it is produced by a huge number of women whose names are often forgotten to history. And I think that's interesting. And actually that produces a certain amount of tension within the women's liberation movement, right? I mean, how much should be oriented around the cult of individual women intellectual leaders, and how much of this was a kind of communal practice? But the iPhone thing also makes me think of, okay, so there's the question, I have one too. There's the question of, where intellectually did each of these parts come from? And then there's the question of where materially this comes from. And these are precious metals that are mined under bad conditions, causing huge amounts of ecological and human harm. And then these objects are pieced together in profoundly exploitative factories. And it seems to me that it's an ideology of the individual genius, the person who puts in their intellectual labor, that supports a whole system that thinks that the people who actually physically produce these things are in no sense entitled to the benefits of that production. And so it's interesting because, of course, there are artistic geniuses. I'm talking to one right now. At the same time, the cult of the genius is very tied to the logic of capitalism, right? The logic that says that putting in just the hard labor of physically making these things, or cooking for the man who then goes on to write the great treatise. I mean, none of that really matters. It's either not labor at all. It's done out of love, if it's labor in the home, or it's labor that deserves very minimal kind of compensation. Yes, there's a kind of interesting puzzle there, I think. But I like Scenius. How do you spell Scenius?
Scenius.
Very good.
Do you know? Have you heard of an economist called Kate Raworth? She wrote a book called Donut Economics.
Okay, yes, I've heard of that.
She's another. It's a brilliant book, and part of the message of that book is that, well, I'll state it very simply. Traditional economics sort of sees an axis between the individual and the state. Okay, so if you focus on the state and make that the prime actor, that's communism. If you focus on the individual and make that the prime actor, that's sort of libertarianism. And most of the economic thoughts we've had are somewhere on the line in between those two. What she's saying is, actually, there should be another axis that crosses both of those. And that's the axis between caring, the stuff that women do traditionally and don't get paid for, and the big scale of caring, which is the environment, the resource that we constantly draw from and don't replenish and don't pay attention to. And she says that both of those poles on that other axis are out of the story because they don't have a financial tag attached to them. We don't know how to value them. So therefore we don't value them. They don't appear in GDP. They don't appear in economic discourse as a result. So what she's talking about is saying we need a new economics that includes both of those as well. And I think that thought is so important because it's the same thought that you're having when you say this issue of attribution, where all the attribution goes to one name, is clearly wrong, and it's morally wrong, and it's economically wrong as well. You know, it shouldn't be the case that that person gets all of the benefit of the process. So I can see we're running out of time, but what you were saying had a lot of relationship to what Eyal was saying earlier about understanding that what we're always looking at is an ecology. It's no use looking at this thing separate from everything else. It's always embedded in an ecology of some kind. And it can be an intellectual ecology or a physical one or an economic one. Sorry, I went on a bit long there.
Not at all. I mean, it's amazing because we've managed to almost go half an hour without even mentioning the pandemic, but you know, I think
that's true.
but the pandemic
or the future
right. But the pandemic really does reveal the kind of contradiction at the heart of kind of the late capitalist state, which is, you know, we're all supposed to be these atomistic individuals, but turns out we're radically dependent, and moreover we're radically dependent on, you know, precisely those people who whose labor we don't pay for, pay hardly at all. So I suppose there is maybe some hope contained in that thought. That
yes, I think
will help us recognize this. Bye, Brian. Oh no, you've been muted. So sorry. It's very nice seeing you. Farhana.
Hello, have I joined now?
I can hear you,
I
yes.
think so.
Good morning.
Hi, Amia.
Hi.
Have I said your name correctly?
It's yes, it's also Amia, but that's fine.
Amia. Yeah.
How
Well,
are you?
your bookshelves are a whole lot tidier and color-coded than mine.
Oh.
Well,
This is just the home office. The mess is in the real office.
is that right? Okay, so the home office is much tidier.
That's right.
Yeah, and you can leave your mess in where? Old Souls.
That's right.
Wow.
Exactly.
Well, for me, that was such a sort of venerable, esteemed, forbidding kind of building. And today I feel like almost I'm at a tutorial, For me, this is like I feel like how I did when I was 18, that I've come to another one of those fucking tutorials. But the delightful thing is, my God, you look nothing like the professors that I had at Oxford. And I did PPE, so I don't know if you know that. So it feels
I did know that. Yeah.
I'm sandwiched between you, this esteemed professor who looks, I can't tell you how delighted I am. I never saw a professor who looked anything like you when I was at uni. In 1986, so 1983 to 86, a very long time ago, and wouldn't have imagined it actually.
How was your experience at Oxford?
It was like absolutely the happiest days of my life, but also really, really difficult. I've got sort of looking back, very mixed, some very mixed, but for me it was like an escape. It was everything, and I was this the first woman in my family ever to get to university. My brother had gone before. He was the first boy to ever get into uni. The whole education thing from my parents. I was a Muslim, a migrant. I came to Oxford only as a result of a special scheme that Red Ken, Ken Livingstone, who was the mayor of London, a post that was subsequently abolished and then re-established. The whole of the London Authority was abolished, right? It's not, yeah. So I went up on this scheme where a few Oxford colleges established close links with state schools, essentially in London, and you didn't have to sit an entrance exam. You just came up for some interviews and did a short exam. And so I did that, and I think it was only later found out it was the colleges that weren't getting really good applicants from private schools who decided, they were going to cream off all of the state school ones. And I feel very sad because at that time it was a very optimistic time, and I kind of thought, we were smashing glass ceilings and barriers, and I was part of that mindset and that wave. But the lack of diversity and racial barriers still at Oxford, Cambridge is phenomenal. It's like it's gone backwards. So it's very welcome to see you as the professor of a subject that I would have loved to have done a tutorial with you. That would have been amazing. Anyway, so this can be that tutorial.
This will not be a tutorial, but or if anything, you'll be the tutor here, because I feel like I'm having that experience, which I always want to have more of, but always find very intimidating, which is, I theorize about philosophy and about politics, and the hard thing I always come up against, and I always end up saying to my students is, look, at a certain point, these questions are questions of political judgment, right? So you can theorize about, what optimal just arrangements would be, or how we should respond to injustice, how we should build institutions and so on. But then the question of how to actually make these things happen is a question that requires something like a certain kind of skill, a certain sort of know-how, political judgment, which we don't really teach. And I don't know if you can teach it in a kind of classroom context. The way you get it, if it is something you want to acquire, is by having the kind of career you've had, which has been one of extraordinary political agency. And Yeah, so I'm hoping we can talk about that and your reflections on the question of agency and power going forward, and maybe how the pandemic has made you kind of rethink the prospects for specifically climate justice, but other forms of justice more broadly.
Yeah. I mean, when I left Oxford, I always said that I would do a PhD when I came back at 40, because at that time, I don't know how old you are, but when you're 21, 40 seems like a very long time in the future.
I'm not 21. Oh, you were asking whether I was 40. I'm not yet 40.
So and part of me has always wanted to sort of return and do the kind of that deeper thinking and distillation, but part of me is very opposed to it, because I feel, and the work that I'm currently doing and have been for the last sort of year based on that understanding is to dissolve the power differentials between the thinkers and the doers. And at the heart of that is, the essays that we did, in the second module of general philosophy, the mind-body distinction is to stop. And for me, that's become a fundamental starting point of how we really, truly dismantle the toxic structures of power, and where we literally devalue those people who are not then the thinkers, not the strategists, not the geniuses. I caught the tail end of your conversation with Brian, and I feel that so the thing that I've set up, because I believe that true progress comes from the embodied versions of the ideas that we have, and that there is no mind-body distinction. Our mind sits in the whole of our body. It doesn't sit in the sort of brain part. That's one crucial organ amongst many. So I've started last year. It's called Camden Think and Do. And the most important word there is "and," obviously, because as philosophers we know that those little words are really the most important words. And it's basically to turn disused and underused premises into community action hubs. That's what we're doing. But the ideas behind it are to create co-owned and more new forms of governance, and where everyone is involved in both the thinking and the doing. There is no master plan blueprint that someone's thought of. You create the space, you create a new community, you create then a political unit and a political network from that. And it's focused more on community action relating to climate and social justice, but these things are very intertwined, and it's a more fresher lens, I guess, to put in the climate stuff, because that's on everyone's minds, and it's something that hasn't been, we don't have any community centres doing climate work, so this is adding to some of those things. So yeah, I feel like talking to you, I'm kind of theorizing and able to say what some of the theoretical kind of understandings of my work are, and I should go away and write about them too. But I thought last year and the year before, and I kind of made this decision to give up my academic title. I was a visiting professor at UCL. I thought my response personally to the climate emergency was not to write a book and go on a book tour, and to be less invested in academia than I was, and to give up that sort of status, and to be a doer, and to feel that I could validate myself and be considered important if I didn't have those sort of things. So I feel I'm a sort of slight living experiment, but I miss it a bit, and I kind of I quite like the status, and I'd love a room and this opportunity to talk. thanking, you know, Tate and Archangel and the Longplayer Assembly organisers is a great thing. We do need to come together. We do need to exchange. What are all the different ways that we're trying to build this, you know, better world? What are the real underpinnings that we've got to sort of chip away at? And, you know, maybe some tools are more useful than other tools for chipping away or knocking away or demolishing some of those big things. And yeah, your work is brilliant at doing that. I had a little look. I was very curious. I was told that we weren't supposed to be very curious. So yeah, I'd love to know more about your new book. Yeah, the one about sex.
Oh, the one about sex. Yeah. Can I just say something about what you've just said? I think so. I so agree with this kind of mind-body dualism, both as an intellectual principle. I mean, I think, you know, our bodies are thinking things, but also as a kind of important kind of political principle to break down, because the amount of thinking and knowledge and understanding a so-called activist or organizer has, I think, just outstrips by an order of magnitude the kind of you know, knowledge that a political theorist, a pure theorist, has about how politics actually works, right? And I think so, and also what knowledge about what's possible, how to bring about possibilities, liabilities, things like that. The way I think of universities, at least in the humanities, and maybe I shouldn't say this in a public forum, is, you know, I don't really think that they're here to solve problems. I mean, I don't think. I mean, of course, Oxford hopefully will come up with a vaccine for COVID, but, you know, I think the reason you have a philosophy faculty is not because philosophers are going to be able to solve problems, but because they are a sign of what a truly flourishing society has, right? A truly flourishing society has space for not just the people who make it to Oxford, but for everyone to gather together and have, frankly, fairly pointless conversations. Like, that is the sign of something that is responding to what makes us fully human. And so I think of universities as kind of holding a space for a society hopefully to come. But I think things go very badly when universities start thinking of themselves as the kind of intellectual leaders of a world that often they're quite divorced from and don't understand.
Yeah, well, that's such a wonderful vision, and yeah, I've got little sort of tears in my eyes at you saying that, because, and how do we then have that vision that you have? Because everywhere you look, in the brochures, in the fundraising drives, in recruitment, you know, Oxford, like any other uni, will say, we're the powerhouse of the new thinking. We're going to be the ones to solve all the problems. You know, send your children here. You know, we've achieved all the brilliant changes. They all came from us. La 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 la. You know, and so how do we stop that? And what's our personal contribution to that? You know, for me, as I said, I'm still kind of like, there's a part of me that still wants the trappings of all of that. You know, I sort of want to be a visiting professor again. You know, I do, I really do. But you know, because it matters a lot to other people when I have that title, and that I feel more important or listened to or heard. And you know, in a world where there is still such systemic, you know, racism and sexism, and you know, we live in the sort of patriarchy, actually having a title and dropping into the conversation, by the way, I went to Oxford, oh my god, it still elevates me. You know, I still have to play that fucking card, you know. I still have to do that. And I feel like, but how do we, who feel frustrated with that, you know, elevate, you know, everyone's voices and give their due as thinkers, as valuable members of humanity. And you know, you were saying COVID, you know, showed us so vividly. You know, I felt so upset I wasn't a key worker on any metric. You know, I wasn't like, what the hell? Yeah, and like the key workers are people who are not able to work from home, who had to be physically out there doing stuff, you know, and put themselves, their body in the line of risk and danger. And we undervalue that so much because we've undervalued bodies, and we've undervalued then certain kinds of bodies, black bodies, brown bodies, women's bodies, trans bodies, you know, because they don't have the same value in this sort of system. So I'm trying to find how we personally navigate those sort of questions. And, you know, so what is the difference between specialized bodies of knowledge and experts? You know, we're asked to think about what is the contribution within your field of expertise. So we do have something, there is something brilliant that humanity did, that people went off and specialized, right? And you're specialized in thinking, and, you know, you've got that right covered. But how do we then kind of equalize the different forms of expertise, or not, you know,
and how do we have a kind of more pluralistic understanding of expertise, of knowledge? I mean, I think this is, well, of course, my answer would be, you know, there are certain bodies of theory that are really good at talking about this, sort of feminist theory, you know, really concerned with the kinds of forms of knowledge that aren't kind of institutionally recognized or prized, that often come through doing forms of labor, right? So what forms of knowledge about human relations and human capacities and human need come from doing all of the grunt work in the house, right? From caring for bodies, right? There's a huge amount of knowledge that is acquired through that process. Now, there's always this risk of then venerating a kind of women's knowledge and essentializing a kinds of women's knowledge, which can have the effect of further entrapping women in the house, especially sort of poor women of color who do the vast majority of the world's care work and reproductive labor. I do think that COVID maybe has had the effect of making some people more aware of the kind of epistemic dimensions of a lot of things that they just think of as kind of menial practices. Realizing, for example, that they don't know how to do things like take care of children at home, and the amount of knowledge and expertise you need as a carer for young children, or as a teacher, as a school teacher. But how do we institutionalize that recognition? I mean, I think only with a complete revolutionary overthrow of our system. I mean, I think until we start, I mean, this is why you need a mass labor movement, right? You need a mass movement of the people who do the kind of key and essential work in the world. And that's, you know, poor people, and disproportionately women and women of color. And sometimes I think understanding, and this is a very kind of unphilosopher thing to say, understanding only comes after the material change happens. And what philosophers often want, or kind of presuppose, is that we need to first persuade people rationally of a certain view, and then the change will follow from there. Whereas I think the way politics often really does happen is you first have a change, and then people are able to see the world correctly.
Yeah. There's I love I'm absorbing that. Sorry. I mean, I feel like this whole thing for me, I definitely do. So the whole Marxist theory of labor, and, you know, Locke's theory of how you of labor, you know, you go and find something in nature and then you add your labor to it and it becomes yours, and is so wrong, you know, because it is based on this distinction that somehow your body, which is adding the labor, adding the value, is something else to the ideas and the mind, you know, the intellectual realm, you know, is different. And I feel like we don't have any politics that's based on a different view of the world. The very epistemic, you know, foundations, we don't have them. And that's why, in a nutshell, the left is in disarray, because it shares all of the same toolbox right to the ground, right to the DNA, and it never has, you know, looked at the world in a very different way, and it can't, you know, then rely. I feel like we can't rely on the labor unions. You know, look at the word, the labor unions. It's like, what the hell? These are people who also have ideas and agency about their world. They're not just devoid of capital. They don't just have labor. They also had, you know, they built community. They had, you know, a whole different way of supporting and seeing each other that was much more marvelous than just the value they added to the formal economy. So yeah, it's a bit noddy, I'm sure, but I feel like what I'm doing is trying to find that, and I think you can find that sometimes, you know, in different cultures, in ancient cultures as well as present cultures, where they are valuing relationships first and foremost. So it's cultures that are based essentially on social foundations that recognize different roles and give them, you know, value. And actually we all have them. So I don't know what, you know, what your cultural background is. I'm from a Pakistani Muslim family. We have like names for every single relative. So the term auntie, which we use all the time,
It's just
someone like
not related to you.
Yeah, there are 8 different words for auntie, depending if she's, you know, your dad's side, your mum's side, the oldest auntie, the youngest auntie. You know, there's a very finely gradation of a nomenclature of relationships. And, you know, my younger self felt very trapped in those relationships, you know, the hierarchy, the aunties, you know, looking and minding everything. But actually, I think there's a very different way of navigating the world if you look at your sort of social relationships and also your relationships to land and to nature, which is really what's most interested me. And I think it's because, you know, my parents were both children. They were both young when they at partition, so they moved from their lands. They were farmers and landowners, you know, very small scale, not rich ones. But they moved. They were farmers for many generations before that and moved to Pakistan, what became Pakistan. And then we moved to this country. So actually, I feel like there is something about the trauma of never belonging to land that migrants like me have. You know, and especially recently, I felt like, you know, I say that I love England more than England loves me. You know, it's a very hostile place. I feel I've grown to love this culture, this land. I love bluebell woods, you know, who doesn't? You know, it's very beautiful. It's all very green, and I love some of the cultural concepts, but I feel like actually we don't have a vocabulary and even an epistemic understanding of our relationships to land in a very physical way. And our political philosophy certainly doesn't emphasize that. It was all just like one more input, isn't it, basically? I'm sure Helen, who I'm going to have this conversation with, I'm going to ask her, you know, what it is. Yeah, you're supposed to have figured all this out, so I can kind of experiment and sort of go out and apply. But I feel like that's what some of COVID and the hyper local movements, I call them movements, and I feel I'm constructing and part of one of those movements is about. Like, people have discovered or rediscovered how utterly dependent they are on their locality, on their neighbors, on their neighborhood, how nice it is or how horrible it is that they don't have access to green space. They don't even have a balcony. They don't have, you know, they live miles from you know, amenities, and green or otherwise, and how awful that is, you know, how bad for their mental and physical health that is. So yeah, I don't know, that's a bit of a rambly thing, and we've only got 5 minutes, so I feel like you should take up the rest of the 5 minutes.
It's not a conversation.
Yeah, because I feel I've ranted long enough.
No, you've said so many interesting things.
I would love to continue this conversation and learn more, but I feel, yeah, that nexus between land, belonging, valuing people, hearing people, being heard equally, and being rooted not having to worry about universalism. And for people keep saying, oh, why don't we just roll out these think and do spaces? And it's like, actually, I want there to be bespoke ones. There isn't a blueprint. I don't have a blueprint. I don't want to even put forward the idea of a blueprint, and these notions of scalability and replicability and, having a universal solution to everything is what I'm sort of fighting against. But for funders, I need to put all of that stuff in,
Well, it's so funny to hear you, of all people, who's one of the great kind of intellectual architects of the climate change law, express this kind of skepticism and anxiety about universal solutions or scalability. So I mean, one thing I'm kind of consistently torn about and have been more torn about over COVID than even usual is the question of, how radically democratized should responses to crisis be versus how much of a mass movement is required to respond to certain crises. And for me, the sticking point is always climate change. I always think, can you have anything but a mass top-down response to the climate crisis? Of course, you can have lots of people at local levels, lots of communities changing their patterns of life, changing their relationship to the food supply, to the land and so on. But it seems to me, especially given our extremely limited timescale for pulling us back from the cliff edge, you need the kind of solutions that you have worked for many, many years that happen at a kind of governmental, intergovernmental level. Do you think that's right? Or do you think that actually, no, we don't need, where do you think is the lever of change that we should be pushing on?
So we've done, 3 rounds of treaty making. I've been part of 3 treaties. Each one took sort of roughly 5 years to negotiate, 5 years to ratify and implement. And then twice those treaties have been trashed and walked, diminished, delayed, derailed. So we're sitting now with, the grief that I have over the Paris Agreement, where for sure the US is going to legally come out on the 4th of November. It's possible they could, with a Biden win, they could come back in, very early on. But actually they're going to come out just like happened with, it's like deja vu, and it's really painful for me. So I feel like those are absolutely necessary, but they're always addressing the current systems of power. They're using, as Audre Lorde says, the master's tools. Those are tools of the master's tools, and they're never going to really, as I now understand and have gone back to my, younger self, they're never going to dismantle the underlying structural basis until you attack the values. The values are what hold things together, and you have to then create new forms of relationships, of trust, to allow people to stop seeing, the Eye of Sauron, like in Lord of the Rings, if you keep staring at the Eye of Sauron, you keep putting that ring on, that is what you'll see, and you'll tire, and you will not be able to create the community that you wanted, the alternative community. So I feel like devising spaces where people actually are bringing all of them, saying with integrity, whether you're black, white, brown, whether you're a migrant, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're a Hindu, whether you're a non-believer, whether you're trans, whatever else, come and share your stories, bring what you have, and let's see if we can create a culture that is more radically inclusive, and let's see what solutions we come up with from here onwards. And if we all did that all over the world, that is what's going to really topple, frankly, capitalism. That's my theory at the moment. That's going to topple capitalism. And that's the complementary tools that are necessary for really radical change, because the politicians, carbon taxes, permits, that's not going to do it. They're never going to enforce those anyway. They're always going to opt out of them. And it's for us to opt out and create the society that will be the real vehicle for change, which is kind of what we were asked to do. But I'm going to leave the last 10 seconds for you to figure out, what next steps we do. Oh no, you have to say goodbye. No, bye, Amia, and you've been muted. So I have to say hello to Helen now, I think.
Hello, Farhana. Hi.
Hi. And hello.
Hi.
Hi
Oh,
there.
you've just moved position on my screen. It slightly bewildered me.
Yeah, you've moved on mine too as well. Yeah. Fantastic. Well, welcome. And yeah, I'm going to hand it over to you. You know,
Well, I was going to
please help
start
us.
really
You know,
because I was obviously been
you're a great
watching and listening to your last 10 minutes or so of conversation and finding it really interesting. And obviously, I come at it from a quite different place in some respects. Not least because I got my head full of all the things that fossil fuel energy has done to world politics for like the last century or so, and what its economic consequences are. But I was trying to think, okay, well, how does the way that I think about these things connect with the way that you think about these things? And I actually think there is some quite more common ground than perhaps there might seem. And what I wanted to start with though is like this relationship between like energy and capitalism, because it seems to me that when I'm listening to you talking about it, that your view is that capitalism is in some sense the original sin, if to use that language, in this, and that if we had a different economic system, that we would have a different ways of living with energy, and that we would have a planet that wasn't, where climate's concerned, so destructive. And I just wanted to really sort of push you a bit on what the underpinning of that conviction is, because if you look at it from where I'm sitting, it looks like the fundamental problem is energy itself. Is like this is what happened to the world in all kinds of ways, not just ecologically, but environmentally, and I would say politically as well. Once we moved from a way of using energy that was fundamentally reliant on the sun, as it came to us on a daily basis, to one that relied on basically, stored ancient sunlight from, before there were human beings on the planet, and that is the dramatic change that happened with the Industrial Revolution. And that Industrial Revolution then played out not just in relation to capitalism, but it played out in the 20th century in relation to very different forms of economic organization, not least the communism in the Soviet Union and China. So I struggle to see how you change the economic system and get a different energy situation or outcome, that would be a better word than situation, because it seems to me that the fundamental issue is what we've done with using energy. But I'm interested in like where you're coming from and thinking that actually you have economic transformation and then that itself produces the necessary energy transformation that we need.
Yeah. Well, wow. So the word power, is what this entire sort of conversation for me is about. Power, not just political power, but actual electrical, coal, gas, energy. What we say energy, we describe as the power industry, right? So for the last 400 years, we have, as you say, been powered by, literally, we have built empire, political power, from the power of stored carbon. And the stored carbon was originally in trees, in living trees, which we chopped down all over the UK, the rest of, before it was even the UK, in Europe, and used to explore other people's lands, smelters, the iron age, moving from, so actually it was still stored carbon, but it was stored in trees. And then we discovered coal, and that's stored carbon from dead trees and living things. So I think the scale and the firepower and literally power to control came from these natural resources from billions of years ago. And they changed something fundamental, because this distributed energy, the distributed power that was there all over the world where people lived, became concentrated. If you had access to essentially land, trees, and coal, you just were up there. You were able to dominate because you got a resource that no one else got, you know, and you could then carry on extracting and controlling other resources, gold, diamonds, precious metals, you name it. You know, there's still, the world runs on resources that are physical. The power that we have through our financial and economic and our intellectual property rights systems developed to support the concentration of power. So I think power is at the source of the way in which capitalism, globalized, you know, this global system of economic things right now, and geopolitically, you know, the very industries, you know, from now 100 plus years back, you know, the world was reshaped. The empires were shaped around these resources. Oil and gas are a dominant reason why the Middle East, you know, is the way that it is, why now we have explorations in different parts of the Arctic and the North Sea and so forth. So it plays a really fundamental role. So I think for me, you know, the reason why did I glued myself to the headquarters of Shell as part of the Extinction Rebellion, because these industries, which also have a massive financial footprint as well, are at the root of not just the climate crisis, but the capitalist model. Actually, they prop up, you know, most of that financial, ecological, geopolitical system that we're fighting against, and which is now on the brink of turning the world, you know, in a completely, it has already done that actually. So it's a past tense, done that. So I feel, yeah, that's not something that other empires that we look at before had access to. They had access to essentially human beings and other resources, you know, the Roman Empire, the Mongol Empire, you know, they had other resources. It's the trapped carbon in trees and coal that really unleashed a very different and distinct way in which we control other human beings and other resources that has been sort of unmatched until now, you know, because now we have the ability to capture sunlight and store it in batteries, and to be able to harness, you know, all of the energy that falls on the earth in 1 hour is enough to power our homes right now and power anything that we might need, you know. So we're able to return to a different way in which we use essentially fire. Yeah, there's a massive relationship with fire. So yeah, I feel that understanding and acting on this relationship between power, fossil fuels, and the Industrial Revolution, and, you know, the destruction of lands essentially, and clearance of lands, which was originally to power our armies and navies and the rest of it, is absolutely vital if we're going to go forward. And understanding why there was this rupture, this hugely different way of organizing the global economic system is really crucial. So understanding our past is really important to trying to unlock the future, and weaning ourselves off these fossil fuels is absolutely essential. I don't know if that answers everything, but
yeah, I mean, I think that it's interesting. I agree with the importance of history to this really very much, and I think I agree with quite a bit of your history. With a couple of caveats, and then I think I'm more skeptical than you about how quickly any energy transformation can take place. But on the history, I think what's really interesting is that you can't really understand, as you said, the European empires without coal. I mean, that you can come up with any number of explanations about why it is the European empires that end up with maritime empires on the scale that is like unprecedented compared to any past empires. And I wouldn't want to be a complete energy determinist about this and say coal is the only explanation, but it is clearly a pretty significant part, you know, like of the explanation, including it being the basis of British naval power during the period in which the British Empire is at its height. And then I would say you could understand quite a great deal, in fact, of the geopolitical history of the 20th century, including the rise of the United States and the Soviet Union as powers, because what has been essentially a coal-run world, not least in relation to military power, switches to become an oil-run world in relation to military power. So if you started at the beginning of the 20th century and said, okay, which two powers are likely to be the most powerful by the middle of it, I think you were starting with energy, you would absolutely have predicted it to be the United States and the Soviet Union. And you would have predicted that the European countries were going to be in some difficulty, regardless of their empires, because of the fact that as oil was becoming much more important, they didn't have it. And so then I think you can understand both, like Britain and French, the British and the French extending their empires into the Middle East after the First World War in a quite desperate desire to break dependency on American oil. I think you can also understand some of what went on in interwar Germany, Italy, and Japan in pretty much the same way. And then you get to the middle of the 20th century, and you've got these two dominant powers being the ones that had the most oil at the beginning, the United States and the Soviet Union.
But I mean, I would just add a couple of other commodities which were essential. So one is sugar and cotton, obviously. So these commodities become crucial and are part and parcel of the way in which then colonialism and racism go hand in hand. So actually, it wasn't enough for the Europeans just to have this coal and use it domestically, as it were, to have electricity and steam trains. They actually also then needed to feed their populations and to clothe their populations, and sugar was really toxic. So I've just sort of read a bit about sugar which was called black gold, because it was based on then a massive it was based on the slave trade. It was the slave trade that made that possible, and for us to literally have the finer things in life. So and land became then essential. So the whole of the Lebensraum mentality that we've got to acquire more and more land for ourselves, and it doesn't actually belong to any of these people who live there already. None of their resources belong to them, they all belong to us in some way, is a really important part of the story. And I'm not the sort of I haven't read enough about all the different theories about the linkages, but I feel like we see them right now, the linkages between essentially the legacies of colonialism, of racism, of imperialism in this version of capitalism. So, and I feel that's the version that is now fully exposed, and COVID has exposed it even further. If you didn't understand the intricacies, if you didn't understand what was lying beneath, COVID, I think Arundhati Roy said it's like a sort of X-ray. It's given us an X-ray understanding, exposed all of the flaws and the very the differentiation of impacts and who is doing what and how undervalued or exposed they are to actual risks, and made us realize actually those were risks and those were devaluations that were there already. We just chose not to see them or care about them. But yeah, coming back to climate change, because it is this massive global issue, because everyone uses carbon in some way. Everyone always used carbon in some way. Some people just used a lot more of it. And historically, countries like the UK are the highest per capita emitters if you take historic emissions into account. So even China's emissions are low compared with the UK's per capita historic emissions, because we've been emitting coal for 300 years basically, and it's only now that we've stopped using it. Although there's a planning application going through in Cumbria right now to open up a coal mine, so it's like still absurd. This country still wants to use coal. Germany's still, obsessed with coal. Poland still is relying on coal. So yeah, part of I feel my failure is that these European countries, which are the heartlands of, the European industry and manufacturing, are still unable to wean themselves off from coal, essentially. And the coal industry is predominantly a white industry, in the US and in the UK. It's not a lot of Black people work in the coal industry, in all of those things. So it's a very privileged, highly skilled manual work. And we're kind of, I feel it's quite complicated. My feelings are quite complicated because I support the just transition, but actually, there's a racial element involved in whose jobs we see as protected, and by and large, those communities, that sector has voted for the alt-right and has voted for Trump or Modi or for whatever else. It's sort of complicated. So it's once again, Black people and communities of color that have lost out, and as we moved to trying to wean ourselves off coal in the Western world, actually it's a huge amount of resistance being put up by those communities.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting about coal in Europe, certainly in this country and in the United States, is that like for a long time that it gave the trade union movement the basis of its political power, and so that is why that the struggle over the miners' strike in the 1980s in Britain was as not just as in some sense it was much more emotionally, existentially important for the country's politics than the actual material issue at the time of closing the pits, which wasn't at that moment in the 1980s. I mean, the pits had started being closed obviously a long time before the 1980s. Wasn't tied to climate issues. It was being presented by the Thatcher government as an issue of economic inefficiency, and that coal was no longer, essentially value for money where energy was concerned. But I think one of the things that's interesting is that if you take this country, is to say that coal kind of like got deep into the national psyche and into the political imagination, not just on the left, but at times as something that the right, like opposed. After all, the Thatcher government wanted a confrontation with the miners, but oil didn't really. Is that it does in the United States because it had a domestic oil industry for a long time. In Britain, when the domestic oil industry came along from the 70s onwards, it really mattered in terms of Scottish politics. You could argue that it provided the basis of the material basis for Scottish nationalism, particularly once the Scottish nationalists had understood the significance of the EU for an independence project. But the question of who was working in the oil industry, what the conditions of work were in the oil industry, it being a site of, if you like, political conflict, the actual production of and distribution of oil didn't really happen. It didn't really happen in this country. And I think in some ways that has had a legacy in terms of why we can find it really hard to understand the immense political significance of energy. And obviously in the end, the climate change question is, as you said, is an energy question. It's like to deal with climate change, we have to have an energy revolution. We have to do something monumental in terms of the way in which our economies and our societies are organized, and that has all kinds of distributional implications in terms of class and race, as you have said. And I think in lots of ways we're entirely unequipped for doing this because we just lost sight, if we ever had it. But I think to some extent we did with coal, as I've been saying, we just lost sight of what it meant to talk in politics about energy.
Yeah. So my first job, Helen, when I left university, was to go and work for the Central Electricity Generating Board in 1986, when we knew that British gas had just been privatized and British coal was being broken up, and the CGB was going to be broken up next. So my own personal roots are very much in the power industry, ironically, and I think that's why I've sort of found climate change. I understood it as a power problem, literally as a problem of how we generate electricity, and know all of that sort of history sort of personally. I feel like I'd love to know from you, what does the new geopolitics and the radical way in which we think about power look like for you? I feel like the conversation in the UK never really happened. We didn't have a sovereign wealth fund like Norway, like many countries did. We just all gave out all the tax revenues and tax cuts and all the rest of it, all our money. We now have, fossil fuel our subsidies are going to essentially, decommissioning and, picking up the pollution and the end shit that comes with the oil industry, declining. We just gave out the money in terms of tax reforms. We never had that conversation, I feel, as a other than privatization and nationalization. It was a very noddy, binary, stupid conversation. When I look back on it, think, what were the more democratic ways that we can control energy? I live in North London, and we have a really brilliant Power Up North London community interest group that's creating, sort of essentially energy co-ops, and putting solar panels and on school buildings and on local churches, and allowing, the new kinds of energy which are essentially decentralized and don't require, digging up anybody's land, ours or theirs or under the sea or anything. And I think that that's where the resistance is coming from, that all of a sudden power can be democratized. You can put up solar panels, you can have wind turbines, everybody can, repower their own homes and essentially also feed in the surplus. And the old centralized, engineering based players can't really get their minds around it. They can't get their minds around the fact that they're essentially don't belong in this future. They're not needed in this future. And how do we do something which is less cruel and frankly less horrible and more efficient than what we did to the miners, where we just kind of, threw this hundreds of thousands of families onto a scrap heap without any kind of real just transition sort of arrangements in place. I don't know what that sort of all looks like. So I feel like that's this. And why don't those conversations happen properly? I think the thing is that I'm more sort of skeptical, pessimistic than you about how quickly an energy transition can take place. Because it seems to me, if you look at the countries that have tried to do this most seriously, Germany in particular, that they have struggled to meet the targets that they set themselves for shifting away from carbon in electricity generation. And this is obviously before we even get onto the question of like transportation and heating, where electricity often can't be used at the moment, or at least on scale isn't being used. So I think that the issue in Germany has proven to be that the really strong commitment to the transition came from, let's say from around 2010, and it was accompanied by Merkel's decision that they were phasing out nuclear power at the same time. So that was ruled out as an option, and really that has been the basis both for the fact that they still have as much coal as they do, and the fact that they've doubled down on Russian gas dependency, because you now got more gas being used. You're still going to have growing amount of gas being used in Germany in electricity generation. So it seems to me that is that some of the things that are going to be done and the scale required still require the energy companies' technological know-how in order to deal with some of the very issues that transition brings about, and the fact that we are still looking for some time in any realistic scenario about using oil and gas. And I think anybody who really doubts how long we're going to be using gas in particular, needs to look at how much time governments spend, how much bandwidth of government time goes on dealing with gas geopolitics, and it's really quite considerable. I think the other question, though, which kind of comes out of what you said, and I think this raises a really interesting question that Adam Tooze has spent a lot of time on in the last couple of months, I've noticed, is this issue of like, well, what does all this mean for our relationship with China?
because is that, you know, in one sense that the future of the planet might depend climate wise on how much longer China is going to carry on burning coal. And that over the last few years, China has gone back, you know, like a couple of years has really moved back towards more coal production. And that seems to me to have a, you know, like a really sharp question arises, particularly in the context of what's gone on during the last few months in terms of the attempt by the US to decouple from China and the much more confrontational, you know, like relations and the issues of the treatment of Muslims in China, the issues of Hong Kong. And, you know, I think it poses really, you know, tough ethical, you know, like dilemmas. Because if you take, say, Adam Tooze's position, it is essentially we have to pursue détente with China in some sense, whatever the cost in terms of these other issues, because the climate consequences are too severe not to. But that also, though, and as I'm not sure what I think about that, but I think that it also really captures the reality, though, that this is never going to just be a matter of what people do in their individual lives. So I think we can all like live our lives in ways that are really much more aware about the ways in which we use energy, the consequences of doing so, in some sense, perhaps leading lives that use energy much less fecklessly than I think that we've often done. But we're still going to have some answers to these big geopolitical questions that still pushes back into the world of governments.
Yeah. So on China, so, you know, a few days ago, you know, President Xi Jinping announced that China would remain committed to Paris and it would update and revise and presented a more ambitious target for under the Paris Agreement. So I think there's a very big difference between what China is thinking and saying and trying to do than what the US is currently thinking and saying and actually doing. That's not to say there aren't thousands of coal plants and fossil fuel and dirty infrastructure that's in the planning pipeline in China. There really are, and there's a sort of mismatch. And I think it's the coal and gas and oil have bought up political power. And that's the big difference. In the last 10 years, especially, they know the game's up and they've had to directly intervene in a much more overt way to take over the political machinery in many different countries, whether it's Russia, whether it's the US, whether it's Turkey. So the oil barons and the fossil fuel barons are really in charge of the global economy in many key geographies. Australia, you know, I could go on and on. But I think that's the last gasp of this elite, this particular elite. That happens historically. They have to, you know, come out behind the curtains and say, and the young generation, you know, they haven't been taught it, but they've understood it. You know, the children's strike yesterday, all over the world, young people, where they're not suppressed and repressed and being shot, are understanding and saying no to these sorts of politics. And I think that will profoundly influence the way in which the present day CEOs of the companies, large numbers of, you know, including the Chinese political hierarchy, understand, you know, what they need to do. I'm not saying I'm optimistic some days. I think change happens much faster, and when the technological alternatives are already cheaper and better, as they are now, and they weren't 10 years ago, then I think there's no stopping what happens. It's going to be possibly a bloodbath, possibly, you know, later for the planet and for social justice than we might like, but it's an inevitability, and they understand that inevitability, and it's happening or anyway. The write-downs of reserves and the reevaluations of oil stocks is happening already, and it's just going to happen in that, you know, unplanned, unjust ways, which will leave probably workers and shareholders and others at peril rather than, you know, in a better way. So yeah, that's what I think. So I'm still optimistic, but that the change will happen. Is happening already. They can't put solar and wind and cleaner technologies back in the box. That's not going to happen. They can.
Bye, Farhana. I've lost you. Will.
Hello.
Hi, Will. How are you?
Good, Helen. How are you?
I'm good.
Nice to see you.
And you?
You asked an interesting question at the beginning to Farhana about how she thinks about time and how she thinks about the future. And I was thinking something similar when I was imagining how this conversation might go with yourself, because you work in a kind of political and economical world where I guess you're thinking about the present tense and the very short-term future, and you do a ton of analysis of the past. But what about the longer-term future? How do you make sense of that?
That's a good question. Yeah, you could argue that that's I have to spend a lot of time thinking about that, and that in some sense that the COVID crisis, I think, has sort of accelerated the need to think about the question of time for the future in terms of, you know, the next few years, the next 10 years, and much longer than that. I mean, I think that there are several things I would say is like my instinct is always, and this is as much temperamental as it is anything else, is to start with the past and then use that as some kind of basis for thinking about what the future might look like. Now, there's obviously, you know, dangers with that, because it risks the not recognizing when things have changed so much that the past is no longer a guide. And I think there are a number of areas in which I think energy actually is one of them. I think to some extent debt is absolutely another of them, where we have reached a point collectively in the world, and I think we can talk about the world in relation both to debt and to energy, where we are dealing with really like unprecedented complexity and problems, and the past isn't really any kind of guide. Nonetheless, I would say is that doesn't mean that human beings before us haven't dealt with, you know, like massive transformation, and that particularly in politics, I think there's quite a lot of continuity in terms of the kinds of political predicaments that rapid economic and ecological change bring about. So I try to be very hesitant about making predictions, whilst at the same time thinking that you kind of can see, I mean by that specific predictions, but at the same time that you can see long-term structural forces working themselves out. And I think you can, which is what I would usually want to do, say, look, these will continue to matter for these reasons that we can see from the past.
But there's always going to be things coming along that are utterly unprecedented, or at least utterly unforeseen. Like, who knew a year ago that we'd be locked down, for example, and how that's going to affect everything. But you mentioned unprecedented complexity, which is kind of frightening.
Sorry, I'm just struggling a bit with the volume. I can't hear you as well as I was.
Get a bit closer, maybe that's going to make a difference. So you mentioned unprecedented complexity right now.
Yeah.
Which is kind of frightening. And I mean, there's never been a time in our lifetimes, has there, that we've had such a short foreseeable future. I mean, our parents or grandparents might have known, you know, during a time of war at home, they might have known something like that, but we never have. So that's a brand new thing for our era, really. So I guess how we navigate a period with such a short foreseeable future is certainly in my line of work is a major issue. I mean, I'm constantly trying to build things for the future. As an archivist, I'm trying to project things into the future all the time for people to make use of. And if all the assumptions that I'm building on are beginning to crumble, I mean, they always have been crumbly in the ways you said, but they're getting crumblier, and it makes things an awful lot harder. So I guess both of us have a slightly different perspective in that sense. I mean, I'm drawing on the past a lot, but I'm pushing into the future more. I'm trying to a custodian of things in the future in some ways. in a ways that perhaps you're not.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I think it's a really interesting question. I'd like you to say a bit more about the way that you think then about the future. I mean, I think that in some sense, time and our relationship to the future has, in some sense, become a fundamental political problem of our time. You know, like so to speak, and that that one of the things that has happened, I think, during COVID in particular is that a faith that a lot of people still had that the future had a certain direction to it has shattered. Now, I think that for plenty of people, that in some sense, that faith in progress, if we're going to use that language, had shattered before we got to the pandemic. But there's something about the confrontation we are having at the moment with disease and the fact that dealing with that has had such immediately disruptive consequences in so many different kinds of ways to our individual lives and to the economy, and indeed to the way that we can even think about time and the future. That is, as you say, it's not like anything that any of us, our generation, certainly have been through before. I mean, it's interesting, I think, the people who lived through the wars, whether that was their sense as well of, I suspect more actually in relation to the First World War than the Second World War, because obviously the Second World War came after, only 20 years after a previous one, and just a set of disasters that there were through the interwar years. And I think it raises the question is like, how, can we all function without some kind of faith in the future?
Yeah. I mean, in my area, it's a bit like yourself. I mean, like everybody does, I suppose. We kind of gather together what we understand of the past and try and extrapolate forwards from there. But in my particular corner, in the sound archiving world, we've actually not been at it for very long. I mean, my great-great-granddad might have had a gramophone, but actually it's really young technology. It's really immature technology that I'm working with, despite the fact that it's been around for 130 years or so. So nothing has really settled down. Everybody has assumed that what they have is, it I guess always is the cutting edge, but they assume that things have leveled out, but nothing has ever leveled out. And things in my area have only ever become more complicated and less foreseeable. So my area is in preservation. My job is to care for the old stuff. As an archivist, I'm not a curator. I don't select things or interpret things for the users so much. I'm more about caring for the older stuff, digitizing it, teaching people to do that, and moving it forward and trying to preserve things for the future. But if you look 100 years ago, a gramophone record from then is fine. It's nice and stable. We know how to play it. It's Planet of the Apes technology. You could find it on a post-apocalyptic beach and probably get some sound out of it. But a more modern format, the more modern you become, the less stable and the less intuitive and the less reverse engineerable they become. So the highest priority formats we have for urgent preservation action are often the most recent media. So things like CDRs and mini discs and digital audio tapes and so on are far more precarious than things that are 100 or 70 years old. So the past isn't a great measure in that sense. I mean, we can see a strange curve. We can see an acceleration of technology and a shrinking of lifespan in that. But that's not very reassuring for us. But we kind of imagine now that we're in a slightly new paradigm, the kind of digital file-based environment, that things are on the verge of leveling out. But every generation imagines that now we've arrived at stability, and 10 years later they go, oh my God, how wrong we were. So I think there's some causes for optimism in our world. I mean, digital systems are super immature. They're really, really immature. We have mass preservation systems for storing information, but they're evolving so quickly, and they're so unstandardized in how they operate, and they're so untested in the bigger scheme of things. I mean, a digital preservationist might be screaming at their screen right now and saying, no, actually, we're really good at it. But yes, we are in many ways, but it's still so new. It's still so immature. I think of it in terms of car technology when I try and find a model for this to explain it to people. So what are we in terms of the internet usage? We're 25-ish years into domestic use of the internet. So think of 25 years into the development of cars, and you're not much after the Model T Ford was invented, and when they had the Model T Ford, they thought, wow, this is it, this is the iPad, this is the whatever. Everything's sorted out now, we got it. But it's just a very, very early stage in an immature technology. So I'm constantly aware of things moving and of the precariousness of things. And another issue I have, one of the main things that keeps me awake at night, if I explain how that I came across this, about 13 years ago, I was at a meeting in Amsterdam with sound archivists from around the world. And one of them, a guy from Austria, mentioned that he just casually said, we've got 20 years in which to preserve all of our legacy sound recordings, because after that time, none of them will be playable. We need to convert them all from their original format into a newer format, into a digital file-based format, because if we don't do that, the old carriers will have crumbled and become unplayable, or more worryingly, the technology to play them will no longer be serviceable. And particularly this applies to analog tapes, both in audio and in video much more so actually. So he said, we've got a ticking time bomb basically. That was 13 years ago, and I still use that in my head. So we've got 7 years left, very, very simplistically speaking. For some formats, it's not an issue. At the British Library, we've done a great deal to protect ourselves against that by stockpiling equipment and spare parts and the expertise to maintain the machines and so on. Nonetheless, it's an existential crisis, really, that has been following me around. And so that's kind of the world that that I'm living in. So my version of the future has this big kind of doomsday clock in it, really. So it's, I guess not everybody thinks in those terms. I mean, you could say the climate crisis is in some ways a similar thing. It doesn't have a 7-year clock perhaps, but it's a similar way of thinking about the future. Another strange thing in my world, it might be different in yours though, is because archivists are constantly trying to push things into the future, they're writing things for the benefit of users in the future, but they're also writing things for their colleagues in the future. So I'm constantly opening tape boxes or opening something in an archive, and I'm receiving messages from my colleagues in the past all the time. And one of the kind of curious things about that is I'm picking up on their assumptions about what the future would be like. Here, we did this in order that this might happen, but I'm seeing how often they were wrong. And they assumed that we'd still be using reel-to-reel tape machines because, of course, they last a long time. They're great technology. The sound quality is high, and so on. They didn't understand that market forces would drive tape machines from the world, and there would be no serviceable tape machines. Literally no one is making a professional tape machine now. No one is making many of the important spare parts. No one is training the people to maintain the machines. So it's a slightly weird world where I'm aware that other people, they didn't fail in their responsibility. I would have made the same decisions they made. They did the best they could, but I'm aware that when I'm sending things forward into the future and I'm making decisions about how to care for things, how to pass things on to the people who come after me, I'm probably making the same mistakes, or I'm probably making the same false assumptions. So this stuff keeps you awake at night.
I think that's really, really interesting. Well, I was thinking as you were, like talking about like the ways in which, like thinking about politics isn't like that. But one thing I think I would say is that the 90s, I think, were really, really distorting, like where, like political understanding was concerned. And obviously, in some sense, you're then talking about, the beginnings of the revolution and the destabilizing situation that you're talking about. Because if you go back to, like the years at the 20th century before then, whether that be the pre-Second World War world or the Cold War world, there's a lot of pessimism in the way in which people talk about politics and, like analyze politics, and with very good reasons, because you can see that the 20th century in particular just produces this sort of succession of disasters, where politics is concerned. I mean, it's not uniform disasters. It's not that there's no positive stories that can be told, but even the most positive one, like say about like Western Europe after the Second World War, you run into the 1970s when it looks like everything is unraveling. It's just the 90s when there's this idea that there is something called liberal democracy, and it's not just Fukuyama who can be blamed, I think, for this naive assumption that there's this form of government, liberal democracy, that's arrived. And if you put it together with market economies, you're going to have fundamentally stable politics and fundamentally stable societies, and that some people are going to get bored in the end, and that might be potentially like destabilizing the Nietzschean problem, as Fukuyama puts it, in some sense, at the end of history. But this assumption that in politics things could get better and better, or at least that they weren't going to go back to getting worse, and that catastrophes were now belonged to the past, I think was really, really problematic. And the interesting thing as well is I think it was problematic both ways. Is first of all because it couldn't see what was coming in the 2000s, even I would say before we get to 2008 and the crash and everything that's happened since. But I would say it is also produced an overly pessimistic sort of obsession with catastrophe and potentially with apocalypse now. So everything has to get framed like around the world coming to an end, and you can see that in quite a lot of the climate discourse. Now I'm not suggesting that all that means that it's that there isn't a massively important problem with climate change, but it seems to me it's a little bit too easy sometimes to fit it into these apocalypse narratives, and that they seem to come out or be tied up to having invested far too much in an idea of that the future was going to unfold in the way that many people in the West anyway came to the conclusion that it would in the 1990s. And I think maybe it fits with your story because you're kind of like saying, well, actually this technological progress, the kind that you're working with, technological innovation, began, and it was supposed to be something that was going to deliver something that was a different, in some sense, a better kind of future, and it's turned out to be any number of ways much more complicated than that.
And I wonder, I became a teenager in the early 80s. At that time, there was an awful lot of apocalyptic thinking. There's an awful lot of talk about Armageddon and worry about C&D were massive at the time. And it was a formative period for me. I was just that age. And there's an awful lot of thinking that way. And my generation are broadly in power now. And I wonder if that's what we're seeing now is the flowering of the thinking that was born then. The children of reading about imminent, mutually assured destruction and so on. So there's that funny cyclical thing when whatever is the mode of thought at a certain period of time among young people being formed, even however rebellious and poo-pooed it is at that time, give it 25 years and it becomes, or 35 years and it becomes the dominant way of thinking. So Bob Dylan was a kind of rebellious young poet who young people liked and old people scoffed at. But as soon as the Bob Dylan fans were old enough to be poet laureates or to be Radio 4 commissioners, all of a sudden Bob Dylan is an absolute marble-clad genius. So there's a flowering of thinking that happens when a generation go from being the kind of grumpy teenager to being the grumpy commissioning editors or the people in power. So I wonder if there's something of that CND era that is now kind of emerged out the top of people's thinking. But also, Yuval Harari said, you talked about how the acceleration of change has dissipated politicians' ability to have any real kind of vision of the future. That they're no longer really in a positions of leadership. They're kind of in positions of managership. They're sort of, they're administering the economy and they're administering how things go rather than having a big clear vision of how things could be or should be. And that might be to do with technology. It might be to do with, I mean, you know far more about this than I do. I mean, is that how it looks to you?
Yeah, but I think that the fundamental issue here is that the predicaments that politicians are dealing with in regard to the climate, in regard to the economy, particularly, I would say incredibly strange monetary financial world we've been living in since 2008, make it really, really difficult for any politicians to do much more than try to sort of crisis manage. So I would say is that what happened after the 90s is that period, those illusions that took hold in terms of what was going on in the real world, as opposed to people's ideas about it, it really didn't last very long. It really didn't last very long at all. I would say, quite some time before the crash. So by the middle of that decade, you can really see that governments are just dealing with a whole set of things that they have really got no idea really what to do about. And part of that comes out of China's, I think China's return is a better way of describing it than China's rise, and that this is a big shock to. It's an economic shock. It's a geopolitical shock. It's part of the climate story as well. It particularly in the United States, it has really significant domestic political ramifications. I think you can tell some of the story about Trump as an electoral phenomenon via the China story. So it looks to me that ever sort of since then is that that politicians have basically been trying to find ways in terms of the ways that they talk about politics that in some sense disguise just how deep and difficult all these problems have turned out to be. And in some sense then that what we're sort of living through since the pandemic is a curtain being pulled back on all this, even more so I think than was true after 2008, and seeing that having a vision of the future is, in terms of something that you can persuade significant numbers of people in democratic politics that they want to believe in, is I don't want to say it's completely impossible, but I think it's getting on for impossible. And yet at the same time, the very nature of democratic politics encourages people to think that is what should be on offer. Is that they want a story that says this is what the future is going to be like, and they want that despite the fact that they often know that there's all kinds of conflicts between the ways in which different people might benefit from that future, lose from that future, believe or not in that future.
And yet there seem to be a lot of people about who do have strong visions for the future, but they tend not to be people who've been elected or accountable. But then I suppose if they don't have the responsibility for guiding a country, then they don't have to worry about welfare as they go along. Meanwhile, in my world, we're trying. So I'm being a bit mean about politicians having to guide us and give us some vision about such kind of unprecedented times. But at the same time, an archivist has a responsibility for documenting unprecedented times. So with things moving fast as they are, with COVID, for example, my colleagues, not me so much, but my colleagues are heavily engaged in working out what to document or what documentation to grab and pull into the archive. So we have a kind of COVID collecting group at the British Library, and they're at the moment grabbing, I think, about 17 TV channels, 60 radio stations, something like 5,000 web pages. They're all directly related to the COVID crisis, and trying to navigate, is this in any way representative of what's going on? Is this what future generations will need? And that's a completely impossible question that they have to answer. I don't really envy them that, because one of the exciting and lovely things in an archive is that we don't know why people want our stuff. Yeah. We don't know the questions that they will ask. New, real proper innovative thinking is really about asking new questions. It's not about asking old questions of new stuff. or old questions of old stuff. It's really about asking new questions. And so we have to somehow second guess what those new questions are so that we can present data or information in a way that they can find and pick up on. I mean, I guess the whole digital humanities world is really about finding innovative ways of looking across archival information and interrogating it in new ways. So we're as vulnerable and as open to criticism in the archival world as the politicians are, I guess.
I think as well that I think for the politicians is that they also living in a world in which their own responsibility for these questions in some sense is fundamentally changing, and perhaps not fundamentally, but certainly it is changing. And so if you take like what's going on like at the moment, I mean, how many politicians in any sort of democratic country would have thought that, okay, I get to fulfill my ambition of being prime minister or president or whatever it is in the year 2020, and I will be spending like my entire time trying to work out how to manage a pandemic, and how would they even and I think in some sense the problem goes deeper than just the fact that the pandemic is so overwhelming. It's that it poses really fundamental existential questions for us as individuals, for us as societies, for us as the whole of human kind, that are very hard to reduce, in fact impossible to reduce, to the kind of material conflict questions that have so dominated like democratic politics for so long. Obviously there are other issues, particularly in the cultural sphere, that do come into democratic politics, but so much of it for the last long time, decades and decades, has centered around the economy. And now what we're really seeing has been, it's quite, I say, phenomenal that this has happened in one sense, is that, in country after country, the economy has actually been subordinated to something else. Mm. So the thing that the politicians are used to thinking about, used to prioritizing, they have agreed essentially that goes secondary to the health question. And I don't think they can have any means actually of understanding what they're doing in making that decision. I'm not saying they're wrong or right. I mean, I just think it's so different than what's come before. I don't think it's so different than what's come before for societies in the past, where you've long engaged with the issue of pandemics and endemic disease. It's just that at a certain point in the second half of the 20th century, the idea that this was in any sense part of politics kind of went away, and now it is back with a vengeance.
And you've got an idea that nobody's going to be okay until everybody's okay, and that's not an idea that politics in our sphere has engaged with all that much, at least not in spirit, maybe in word, but not in spirit. So that's the interesting bit to me about the pandemic, and the bit that's kind of there's a bit of optimism from me in that, the idea that they're going to have to grapple with getting everybody well, and everybody means globally, not just everybody who's going to vote for you.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, I would say, in terms of being a bit more pessimistic about it, is we haven't seen a lot of like global cooperation in terms of the ways in which this has been dealt with. I mean, outside certain aspects of the economic side of it, where the Fed has acted in a very internationalized way in the financial market crisis part of the pandemic crisis. But obviously, one of the things we've actually seen happen at the same time is that the most important geopolitical relationship in the world, that between the United States and China, has actually deteriorated quite substantially from an already deteriorating position during the last 6 months. And the nature of the pandemic itself, its origins, go to the heart of why that relationship has deteriorated. So I think those who kind of put in some hope in what in the 90s used to get called in academic circles, like global governance, I'm not sure that is that positive a story that can be taken out of what we've seen.
I don't know when it'll happen, but science will wait. The facts will bide their time. Anyway, lovely to speak to you, Helen. Hi, Vibeke.
Hi, Will.
How are you?
I'm good. It's lovely to see you. Do you remember we have met in another world? It seems by now.
Back in the days when you were allowed to meet in a room with humans.
Indeed, it was in a room in the British Library. Speaking of the sound archive, and just getting this beautiful introduction, and hearing you speak now with Helen. Made me very curious in just hearing you touch upon the time of the pandemic, experiencing it from within that British library, or thinking of that time through the eyes or the ears, perhaps rather, of the British Library Sound Archive, and how that is being stored or also being experienced from that perspective. And perhaps it was because we had just met before that whole shutdown of institutions of the world in many ways, that it had been so much in my mind, and that collection, that sort of cacophony of sounds, how it had been in a time when we were talking about silence so much, the silencing of society, and then there was this loud archive sitting there resting, or perhaps waiting to speak again.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, touching on silence and the need to kind of create silence and create spaces. I mean, we're now, putting the pandemic aside for a nanosecond, we're now with the Black Lives Matter and Me Too movement, we're in a time when people are realizing that we need to make space for other people to speak, and we need to make room around the table, we need to make room in conversations. And so that we need to kind of encourage or create our own, we need to not fill silence. We need to actually allow silence to develop and let other people come into that. So that's an interesting one. I was just, last week I went to the Orkney Islands for the first time, and it was absolutely amazing. And I was able to, because it wasn't windy there, uncharacteristically, it was very still and super, super quiet. And I was able to just stand by a bit of water and hear silences, hear tiny things that I would never normally hear. So it was a completely different listening experience. It's great that I'm talking to you because I know that you love this stuff too.
So, you can go all out with me.
So, I mean, to give you an example, we were, I was standing on a small jetty early in the morning, and there was another ruined jetty not far away, and I could hear what I thought was running water. It sounded like just a little trickle of water, very constant, and I couldn't see where it was coming from, and I should know where it was coming from, but I gradually realized when it came and went that it was actually tiny, tiny fish. I mean, maybe this size, millions of them. And they were just jumping to the surface to catch a fly. And there were so many of them that it sounded like running water. There must have been thousands of them, and you could barely see them. So that's the kind of sonic world that we would never, ever experience. You'd never know that was going on around you. We could hear porpoises. We could tell where porpoises were a quarter of a mile away because of the sound of their breathing. Imagine hearing porpoise come to the surface and doing that sound, and you can hear it a quarter of a mile away. It's so still. So finding silence and embracing silence like that is a really lovely thing. I know you.
That's great example. Also, because it's so greatly or so perfectly describes also that, of course, when we speak of silence, it's such a we easily think that it's the absence of sound, but actually it's just maybe one frequency that makes space for another to be heard, which entirely is in line with what you spoke of the time that we live in, for sure, in so many levels.
That's a really good way of thinking about it. You kind of strip a layer of noise or a layer of sound away, and all you're doing is revealing something underneath it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, and I mean, you might have encountered it. We got to speak about that one silent document in the British Library, the silent whale sound recording, which really came to the surface in our conversation about how archiving always is fighting the limits of categorization, the sort of the challenges of that, and speaking of how sound and what we consider sound, our ears just leave out this incredible spectrum of sounds heard by other species, other beings perhaps, or present in other ways. But yes, and that you have that one silent recording, one that is not audible to our ears, but does carry sound, that of a blue whale. That was so incredible. And just briefly after that, being in the times of the pandemic, where the oceans silenced, meaning that there was so little shipping and so little movement on the oceans, that actually the whales spoke up. And I thought that was, just coming to mind, seeing you, of course, and speaking of such topics.
And I love, it was in our hemisphere, the fact that the pandemic really took off at the time in spring. So for wildlife, it'd be very interesting to know what effect clearing the airwaves, as it were, had on mating rituals and on, has it resulted in a boom in wildlife? I'd love to know. I mean, people will be researching this now, but the fact that we could hear birdsong in late March, where normally we wouldn't have heard it, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I mean, I'm not by no means a wildlife expert, but I know there is some really interesting bioacoustical research happening on species that are being made in the sonic spectrum within rainforests. So if you understand that species have evolved over many millennia to find a space in the acoustic spectrum and fill it. So a certain species will communicate on one frequency level because they've found that they can, because they fit in there, there's room for them. And if you analyze the acoustic spectrum and you find a gap in it, there's a good chance that that indicates an extinction. Indicates that a species is no longer prevalent in a way that it once was. There's quite a lot of research happening in that area just now, which is really fascinating.
Absolutely, yeah.
Exciting. We have quite a few silent recordings in the British Library. We have infrasonic ones like the whales you mentioned, but we also have ultrasonic recordings by bats. By bats, or of bats. Bats wouldn't press record. But I love the fact that you've engaged with that whale recording. I've seen online some of your correspondence with Ella Feiner about ways of exploring the kind of poignancy and the resonance within using a metaphor, within that whale recording is fascinating, because, as you said, in archives, we don't really know what our stuff is for, and you've illustrated it really beautifully. So you might think, well, it's a recording of wildlife, therefore it's only really of interest to wildlife experts or people who love the sound of wildlife. But actually, often the most interesting uses are completely unanticipated. So we do try and make things available across, or discoverable, I should say, across different fields and so on. So finding, hearing about you using that is really heartening and great. You use time a lot in your work, don't you? And sound, but not only sound, but you use a lot of time-based things that are essentially not really about sound, which I like.
I would say so, and actually I was holding myself back a bit to jump off this very noisy chair when you mentioned you were at the Orkney Islands, especially looking at the water there, because that particular water has been in my research lately.
Oh.
Yes, and very much time-based, in the sense that that is a particular geographical area where ocean waves are being measured at the Orkney Islands, because it's a place where waves reach after crossing a large patch of uninterrupted ocean, so the Atlantic, and these waves, these particular waves that can only be shaped on these long uninterrupted stretches, called swell waves, that are being measured exactly at perhaps at that spot where you might have been standing. I'm not sure, but it has been incredibly interesting, because these swell waves, they have been so much on my mind since I've been in conversation, in collaboration actually with a specialist on ocean wave analysis, and it's been it's really for me it's really interesting to have conversations with people from such different disciplines, because indeed what you mentioned, like the questions that are raised are so different in these different environments. And but the reason why he looked into these wave data there was to see what the effects of these waves would be on the ports, on the docks, on the human-made structures around that area, where I was actually really interested to look at those waves for the purpose of looking at the waves. And I got to do that through his research, through his analysis.
Sorry, whose analysis was that?
So this was a specialist on ocean wave analysis. And the reason why I became so interested in those particular waves, these long-lasting or long traveling waves, is that really they are an incredible example of a ripple effect on this global scale. Since these waves, they can be in many cases originate from a different place on another part of the globe. And under circumstances, under weather conditions that took place several days before. So here you stand experiencing that wave that has actually been shaped in another time, in another place. So those waves became very interesting for me for that purpose. And it's very nice for me to think that you might have witnessed them at the same time that I've been witnessing that data and working with it for a project.
It's funny how with sound, I mean, you've reached into the infrasonic area with whale sounds, which are below the area of human hearing. But then you could also say the wave patterns in the Atlantic coming across there are the same phenomenon in the sense. It's something, the frequency of that is so much lower than anything a human could hear.
Yes. Yeah.
So is it sound or is it waves that resonate for you as an image or as an idea? How do those things coalesce in your mind?
I think in this case with the waves, it was, of course, having sort of an association with wavelengths from sound. But I really wanted to work with sort of the transportation of that movement, and I actually got speaking of sound archiving, or I got really interested some time ago for another art project I've been working on in the instrument of these automatic pianos and these pianolas, and so they've become really interesting for me, both in the role that they played in reproducing sound, in reproducing music most often, but also reproducing movement. Since there are recordings of Rachmaninoff playing Rachmaninoff, which were not made on sound recording, but perhaps they were made in these musical roles. And I thought that was so there's some sort of connection in that instrument between those that reproduction or that way of animating both at the same time. That became really interesting for me. But Oh, yeah, there's so many, well, there's so many things I would love to speak to you about. I've at least one thing that came to mind in sort of the anticipation of this conversation.
Go for it.
Which was also, like, I've been looking into your writing also, and your thinking, the things that I could find online, you thinking about sound and archiving, which have been so interesting, and I was curious how you think of the sound document as something that is a sound recording, or can it also actually be an object? Or even perhaps to push it a bit, can a sound document also be a landscape?
Ooh, well, it's definitely the object, the physical manifestation is really important. I mean, it's important because it's important to people. So you don't need to go very far to find people fetishizing sound carriers, you know, discs and tapes and so on. And if it's important to people, then it's important to an archive because we're here for people. I'm not. How do you mean landscape?
Yes, maybe I should say a bit more about that. No, I've been a dear friend of mine. She's an archaeologist, and she works on actually an archaeological site, which they're now exploring through actually the way that sound travels on that site to get a sense of how the structure of the buildings there might have been shaped. So just thinking that for me was entirely mind-blowing to think like, wow, that can actually be part of archaeology, sound, and how sound can be, of course, the way that sound travels can be the same in a landscape now from how it was, or similar more or less how it was centuries ago. So how a landscape is a very solid sort of archiving system.
And how the acoustic of a location may have been a key factor in its use by humans. So
exactly,
a lot of acoustic archaeology is being done around Stonehenge at the moment to try and work out how it sounded, how that may have influenced its use, how it might have influenced, you know, how and why it was built, how people experienced it, and so on. So those kinds of questions are really, really intriguing, aren't they? I mean, it's intangible stuff. It's literally intangible. You can't see it, but you know it was a factor. In the same way that stained glass plays a very particular role in a church, in how people perceive that church, and how it mystified and magnified the connection with the something up here, you know. Sound likewise would have done the same thing. Why not? So maybe the acoustic properties of Stonehenge are similar to the visual properties of stained glass. We don't know. But another Orkney connection. You think a lot in the Orkneys. I visited many of these standing stone circles. So the Stennis and the Ring of Brodgar and so on. And they're absolutely fascinating places. I mean, they're so full of wonder. And you know, I mean, they've been standing there for 5 millennia in some cases. And you feel this kind of wonder, and you feel very kind of grateful and humble just being there. And yet you realize we have no idea why it's there. We haven't a clue. We've to some degree protected the stones. They're still standing in many cases. And we're very deferential to them now, but we didn't at any point protect the contextual information around them. So in archival terms, we have the data, which is the stones, but the metadata is completely missing. I mean, we think it was to do with worship and perhaps to do with the sun, but you know, maybe it was a drunken bet made by 2 very wealthy people that resulted in a stone circle. So it's a kind of strange lesson for archivists that don't just protect the data, don't just protect the sound recordings, protect all the information around it, all the context. And always the context has its own context, and that has context.
Well, exactly. I think that's such a great challenge that you might face, like how really anticipating sort of the ears of the future of what they might want to, what information they might want to extract from that archive. and also the idea of how a document, how an artifact sort of, I got a sense at some point when you were speaking that it kind of grows throughout time. It's not, it sort of gets all these little things that get attached to it in sort of in its in how it is passed on, yeah, it really made me think of being in a collection of natural history some time ago, and there were these pots that were dug up at a certain time, and at that time when they were dug up, there were etiquettes attached to them, and but those etiquettes had also been on there for 2 centuries by now, so they had become archival, and so this sort of object just kept on growing, and yeah, I thought that's such an interesting thing about archives. In a way, it must also be quite challenging of what can you peel off.
Yeah, and there's a big ethical dimension to that, but there's a really, to me, really intriguing distinction between what I do and what you do. And in my area, we because we have to kind of make ethical decisions or principled decisions, I should say, all the time, or we aim for objectivity. We try not to leave our fingerprints or any audible aspect. We try to leave things or represent them as they were. But in your world, it's entirely about kind of subjectivity. So I'm interested to know, what do you want to leave behind? There's not just the artwork, but what contextual information? Because sometimes for many artists, the ambiguity around your motives and around, you know, what you were presenting is actually, that's where the richness lies sometimes. So do you want people to know, how much context do you want around it? Do you want it stripped back, or?
That's an interesting question. I think, you know, I've been recently doing a lot of research in infrastructures of electricity, the generation, the transmission, the distribution, and so I've come to think a bit in those terms of vocabulary of the art practice, or the art as a space of a substation, perhaps, or of a trafo, of some place where it's a transmission takes place, and not one of, let's say, from low to high voltage, not as simple as that. It's a bit of a more difficult alchemy, I feel, that the art often plays. And it's perhaps a strange example, but some time ago I spoke to a person who develops scents, who composes smells, sometimes to wear as perfumes, but also as scents by themselves. And he had been sort of putting together the scent of a Jaguar E-Type. Don't ask me why, but the sort of a mixture of petrol, of oil, of leather. And as he spoke about it, he said, you know, when you want to make the smell of leather, you actually have to use celery. And I thought that's wild. That's perhaps the alchemy that I'm referring to. That sometimes, in order to say leather, you have to pick celery. So that might be. There's not that direct relationship in the transformation, but I also feel that is often how the world is experienced, at least how, you know, you might see something and it clicks with something entirely different, and but it's not an entirely arbitrary connection either. But yeah, I think for me, what I would like my art to do in a way, is to really create these connections, ways of relating, perhaps, relating to ourselves and our environment, but also things in our environment to one another, and really to have this sort of sense of connectivity in the most wild ways, perhaps.
And in that example you gave of the celery and the leather, I mean, the reason that celery smells like leather or reminds us of leather is entirely inside us. We're the conversion unit that turns the smell of celery into leather. And it's like I guess, camera lighting. You know, if you want to look natural on TV, you have to put on really unnatural makeup. And then with the lighting and the camera lens, it turns it into something that looks like a natural human being. And a weird kind of filtering process. And we always forget those lenses that we're looking through. And in the celery leather example, we're the lens, aren't we, that turns leather into celery.
I mean, in that example, I think we are, but there's sometimes also, there might be a very, perhaps, there might be a very chemical connection, right? Which perhaps we can call objective, that connection. And there's also those type of connections that I feel we're constantly surrounded by, how we are connected to other things in our environment by this very actual, profoundly chemical connections. And just perhaps to quickly mention another example, because to take it out of its abstraction, is that for instance we call whale species, as you by now know I'm very interested in. We call them the most polluted animals in the world. And this is because they carry all these traces, both because they are getting quite old, so their bodies have a long time in which to store that information, those elements, but also because they're at the end of a food chain, so they really sort of accumulate these elements. But then we realized that actually when you open up a whale, if you have a good reason for it, you'll find traces of the gold mining, and you'll find traces in elements of mercury, or you find traces of our shopping bags, you know. So there's also that connection, which is less associative and really profoundly intimate.
And not only the knowledge that the information is there, like in tree rings, but that the whale had to live that. The whale experienced chewing a shopping bag, or absorbing gold mining detritus, or, you know.
Yeah, yes. I'm very aware also that the ability that, and I'm happy to see that you can join me in jumping from one topic to another. Yes. Are you planning to return to the Orkney Islands?
Oh, no plans, but a big desire to do so. I would love to. We're running low on time, but I want to ask you a question very specifically about Longplayer, because I know you've kind of engaged with Ella and so on. I'm curious to know whether the ideas around Longplayer really impact on your thinking about time and art, because the scale of it is the exciting thing for me. I wonder what it means to you.
Well, what I think is really interesting, I got to experience it during my time in London, which I'm very happy about that I could. I think what is very interesting when I recently read something Jem Feiner said himself about that project is that how it started and how it has turned out to be, and how sort of in that time period it has already become a different work. And I think that's the power of it. It really has these different complex layers to it. And I think perhaps in that development, I think what is so interesting about it now is that it is this piece that just holds space, that holds a space for itself, but also in general, it holds a space for, in an environment where so much space is filled and so much space is being occupied, especially in that urban surrounding. So I think that's many of the things that I take from that work. I'm very curious about how this is, if you what it is for you.
Well, it's that really. It gives you temporal room to dream and to think and to plan, and it gives you permission to think on a grand scale. And it kind of reminds you that you have a responsibility to do so as well. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
But long-term thinking is part of my world.
Yes.
It's lovely to see you, Vibeke.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for this.
Maybe I'll see you in the Orkneys sometime.
See you there.
Take care.
Take care. Are you joining me, Theodore?
Hello, I can now see you. I'm very happy to meet you because you're doing all sorts of things which are rather rare. And the mission we've been given is to say what sort of future we want. And I ask myself, do you expect other people to have the same wish that you have, to be capable of doing what you are doing?
That's I really Theodore Zeldin. Before we even continue, can I ask you something briefly? There's certain sets of ideas of how people of different ages should address one another, and I would be most happy to follow your suggestion on that. How would you like me to address you?
By my name, which is Theodore.
Great, wonderful. I really like, Theodore, that you describe at first that we're on a mission. This gives a sense of immediate community. And to answer your question, I truly hope so. I hope that and I think so. I feel so.
You have no grounds for thinking so. And I will tell you why, because you are, as far as I understand what you're doing, you are connecting many different branches of knowledge. And you're trying to see beyond the obvious. And if I'm answering this question of what I want to see, I see that our educational system has been a failure. For several centuries, we have thought that education is the solution to human problems. When everybody's educated, everything will be perfect. And yet we have seen in very recent times how people are unable to distinguish between truth and lies, are unable to think about the future, have very false ideas about the past. And therefore, they have not been taught how to think. Now, what you are doing, as far as I see, is telling people that these are the things that the brain can do, but doesn't normally do, is so lazy, doesn't do it. Am I wrong?
Perhaps, well, you call it lazy. And perhaps there's part of that, but there's definitely a certain way in which the brain tends to be automized by the environment that it operates in. Whatever discipline or whatever family or whatever environment that is. I think perhaps what I enjoy much about operating within the art world is that there I like to think, at least, that that there's a very so many things are at question that it keeps the mind a bit active. So perhaps the opposite of, as you call it, lazy, or the opposite of perhaps operating in automated
I'd say that the brain is, laziness is something which humans adopt towards the brain. But the brain has built inside it obstacles to admitting unfamiliar information into their minds. And most people say that thinking is a painful activity, and they prefer other activities. And I think that is why I'm saying that our educational system has been, like many other systems that we have invented over the last few centuries. You know, we invented agriculture of a new kind about 3 centuries ago, and it has been a disaster. We have invented the Industrial Revolution, and it has been a disaster. And likewise, we have invented education, and it has not prevented people from being unable to say when some aspiring person tells them, come with me and we will return to the past and we'll become glorious again and everything will be back what it was in your great-grandfather's time, which was also a miserable time, but you don't know it. And so when we say, what future can we expect? I think we have to do something very difficult. We have to start all over again. We have to say, how else are we going to eat? Not by the present way of agriculture, which destroys the soil, not by technology, which has ruined the atmosphere. But really big things to do. And that is only possible if people like you can encourage others to do what mindfulness does not encourage. Mindfulness encourages, which has become a sort of epidemic itself, of saying just prevent anxiety coming into your head. Keep calm, which is very useful, but it's not the solution.
That's an interesting point, because I think there's 2 ways of thinking about that, at least 2 ways. But I think in many ways, being calm, and not in the British sense of keep calm and carry on, but really being calm would be extremely radical. So in a calm state of mind, I think so much of the action, of the agency that has led us to many situations that we're in now has been shaped by the opposite, of being in a state of fear, of anger. So I do think there is some, if we would truly have a calm state of mind, I would think that there is another future there.
Are you normally calm?
I can only say that I consider myself slightly calmer than many people around me.
Okay. And what you've mentioned the key point, which is fear. Now, everybody is born with fear. Every living creature has fears of death, of being eaten by someone else, and so on. And we have not helped people to overcome this basic obstacle, which is in fact the fundamental of all freedoms. Freedom is not just having a government which which doesn't annoy you. Freedom is being freedom from fear, having freedom from fear. And to me, you illustrate how you have got how to solve this problem by curiosity. Cannot control yourself. You want to know about why things are what they are and how they could be different.
Well, I would say that in that regard, Theodore, it seems that I'm in good company, because I don't think you've ever stopped questioning things. If I look into your work, if I hear you speak online, if I look into your books.
Tell me why.
Why? Why I see that, or why you have?
Why is it? Because I think you share it. Why?
I think what I observe about your work, and what I really care for, is how you create settings of conversation, of which at the base hopefully has that you're curious to hear, to know about people, and their stories. And there's this project of yours that I like a lot, which I encountered, that you had your a birthday celebration where you invited strangers, and I think that's great to use a moment of a personal moment of getting older, yet another year, and to celebrate it with people that basically see you for the first time. Why? I would be curious to know from you, why do you maintain curiosity in people's stories?
Well, you see, I would say young people, some young people have a tendency to be rebellious. And one form of rebellion is to insult one's teachers and so on, or one's parents. But another one is to escape from the rigidity of the syllabus which one is taught in order to pass examinations. And I've always had this feeling that what I see is not everything, that there is more to it than that things are not what they appear to be. And that is exactly what your work is showing, that things are much more complex. And that the more information we learn, we acquire, the more ignorant we become, because we discover there are many more things which complicate things. And so it becomes an adventure. And so one has no time to be nervous. One is so excited by being able to see things which no one has seen, which one has never seen. But I do not think that is in answer to this question we've been given, what kind of future can you look forward to? I feel that a large number of people do prefer to be certain about everything, to have no doubts. And to me, they are people who live in fortresses. Keep everything which will disturb you out. We have the books we believe in, we have the teachers we believe in, and we want to be calm, no doubts. And other people want to live, as it were, in an open port by the sea and to explore and to find out. But I think the people who live in the fortress are in the majority.
Yes, and sometimes that fortress looks like a very boring little house in a suburban town. I think you know what you just said makes me think of the other day I was reading this incredible book by Robin. Let me see, it's behind me. Robin Kimmerer, Braiding Sweetgrass, and she's a botanist, and also she's a Native American scholar or scholar practitioner. She was very critical about the word sustainability, and I thought that was such an interesting thing, because I had never thought about that, about really what that word implies. And we use it in a context of something to thrive for, to pursue, to sustain, in order not to fall further apart, perhaps. But actually, sustainability is also an excuse, some similar to or related to something you just described, to actually perhaps find other ways, new ways to remain the same.
Exactly, to remain the same. And can you answer that question of, I'd like to know why you are able to do these very original excursions into electricity, for example. How have you obtained that form of freedom from the constraints of your own ignorance and fears?
I mean, I probably have to give my father or my parents some credit for creating space for curiosity, or not limiting space of curiosity on an early age. In fact, I think they're among the most curious people that I know, but I think it also has to do with really, I think there's a part, you know, sometimes curiosity, it has this sort of notion of being effortless, being light and not taking effort. I also think it's a decision. I think it truly is a decision of being, and one that pays off into becoming more curious for reasons that you just described. The more we look into things, the more we consider it or realize how vast the depths and are of understanding them or grasping them.
What you just said was interesting. You said, first of all, your parents. And I think that is very true. But then we realize that in the past, people's future was determined by their parents. You could not, if your parents were peasants, you had to remain a peasant. If your parents were uneducated or drunk, you know, your future was limited. And therefore, it places a real obstacle to a different future. If people are dependent on their parents, then the sustainability of this limitation will go on forever.
Mm-hmm.
So where do you start? You start with young people, and then you say, well, the young people have got parents who are not interested.
Mm-hmm.
What's the solution to that?
Yes, I think, well, just from experience, I think the best way of maintaining curious is by finding other curious people to interact with, which makes me also happy to sit here with you and the two angels surrounding you so beautifully in the back. But
Perhaps
yeah.
the answer is that if your parents are, you know, satisfied and don't do anything, you've got teachers,
Mm-hmm.
and they should be and are sometimes a source of inspiration.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I mean, you have teachers. Perhaps you have your grandparents. They might be actually more curious. Who knows? You have your neighbor kids. You have your the dog that might live in the household. Who is? Yeah, I think
The dog is very important.
the dog is important. I would say so. Have you? If you would look back in a way of relating to the question that you raised yourself right now, who have you learned or who has taught you curiosity?
I don't know that anyone taught it to me. I could not help it.
Mm-hmm.
I think actually it is a natural phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
Which every baby reveals. Babies want to know everything. They look at everything. But then they are taught not to be curious. And indeed, I think in the Bible, it says, do not be too curious.
Mm.
So because it's not your business, you know, you're just a small person, doesn't concern you. And people are always afraid of curiosity. And that's why we have now this hang up about privacy. You know, you don't want anybody to interfere with your privacy. And I've been asking myself, why? And I now understand why, because at the moment, people are defending themselves against advertisers, against the police, against CIA, or whatever it is. But they're not taking a reaction against it. They're not saying, you want to find out everything about me, and I don't like that. They don't say instead, I'm going to tell you who I think I am. And you are completely mistaken when you look at my internet activities. You're getting a false idea about me. This is who I am. In other words, we've got to be positive about it. There's nothing wrong with talking about oneself, because you have an idea of who you think you are or would like to be. And that is what I really like to discover from people. And but we are stuck, we're obsessed by technology becoming the enemy.
It's an interesting differentiation that you mentioned, like who you are or who you'd like to be. Because definitely the algorithms who give us a sense of who we are and who respond to how we act give us very little possibility to become who we want to be, if that is anything differentiated from how we might now act, because it responds directly to that and feeds it.
We talk about self-made men and women, don't we? Self-made. Need to think about that, what it means to be self-made. I suspect it is to be open to external influences, not to make oneself, but to be made by other people. Self-made. Other people have made one, and then import little pieces of other people. If you live in a fortress, you keep other people out.
I feel that you're giving a new definition of self-made there, yes. One that is that is more in line with at least how I think. I don't really believe in self-made, or I have strong suspicions against such a term, because it focuses so much on our individuality, in a way of ignoring or denying our connections.
Well, if we try, before we have turned off, to give an answer to the question we've been put, I think that I pursue this definition of self-made. It means to me being able to be assisted by other people to become more than one is. Now, what can we two do together that we could not do alone?
Have a conversation, I would say.
Yes, but how are we going to make the world less disgusting?
Yes, that's that is a real question. Well, there's this expression that that the incredible Ocean Vuong, this American Vietnamese poet, has, which is that we tend to say how the future is in our hands, but actually he refrains this, or he rephrases it, and he says the future is in our mouths, and I think that is what we are in some way doing, or at least starting at here, or continuing probably, but of describing it, of shaping it in thought, in conversation, in dialogue. I
now find the answer to the question I asked you. I've got to study you a bit more. I've got to understand how you jump from one thing to another. In other words, you will have to provide me with the best places where I can follow that. And words are often not enough. One need to see a bit behind the words. And I'm very conscious of that artists are so absorbed in discovery of what they're doing that they assume everybody can understand them.
Well, actually, I'm confronted quite often with being misunderstood. So I am aware of that for sure. I think perhaps, or possibly, like I feel that perhaps in the arts, or as artists, we're being criticized for that or made aware of making that miscalculation. When so often I look at people from other disciplines and I wonder if they wonder as well how they communicate what they do to the other to others.
I immediately see as an answer to my desire to learn from you. You seem to be a very good intermediary between the humanities and the sciences. And you have, even though you rightly say that they don't agree with how you interpret them, but you seem to have produced a link between the two. And I think there is a link, and I think art and science are in fact closely linked. They are about the use of the imagination. And this dichotomy is a false one. But each subject is damaged by being placed in so much jargon, and that, as it were, like a defense mechanism, that it's difficult.
That's true, and it sort of loosely relates to something that I would really, even though we already are counting down, but I would really love to ask you, Theodore, since I know that, or I've heard you speak about the value of being multilingual, and I see that as not only something that might manifest in speaking different languages, but also being aware of different vocabularies, and with that different ways of describing and seeing the world. And I was curious if you feel that there's a solution, or there's a suggestion for actually for how we consider the future in.
When you mention languages, Britain has the lowest rate of people who can speak a second language. You, who come from a smaller country, have to speak a second language. And Britain is very backward. And the Americans likewise want to forget their original language. The one thing that young people can do better than older people is learn languages. That is one example of how education has been a failure, and why we are so afraid of strangers now that we vote for Brexit.
Yes.
And therefore, it applies also to the languages of other disciplines.
I think there's something in, I've heard you speak on this a bit in the introduction to the Night of Ideas, where I was actually present. So it was very, very nice to hear your introduction there. And it was very much about this, about how really, and that relates to how we think is embedded in our language, and how in order to expand our thinking, we could also expand our language and our vocabularies.
Yes, and speaking in other languages, like playing tennis, it's a different kind of game, isn't it? There's something so exciting about it, and we have reduced, in this country, we have reduced the teaching of foreign languages.
Is there any
suicide?
Sorry, what did you say?
We are committing suicide, cutting us from the world.
Is there any language that you would, if you could choose now, that you have particular interest in mastering?
When I did my degrees at Oxford, I learned absolutely nothing about China, about India, and I would love to be fluent in Chinese. At the moment, I read an awful lot of books about China, but never in Chinese language. And I think we all have to do that. And there we get a different, and everything I do, I go to China, Japan, and so on, to get a different perspective on any problem. And it's always good to have one's opinions challenged. Oh, they started doing this a long time ago and they had a different opinion. You know, for example, just with art, you know, portraiture is a subject which interests me. What happened to portraiture in China? Do you know?
Well, I to give a short answer,
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. It worked. How wonderful to see you, Theodore.
I am very happy to meet you, who are a great fighter.
A fighter.
Against tremendous odds. Very difficult to defeat.
Yes, but I love the last bit of your conversation that you were having there about languages, because I just came from my lunch table in my home, and we had my 4 children, my husband, and we were speaking. Every sentence seemed to be half in Italian and half in English. And I realized at one point, one of my kids said, "Can we just choose one language?" Anyway,
to speak in 2 languages.
It is. But when the same sentence goes in and out 2 or 3 times, it's quite funny.
And it seems to me that in the countries which don't claim to dominate the world,
Yes.
they feel their own language is enough.
Yes, and they're also honored. Well, it's quite interesting in Italy, for example, where I'm from, when someone makes an effort to speak Italian, even if they speak it terribly, the Italians embrace them and say, "That's wonderful." Whereas I haven't had that experience in France, for example.
Yes, well, Italian and French is.
Anyway, so yeah.
Yeah.
So why did you call me a fighter?
Because you are trying to find, or saying things in economics which annoy everybody, more or less. And that's something I want to discuss with you, because you have pointed out rightly the role that the state has played in innovation. And I would interpret it this way. In the beginning, it was not the state, it was the potentate, the rich persons who were able to ask great engineers or whatever to do something by their own free will. And the snag I find in your argument is that the state is now managed by people quite often who have completely different ambitions. And secondly, that most states are bankrupt.
Good point. So, I mean, where to begin? So first of all, the state doesn't exist in one, big blob form. There's different types of states. They're managed in different ways. And even within a state, the different institutions that a state might have. If we just, instead of using the word state, think of the public sector, right? As different as the BBC in the UK, which is funded with public money, to a Department of Defense, yeah? So I think coming to your first point about maybe the lack of management capacity, that's not inevitable. If you think of a private sector company, they are able to manage production lines and innovation because they also invest in that capacity. There's business schools all over the world that teach CEOs how to do strategic management, decision sciences, organizational behavior, all these sexy words. And the state, because, this is my take, because we often pretend that it's just there to fix problems when they arise. In economic speak, we call it fixing market failures. Then actually there hasn't necessarily been a justification for being really ambitious and investing within the state in dynamic capabilities and capacity. And in fact, that's also been linked with outsourcing of that capacity to, for example, the consulting companies, which you mentioned before Brexit. I would love it if someone actually researched how much the consulting companies are getting, you know, the big four, PricewaterhouseCoopers, KPMG, Deloitte, by managing Brexit for, or mismanaging it for the UK government. There's lots of outsourcing of all sorts of different services, from prisons to hospitals to also something as complicated as Brexit.
But do you agree that the motivation of people who seek to manage the state is maintenance in office? They have got to win the next election.
I think broadly that's true, of course, in the sense that there is an election every 4 or 5 years, depending which country we're looking at. But I think that would be unfair to argue that people enter the public service just to have a job and to have the job again and again. I think actually, at least in principle, the reason people do enter the public service, even though their salary might be much lower than, say, working at Goldman Sachs, is actually a sincere belief in the public service, in the civic sense. The problem is that if we actually don't have, you know, coming back to this issue of also capabilities, capacities, metrics, remits, and an open discussion within society, what is the state? What is it for? Then, you know, all sorts of negative things can happen, and you can have states, forget the bad states, the dictatorships and the sort of malignant, you know, explicitly malignant states, but you can have just a lot of uselessness, right? You can have states that do, for example, perhaps what the private sector should be doing, but is not doing properly, and just fill that gap, or do what they maybe should be doing, but in a very unambitious, bureaucratic, boring, inertial way. But there's nothing in the DNA of the state that should make it so, right? Coming back to that word you use, management, I mean, we should really be building the most creative bureaucracies. There's no reason the word bureaucratic should be a negative word, by the way. I use it all the time. I say, that's such a bureaucratic kind of Kafkian procedure, but there's no reason bureaucratic as an adjective should be negative. We can have really dynamic bureaucracies.
Have you spent time in the government?
I work with governments all the time, and I work inside their office. You mean as a civil servant? No. I mean,
not as a civil servant, but you've experienced governments.
Yes, yes. I've worked very patiently with many governments, actually setting up also some institutions. Recently in Scotland, we set up a public bank. But just coming back to your point, you know, the question is, what is the state actually doing? So if you know, in theory, let's just pretend we're in, you know, complete utopia. What you could have states doing today is saying, hey, we've agreed to 17 sustainable development goals globally, right? Most states have. We now need to rethink our tools, procurement policy, grants, loans, prize schemes, to really crowd in, you know, bottom-up experimentation across society through, you know, well-designed, creative public levers like procurement, which I think people often forget just how big it is in the public budget, to be as creative as possible to, again, tackle those goals and have, you know, kind of moonshots or missions within them. That's kind of what I've been doing recently with lots of states thinking about that. But that's not what we have.
The question I want to ask you is it possible that the 1% who own a great deal of money and who are unsure about what to do with it can be persuaded to do what the state does not do? At the moment, the use of that money is very inadequate and very often is to do with you know, self-promotion or mistaken views about what is the most important thing to do.
Do you mean in the private sector or in the public sector?
So the 1% who own half the wealth, or whatever it is. Well, you've had experience of both sectors. What's your opinion? I found that the 1% have so many bees in their bonnets that you can very rarely tell them that this is more important than building, you know, a new chemistry laboratory in some university.
Well, first of all, I'm not sure the first question is, why do the 1% have so much wealth? And part, you know, what I've written about is that by ignoring the role of other actors in the economy in creating wealth in the first place, including, but not only the public sector, we have ended up, for example, socializing risks in different sectors, including in digital sectors, in the health sector, increasingly in the energy sector. but then privatizing the rewards. So it's not just about factors like deregulation, you know, that many have written about. The narrative and the story we actually talk about in terms of where wealth comes from has been very siloed, very narrow, and that has been used partly, you know, I mean, that is part of the reason I think that the 1% have also managed to have so much wealth. If you look at, you know, in my book, The Entrepreneurial State, I looked at all the technology that makes our iPhone smart and not stupid. It was all state funded, you know, internet, GPS, Siri, touchscreen display, you know, every time your kids mess up your phone with their fingers, that technology was actually invented by the CIA. So the question is, just take Silicon Valley just for a minute. You know, the 1% are not just in Silicon Valley, but a lot of those companies are. One could argue not so much what should they be using their money for, you know, but where did that money actually come from? How could it be that companies whose wealth is very much a result of a social infrastructure and a social investment and very much a public investment have managed to capture so much of the rewards? And I do think that's the first question. The second question is, given what they have, what should they do with the money? Firstly, definitely reinvest. A lot of, you know, in the last 10 years, $4 trillion have been used by the Fortune 500 companies just to buy back their own shares to boost share prices, stock options, and executive pay. That's definitely not a good use of the money. But even the reinvestment, when it does happen, the question is, you know, who should decide how these massive profits are spent? And again, in sectors like, if we think of the COVID moment now, so the healthcare crisis, in sectors like big pharma, where something like 75% of the drugs that are out there trace their research back to public spend, you could actually have a bit more of a deal, a negotiation between the public and private on all sorts of issues, including directionality. You know, where are the big kind of areas that funding should be going to? For example, antibiotics and vaccines that are very much underfinanced. Who should decide that?
If we turn away from money to what you have said about values, which I found very interesting. You talk about subjectivity being introduced into this, and what you say is very valuable. And how can one develop this further? What is your idea about how this can be developed further?
Well, just, you know, so our listeners understand what I mean by subjectivity, because the word can mean all sorts of different things in different fields. Basically, what I argue is that the theory of value, how economists have actually thought about, you know, what is value, used to be in the times of Adam Smith, David Ricardo, and Karl Marx, tied to objective conditions of production. So, you know, this is why Adam Smith was so obsessed with the division of labor. He had this whole example of the pin factory in The Wealth of Nations, looking at how an increase in the division of labor would increase productivity, growth, and the wealth of nations. Karl Marx looked a lot at, you know, the relationship between capital and labor. So did David Ricardo. They were all very concerned with rent in terms of value extraction. Anyway, in neoclassical economics, the current type of economic theory that drives, you know, what's being taught all around the world, they transform this interest in the objective, not as a deterministic objective, but objective meaning literally who's doing what, you know, in society and who's earning what from that, to the subjective. So all the attention in modern economic theory is on individual choices. So consumers are maximizing their utility, another word for happiness per price. You know, firms are maximizing their profits. Workers, even workers, are assumed to be maximizing their preference for leisure versus work. So
might say that happiness is where economists have gone astray.
Yeah,
they have misunderstood happiness.
Exactly. But this focus on individuals' decisions is sort of a subjectification of value, because what ended up happening in economics is that this assumption that everyone's maximizing their own kind of individual decisions, and then we aggregate that up and we form these famous supply and demand curves, which form equilibrium prices. And what we have been doing recently, including how we calculate GDP, is we assume then that the price reveals value. So we've reversed the causation, whereas in Marx, Smith, and Ricardo, they had a theory of value that determined the theory of price. What we have today is a theory of price that determines what we value. And that confusion, messes up a lot of things.
When we have more time, because we can't, I would like to discuss with you further how one can develop this idea of subjectivity into what it is that individuals can profit from their work. And what I really wanted to talk to you about was how we could change work so that, because work is where we spend our time, and how most work is boring or damaging to the mind, or of no point. And this is the issue which I would like economics to think about.
Very good. Do you know that the first sentence in the Italian Constitution is Italy is a country founded on work? I love it.
Really?
Yeah, it's the first sentence. So you would think that if that's the first sentence, there'd be a huge debate constantly about work, its quality, as you say, the level of alienation that people might have in working conditions. But no, I think in most advanced societies, work is sort of something on the periphery in terms of what we talk about, but it's central. You're absolutely right. It's central to our
Then I would
core.
like with you, who's an open-minded economist, to see how one can reinvent each profession, each occupation, with the purpose of making it something which enhances the life of the individual, which makes them more intelligent, more sociable, more interested in other things.
Yeah.
Whereas at the moment it's just about earning money in order to have money in which to live in the spare time. So work is the basis of it all, and it is a disaster at the moment. And to answer the question we are being posed, I would say that we've got to reinvent work.
Yes. One thing I've been thinking about very recently on this theme is what is the modern day equivalent of the weekend? If you think about it, the weekend exists, as does the 8-hour workday, because those organizations defending workers, trade unions, fought for it. We all enjoy the weekend, but it was fought for. People died to get us the weekend. And I often wonder, what's the equivalent today of the weekend, right? Which modern day progressive trade unions would ideally be fighting for. So this would be a benefit that everyone, even those not in unions, maybe even not in, in work or in a traditional kind of work, benefit from.
Okay. Sometime can we discuss what economists will allow, what therefore the state will contribute to, because financing this reinvention of work is quite difficult. And that is why I was thinking that one ought to get 1% to do it rather than the state, which has got so many obligations and so many debts and so on.
But debt is a manufactured concept, right? I mean, at least in countries with sovereign currency, money's created all the time. When countries go to war, including the UK government, the US government, whether it's World War II or Afghanistan, Iraq, etc., you never hear governments say, "Oh, sorry, there's no money, we can't go." They create the money. So the real question is, what are the priorities we have today? So, for example, a green transition, it has to, of course, be financed by both public and private. But coming to your point about work, there would be all sorts of new jobs and skills required, and how to make sure that they are as purposeful or purposeful, and that we really together reimagine the kind of society we want to work in. I think we need new forum. We need things like citizen assemblies actually really talking about this. It shouldn't be handed down from above, whether it's from the so-called 1%, the state, or academics like you and I.
I mean, academics are free to both to think freely, but also, in my view, to remember what has happened in the past.
Yes.
And that is what modernity prevents. Modernity says what happened in the past should be forgotten. And we need to see all the mistakes our ancestors made and how we've got into this mess of people spending their lives looking at a computer.
Yeah. David Graeber, who unfortunately just passed away recently, an LSE historian. Yes, very sadly. Really? Just a couple of weeks ago, he wrote that wonderful book, Bullshit Jobs.
I might say. He's done it in much too limited a way. Yes,
Okay.
taken the whole possibilities of humanity into account.
Yes, well, exactly. And I think, I mean, I'm not as familiar with his work probably as you, and hopefully his students can in his memory also develop this work further with imagination, as you say. But the question is, who defines? Yeah, I mean, what kind of jobs we have also very much depend on what kind of society we're building. So I do think there's this question about what does a sustainable, inclusive economy steer towards, again, coming back to the SDGs, and what are all the different, work and skills that we require to really tackle these challenges head on. And I think many of those jobs haven't been invented yet.
Yeah, it depends on our imagination. Our imagination is developed by seeing, experimenting, discovering what has been tried in many different places over many different centuries, and enhancing our vision of what the future is about.
Yeah.
I give a lot of, I believe that one cannot have an idea of the future without having memories of the past, because it is from the past that we see what has gone wrong. Yeah. And when we have no memories, we have dementia.
Absolutely. I mean, unfortunately, within the economy, we keep making the same mistake over and over again. And we absolutely have a demented economy in that sense, crisis after crisis. But I think one danger in looking too much at the past is we have had a very narrow group of voices and experiences which have defined, what the problems are. I was speaking recently to Frances Morris, the head of the Tate Modern, and we might be working together on a concept of, or thinking about how do you measure the value that is created by a museum like the Tate Modern, which is a public museum, because the Treasury, of course, has to do its valuations in order to decide where to, put its money, how much to give all the different types of institutions, whether it's an art museum or, again, a health agency. And it's incredible how narrow we, again, value something like art. And, the role of the Tate has been very much to bring in new audiences, people who've never been to a museum, who are going for the first time, but also new artists to exhibit very different types of artists, for example, in the BAME community, which historically have not been exhibited for all the reasons we know with power of the incumbents. So I think looking at the past, but being willing to disrupt it with new voices and to be quite questioning about how we view, how we even understand our society. I think we require both.
Well, perhaps you can stimulate the Treasury to have different kinds of thoughts.
Yeah. Well, one thing that the Treasury needs to do is understand randomness more. I often say that getting to the moon and back again in one generation, which was the big feat of 50 years ago, a lot of the interesting things happen along the way. Not so much randomly, but by mistake, serendipity. The search for one thing led to the discovery of something else. The whole software industry emerged from trying to get to the moon. So how do you measure that? How do you actually evaluate what we call dynamic spillovers, kind of feedback effects, these loopy things, serendipitous things that happen along the way, which got us the software industry,
Well, because by looking at the past, you see that you do not discover things by searching for a particular thing. You find things on the way.
Exactly.
And, you end up, and when publishers say, please write a book on this, no, it's impossible to know what you're going to write in the book. You will find out when you finish it.
Exactly. That's the problem with the research grants. I don't know in your field, but in our field, we're constantly being asked to get these grants, which of course we do, but it's a very stupid question to ask an academic, tell us what your outputs will be. Well, there's no point in doing the research if I know the outputs, or what will be the deliverables? I don't know, we'll see. So of course we have to put something down, and we do, but along the way, all sorts of weird outputs occur.
Let this be your next ambition, to make all these grant people, which equate with the 1%, able to think about how new ideas are created.
Yeah, but we need to be careful. Don't let the 1% do the grants. I think that's a huge risk. The New York Times, by the way, has a great article on this, I think 5 years ago, It was called the privatization of science. Because we're cutting public budgets constantly for the wrong reasons, there's nothing, again, inevitable in having to worry about the debt and the deficit, then actually a massive gap has occurred, a hole has occurred within the funding, whether it's of the arts, the humanities, the sciences, which the private sector is filling. And that brings us back to the Middle Ages, the medieval times, exactly as you began your wonderful beginning when you said, back then we had the kings and the queens, funding science. Well, yes, and that was full of secrecy. It was full of random things. They had their pet projects. They wanted to be known, so they, funded things with no peer review. So what's good in the modern grant system is there's peer review. If that peer review, though, is too, again, narrow, of course, we need to fight against that. But you don't want just, the rich and famous funding, I don't know, garage fusion. I say that because my father has dedicated his entire life to nuclear fusion and, in big laboratories. And nowadays it's quite common to pretend you're going to do fusion in the garage. And that is getting huge amounts of money from the 1%. And you wonder where they're getting their knowledge from by funding these strange experiments.
The great problem with peer review is, of course, that if you have a new idea, everybody will, all the people in the established speciality will say this is rubbish.
That's the point about the disruption, absolutely. That's the tension. You want the peer review, so you want some sort of rigor, but you want it to be very open and permeable and allow some craziness.
When I was tutor admissions in Oxford, I would admit people who had no qualifications because I thought they were bright.
Huh.
And that was stopped by administrations and so on. But if you just judge people on their qualifications, that's not enough.
Yeah.
We're talking about the imagination. And the imagination is often wrong, often mad. And so one is looking for people who are willing to break away, because as we talk about the green world we're trying to create, I'm sure when we create it, we will still be quarreling. We'll still be doing stupid things exactly as before. It's got to be a different green world.
Yeah.
And who is preparing that?
Exactly. But also, again, who's defining it, right? So in the work we're doing with cities, coming back to this point of bringing as many different voices and, citizen groups, students, and again, trade unions and different voices to the table to even define what is a green city, what is a sustainable city, who's defining that?
No, you have to trust individuals to experiment. You give them small experiments. Only then do you see what 1 out of 100 will work, perhaps. You're willing to waste money.
But don't you think there's a risk that if we talk too much, coming back to what we were saying before, the individualization of the concept of value, that if we focus too much on, give power to the so-called individuals, then there's this over-reliance on some sort of bottom-up process. It doesn't have a direction, so it gets dispersed, and the parts don't sum up to anything interesting. So this constant tension between providing a direction, for example, around a green transition, and make sure that we're tilting the playing field in that direction, but also allowing as much experimentation and serendipity and crazy stuff to happen bottom up. It's that very difficult tension. You sometimes have societies that are too directed, or ones that end up, again, too bottom up.
Well, one of the things I did when I wrote my history of French passions, I went to the library and I read all the doctoral theses about the application of laws and regulations. And I discovered that they never achieve what they claim to achieve.
Interesting. Doesn't that depend on the form of law, on the degree to which it's allowed to be interpreted?
All kinds of laws. And nobody had actually looked at these theses, and they go back a long time, because the results of any state activity is seldom what the state intended.
Yeah.
They didn't intend to produce all this inequality.
That's true with Viagra, right? It wasn't meant to do what it's doing. It was meant to be for the heart, and then something else went up. That is true of most innovation. Most innovations that we have today are due to a problem that was set, which wasn't focused on what we end up with, including the internet, right? The internet was not focused on as the internet. The question was, we needed the satellites to communicate, and the internet then allowed that to happen. But the question is, what are the problems we're even asking ourselves today that need solutions? And if they're too narrow and boring, that's going to affect also the type of spillovers we get.
You're a very influential person, and one has to influence the influential people in order to produce exceptions to the rule.
How nice to see you, Laurie. Are you? Let's see if your volume is on.
I think I'm there.
Good. You are.
Hello.
You are. Awesome. Hi there. This is wonderful, isn't it? It goes in and out.
Yes. I just jumped in the middle of your last 2 minutes.
Okay.
So I heard something about from the bottom up. I heard something about greening, and I heard something. So which way would you like to go right now?
Anyway.
I think I just heard unintended consequences.
Well, we were talking about funding, that when you fund something, if the state funds something, how does it then evaluate whether that funding was successful? And I was talking that I've had nice conversations with Francis Morris, who you might know, the head of the Tate Modern, on this issue, how the Tate gets evaluated by the Treasury.
And what do they come up with? How do they evaluate
that we need a better valuation? So this notion of cost benefit analysis, net present value, and all these kind of static cost and benefit metrics don't capture, we were saying, all the kind of random stuff that happens along the way. So if a museum is really trying to redefine even what does art mean, who is an artist, with a much wider community than those who've been allowed to exhibit their art in the past, and also bring in new people to the museum who've never been to the museum, that's a very important, mission of a museum like the Tate. But if it gets evaluated just by ticket sales, for example, which of course will be much higher with blockbuster shows, the Picassos and the Matisse kind of exhibits, then that's difficult.
And
tell me about
what is this mandate for expanding the number of people who are artists? Is it, do you think it's a kind of a policy that people in museums decide to do? Or is it in response to things that are just happening?
I don't know. I mean, I don't work in the museum, but what was interesting to me was that she was saying, as I think other people that I've heard talk about, how the funding affects what they do. The big point is finance isn't neutral. So how money comes in, whether it's public money or private money, into a museum or any form of art, or the healthcare sector, how the money comes in, the structures of that funding, how it then gets evaluated, whether it was successful or failure, actually affects what happens on the ground. And unfortunately, there's not enough recognition of that. So you might have a sector that's emerging and they say, oh, we need more money, we need more finance, without paying attention to what is the form of that finance.
Yeah, I've watched the number of museum goers in New York, more or less become 10 times what they were when I first started going to museums. It's overwhelming. So I would imagine it's very hard to evaluate the effect of expanding your audience like that.
Yeah, but those are private museums, right? Don't they mainly charge very high?
Very high. Well, some of them have free moments, and but I think it's. I had to confront my own snobbery, I guess, when I had to fight suddenly, hundreds of people who were, getting selfies with works of art.
Oh yeah.
And I was, and now of course we're back to empty museums here in New York, and it's quite wonderful again in a snobbish sort of way, all the tourists have gone, and I imagine it's like that in many cities across the world. And you realize who lives here.
Yeah.
And the people who live here are really like oddballs, you know. And when the
Do you mean New Yorkers?
yeah, anyone who really decides to come to a place that's so kind of quirky, with such strange arrangements for living, is I think has to put up with a lot. And we're is it what's your feeling? Is it like that in other cities that have suddenly become local?
So I'm in London now, but I just had an incredible experience in Rome, which is where I'm from. I'm Italian, where I brought my daughters, and we were the only people in the Sistine Chapel. Imagine that in terms of tourists. But I think, I mean, it's interesting. Not every city that I've lived in has a real sense, for example, of public space and spaces where people actually meet or even have space to meet. So London has these wonderful, you know, public parks. Italy has wonderful public squares, but so many cities, I think, in the US kind of lack that, right? Everyone, I mean, New York obviously is different, San Francisco, Chicago, Boston, but many Americans, I grew up in New Jersey, live in places where you don't have those kind of, you know, places where you might randomly meet when you know, have, whether it's fewer tourists or just fewer cars going around. So I assume that experience of having fewer people in the streets, how it's been experienced and the kind of conversations it might have engendered on the street will have been different if we're talking about cities or places where everyone's in their car versus where they're walking, like New York City.
Yeah.
You feel that you've met new people?
Yeah, it's also, it does remind me of the 70s here, because it's darker, earlier, people are getting knocked on the head more often, a lot of muggings, and it's also a much friendlier place. I like it a lot. I haven't spent that much time in the city in the last few months that I've been outside of it, and so each time I come, I see another version of what's going on. We're trying to do a lot of events now, because artists and writers and musicians in this city have been very quiet in the last few months, and we're just realizing with our election coming up in a few weeks that it suddenly is really shocking how little people from the cultural world have said and contributed to the national arguments.
That's interesting, because
yeah,
I feel like that's true. I don't know about in New York, but in London, where I live, I've been asking a lot of my arts friends, but also architects and designers, why they're so silent always. I mean, even pre-COVID. So as an economist, we're always, you know, writing in The Guardian or whatever about our opinions, you know, whether it's about austerity or the lack of proper green investments, et cetera. And we have a debate. And I wonder sometimes, is it that the papers and the news media just aren't asking the artists what they think, or are they just kind of sitting back and not feeling the urge to have a more explicit debate? And I'm not talking about the kind of specialized, for example, journals or mediums within the arts world, but for the general public to know what you think. For example, in London, how the city itself has been changing architecturally. You never read the architects writing saying, oh, that was wrong because we should have done X, Y, and Z.
You don't read that.
You don't hear that. And when I asked them why, they said because they work on commission. So they don't want to make a fuss. Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah. I'm not sure I know the answer to why artists and writers are so quiet. I think perhaps because the speed of communication is so blindingly fast that as soon as you jump into that, it's gone on to another topic completely. So I think that's part of it, and and also there's so many things going on simultaneously here right now to fracture everybody's attention. It's sort of a catastrophe on many different levels. I get a lot of calls every day from my friends in California who can't breathe,
So
the fires are so.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So we're really being pulled in from one emergency to another. And we're just beginning to think how we can begin to shape some other kind of story, because the whole technique of how stories are being produced here is make them very fast, make them very frightening, and he said what, and really shocking to people. So I think it's partly that it's just one shock after another, I would say.
Interesting. But do you think that's changed over time? I mean, artists, whether you think of the Bauhaus movement or other periods where, there was actually a movement within the arts confronting a social, economic, political situation. Why don't we have kind of, or maybe we do, and I just don't know. I'm probably quite ignorant about what's happening in the arts world, but do you feel that this silentness that you're talking about and why that might be has changed over time? Because surely back in the Bauhaus years, there was also speed of the level that you were talking about before, but there was maybe more commitment or more collective action, like artists were talking to each other and working together, reacting to something, or no?
I think the romance of speed at that point attracted artists, and that it seemed futuristic. And now I think most of the people I know are not interested in trying to define some kind of future. They're just like, they've had it with 1 billion TED Talks that try to go, oh, the future is going to be X or Y, and realizing that we're in it right now, that this is it, and that minute by minute. And so I think people are burning out on these kinds of predictions, and also I think, but I really think speed has a lot to do with this somehow. I mean, I hadn't really thought about it until you were also just saying, the unintended consequences of the internet, which are fracturing, fracturing minds, and that I think your example of for example, the futurists, and how engaged were they? I'm not the person to comment on that. I'm not really sure how engaged they were. I think that I know that artists I know are kind of, I would say, burned out on speed. And
the storytelling. I mean, sorry, I'll let you finish. What were you saying?
No, I was just going to say, one of my meditation teachers came up with a really good formula, which I liked very much, which he said, if you think technology can solve your problems, you don't understand technology, and you don't understand your problems.
That's awesome. I'm going to write that down.
Because the speed, if you want it faster, go right ahead, knock yourself out. Find all those great solutions that'll have like this. So I think most of the people I know now have deeply appreciated the things becoming very slow, and genuinely don't want to go back on the merry-go-round of progress and progress and predictions also. That I would feel the same way. What about you? Did you enjoy the slowdown?
I did, in the sense I spent much more time with my 4 teenagers, which was a pleasure, and they seemed to even want to be with us. Or at least they pretended. We went every day for a walk. At least during the lockdown, there was 1 hour a day we were allowed out, and it was just such a nice thing to, be expecting to come. I don't know if you remember in the book, The Little Prince, when he was yelling at the fox. He said, "Don't just show up, tell me you're going to come so I can warm up my heart in expectation." And I felt like every day I was warming up my heart, knowing that at 6 o'clock we'd go walk in this wonderful park here in London called Hampstead Heath. So that was fantastic. But a lot of my work is with governments and, including, for example, the government of South Africa and the level of inequality that many, countries have, that creates a massive problem when you have something like a pandemic. That inequality just gets worse. And so, yes, I had more time with my kids, but I was reminded, and every Zoom call I was having with the different COVID task forces, just the misery and the tragedy that was happening on the ground. So there was always that weird kind of schizophrenic moment of, on the one hand, feeling very cozy with my family, but being, reminded of the very difficult social, economic, political situation outside, not as a philosophy, not as something abstract, but literally with the people I was speaking to.
So literally coming up with a strategy for the future for a situation like that. I mean, because you can see where it's going. It's like a Greek tragedy. You know where that's going.
Yeah.
And so to shape it somehow, how do you approach shaping something like that?
Well, the first thing, I mean, coming back to your point about speed, think of all the language we've been using around speed, the race for a vaccine, right? Quick, a vaccine. And then we don't govern that process properly, right? If the vaccine has to be universal and globally accessible, we're gonna have to govern, the patent system and all sorts of things in particular ways to make sure that it achieves what we're actually trying to achieve with it. And I think when you have so much speed, for example, with the recovery, we have to grow again, we need to get people, back to work. The problem is that how that recovery, literally the recovery package that a government might provide, for example, to business, if it's not structured properly, it's a massively missed opportunity. So, there's trillions being thrown into the system right now, just like after the financial crisis. But if those trillions aren't structured to actually build a better future, then we're just gonna, be putting money into the source of the next crisis. So on that, what I find refreshing always is the differences between experiences. So France, for example, and Denmark have put very strong conditionality around the bailouts. In Denmark, you cannot get a penny from the government if you're using tax havens. How smart is that? Or in France, there's conditionality with the car manufacturers and the airlines. They had to reduce their carbon emissions if they were going to get some of the recovery funds. Anyway, I'm very interested in those kind of details. How can we actually, in some ways, slowly think about this, even though we immediately, provide the help, but think it through so that we're actually structuring even the contracts between, say, the state and business in such a way that's towards a goal of having, say, a more inclusive, sustainable economy. And it's possible to do, but not if you just say, we need to bail out business.
I mean, what if the relationship between state and business is tilted in the way that the US is, for example, because our state is being dismantled. So
exactly.
How do you
and you don't have public health.
We don't have public transportation. The post office is being dismantled. Our structure is being dismantled. So when you talk about the balance, it's all market. Sure.
Yeah.
And,
but it's also like that in good times in the U.S. They often socialize the risks with public funding and then privatize the rewards. The whole Silicon Valley experiment, the fact that the public school system is so bad in that part of the world, and yet the wealth of those companies to a large extent came from public funds. That's crazy.
But if it doesn't make so much of a difference, then you just weather it.
No. I mean, I think we need to remember that the economy is an outcome of how we make decisions to govern state institutions, private sector institutions. So corporate governance is really important. Companies that are just driven by shareholder value, that's a problem, but also how these interrelationships occur. And all of that can be restructured. We can change corporate governance models to be more stakeholder driven. We can change how government works to actually have much more public purpose. We were talking before with Theodore about public value, and we can change the relationships to be more symbiotic and less parasitic. Literally at the contract level, we need lawyers to help us write better contracts.
Yeah, we do.
Said we need better lawyers
who understand those issues, I think, because here, I think we've almost given up because it's so overwhelming to try to move into government to change it. You know, it's
But do you
and
feel that government at the city level, because you've been talking about New York, at the city and state level, I feel there's more interesting things happening in the US than at the federal level. Would you agree that at the city government is?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've been active in my little town at the end of East Hampton. So, and we're trying to, we had a big campaign for somebody who's running against a very entrenched Republican. And she's a scientist and was kind of selling that as her main skill, that she could see where, particularly in ecology, because that part of Long Island is very much about erosion and the ocean, and so she's kind of an expert in that. But and we try to support that as much as possible. But the smear machine is really powerful there, and so every single point that was made about that was kind of dismantled through a huge and powerful campaign of ridicule. So it was it became very, very difficult to I don't think she's going to win. I shouldn't say that. She's going to win. You know, but with our greatest efforts of trying to point out that the actual situation as opposed to this kind of fictional idea of what is going on with let's just use ecology there, for example. It was so overwhelming for us because there was so much energy coming from the other side to kind of erase her message.
Wow. But you said before, you used the word story and storytelling. And do you feel that behind that kind of, you know, anger and propaganda in some ways that you know came her way, there's also that the stories have been captured, the ability to tell stories has been captured by particular interests, and that progressives aren't telling stories that are understandable enough, and maybe, you know, simplicity and simple don't have to be the same thing. You know, a simplistic story is not the same thing as a simple story. But if we don't know how to tell simple stories, like, you know, make America great again, which is a very simplistic, terrible story, but still, what are the big headline stories and messages that progressives in the US you think are, you know, like what's Biden's story that people could actually understand?
That is, of course, the point is these stories are very, very simplistic. And ever since Karl Rove decided, you know, it's going to be the people who tell the best stories who are going to win, the simplest one. And when he said, okay, because people in government never thought that a good story was important before he kind of went, we're going to control the narrative. And so we're going to give you a very, very simple story to understand. And gossip and anger and blaming are stories that have a lot of punch, you know. And so the Make America Great Again is, while it seems to have a positive narrative, it's very much about what people don't want, you know. So, and that's very appealing at the moment. Because people are very frightened that this is very out of control. Because really, I guess the dominant story, if I had to make it super simple, was that the world is getting hotter and smaller and more dangerous, and so what do we do about that? So when there's a simple solution, people take it, and other things about generosity get drowned in that. So we have a series of events called Ruckus, which we're organizing now for in collaboration with Get Out the Vote people, and it's a lot of artists and musicians and writers in New York doing a few days of events, not with here's the thing. Partisan is a very weird word here now, because after the last election, I thought, well, we just spent this whole time slinging stupid slogans around without ever talking about anything with any kind of depth. And so I, at the end of the election, I made a proposal to a bunch of libraries in the United States, mainly to the very big ones, because I thought, okay, what really connects us now? Not the internet any longer. It's just a bunch of sales tools and gossip and fury. But how could we connect the country? And I was like, libraries. Amazing. So we have a huge New York Public Library, huge one in LA. The major libraries are big, and then they branch out into all sorts of tiny ones, and every little tiny town has a library. So I thought, what if we had a year of national conversations that were one thing a month, and they would be ecology, there would be human rights, there would be women's rights, there would be mass incarceration. Anyway, so I got these, began to get a lot of energy into that project. And then I was informed by the library in New York that, of course, we could have these discussions, good idea, but they could not be partisan. I said, okay, let me just ask you a question. If the first one we'd like to do is freedom of speech, you wouldn't consider that partisan, would you? And they said, we would. So I said,
we can't talk about anything.
That's the end of this conversation. There's no way to have a dialogue that isn't a screaming argument with intelligent tech people on one side and other people kind of going, no, so it's I don't know what to do about this part. I don't know what to do about the screaming match in the sense that everybody feels that they're right and those other people are just uninformed.
Yeah. So, we had a similar idea here in Europe, but also specifically in the UK around both strengthening public libraries, but also connecting them more, exactly as you say. For example, the British Library is famous all over the world, but it's not really connected with all these small neighborhood libraries. So imagine, the British Libraries where Karl Marx wrote his, actually he wrote in the British Museum, which anyway, they're connected. So the problem is a lot of the funding that has actually gone to the public library system is precisely what's been cut in the last 10 years in the UK. So unfortunately, all the attention was just to save them, right? Which of course is very important. We need the public libraries, but the bigger ambition, if it actually existed, was also how do you bring to the public library, exactly as you're saying, the most, dynamic 21st century kind of debates and use them, not, this obsession with the internet as the vehicle through which you foster debate, but also connect them to other public institutions. Like in the UK, we have, Government Digital Services, which has set up this great government website. We have, again, the British Museum, the British Library, the Turing Institute, but they're not really connected. They don't work together to be kind of this disruptive, funky force that think about citizen debate. They're all siloed in their own little domains.
Yeah, shaping a community, so key. And I think that the fracturing of that is what we're seeing now, and the narrowing channels means that it's harder to. I remember when I was growing up, there were a lot of different beliefs in the little town in the Midwest, and some people were kind of Republicans and some were Democrats, and everyone really got along, even though there were quite radically different views of how to live in the world, how to be part of a community. But everyone was more generous, and people are less generous now. Do you feel that?
Yes, but also they're more siloed. I mean, I think there used to be my good friend Cornelia Parker, who's an artist. I don't know if you know her work. She's fantastic. In fact, I have one of her prints back there. Anyway, look her up. She's wonderful. She tells me that how artists were funded back then and the kinds of people that could even enter the arts. It was much easier for someone like her from working class background in the north of England to become an artist. Today, it's much harder, actually, at least in the UK. There's a very, in some ways, the class system. Well, I mean, I don't want to sound obsessed that all I can talk about is public funding, but the public funding of the arts has reduced. So again, what we opened up with in our conversation, just how permeable the arts are to different classes, to different backgrounds, has unfortunately, at least for the training, the ability for people to come in from very different backgrounds and be trained and be invested in, has been reduced when you have such a fall in the public funding, which is supposed to open up the opportunities in that kind of Amartya Sen kind of way, right? Opportunities and capabilities that create our ability to access the best.
Yeah. It is true that you have to appeal to a different group of people to get funding now. So, and you have to have different goals as an artist. Are we out of time yet? We are. Oh, that's goodbye. I have a lot to think about from talking with you. Thank you so much. It's so crazy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. How are you?
How are you? I'm okay.
Yeah. It's kind of a trick question now, no? How are you?
Yeah, it is. Definitely.
Yeah. Where are you today?
Kampala, Uganda. That's in Africa, Eastern Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe you're in America?
I'm in New York City. That's different.
City. Yeah.
We don't. That's very different.
Yeah.
And we were just talking about. Well, I floated into the conversation, I think, around the time when I just heard a little bit about greening and bottoms up and the internet and this and that. So I just tried to pop in, but I don't know if this has a long flow. Have you been listening in on the conversation so far?
No, I actually got in when it was basically getting done. You guys were talking about strengthening public libraries and
yes.
I don't know if you're talking about like creating awareness and education.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's definitely.
What are your thoughts on that?
Come again?
What are some of your thoughts on that?
I think it's something that we basically need at this moment, like more than ever, because when we talk about like these problems, let's just say climate change, and in most cases, like people don't know, actually they don't have like any clue about it, they are still ignorant about it. So basically when you are talking about addressing a problem, I think you need to first acknowledge the fact that the problem is there. And then you'll be able to tackle it. You will start asking yourself questions like, then, oh, okay, we have a problem. So how are we going to tackle it? What are we supposed to do? How is it supposed to be done? So I think creating awareness and strengthening the education system and informing people about what exactly is happening, what climate change is, how they can go about it. I think it's something that is very vital in these discussions and actually even in climate, in taking climate action at large. That's one of the, okay, like here in Africa, I won't just say Uganda only, I think I will just speak for Africa. The major problem that we have right now is ignorance about the climate crisis. Basically, the people who are supposed to be telling, portraying the climate crisis, the general public, are not doing so. They're informed about it. They have everything that maybe they could possibly know about the climate crisis right now, or the climate change, or any catastrophes that are being caused. But then they are not sharing this information with the general public, so the general public is ignorant about it. And if they can't know that there is a problem, then they can't solve it because they think there is nothing like a problem.
There's no problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
So creating awareness, educating people about, I think climate change would be a very vital and massive step towards mitigating and adapting to climate change.
I've noticed here that even if something catastrophic happens, for example, we have constant hurricanes now and constant fires. Even people who are in the middle of that say it's not due to climate change. So is it, what's the most physical and obvious change where you are that you could point to and say that's climate change there? That's what it's doing. Is there something very obvious something? Yeah,
definitely
and
there is something that is very obvious. When I was growing up, I'm not like that old. I'm just 23. But when I was a little kid, it was very hard to hear like floods and landslides hitting a place. It was something that was unusual. But in the past 2 years, actually this year only, in Uganda, we've had over 20 massive landslides and floods. I mean, something that would take like 40 years to have like that number. It has just happened in 1 year, and most probably it hasn't ended. We are just starting like the heavy rain season. So it's something that is shocking, and I think our political the leaders, the government leaders, politicians, I think it's something that they should put in caution and acknowledge that this is an emergency and we need to do something about it. I believe one of the ways that they will be able to tackle something like that is addressing it, portraying it accurately to the general public, because most people, I've done like a lot of awareness creation, but in every area that I go to, even the areas where they're mostly affected by these floods and landslides, they definitely don't know what's causing them. These are political leaders, the politicians, they just tell them, oh, that's another landslide and floods. I mean, a few people died, or we are going to shift you, people who don't have where to stay, put you somewhere, you'll be there for a while, and then after they will just drop you and you start suffering. So I think they need to create massive awareness, inform people what's climate change, what it is all about, and how they can go, the ways that they can mitigate it, maybe adopt it. Yeah, there is there are those actions, there are those catastrophes that are happening. They said that never used to happen, and you can just point at them and you're like, yeah, that's climate change.
Yeah,
it's not just floods, because the floods and landslides are happening like 3 parts of the country. That's eastern, western, and central. But then in northern, they're definitely being hit hard by droughts. I mean, those people are badly off. They don't have what to eat. They're basically creating like a man-made starvation. So I mean, there is no denial here that we haven't seen the impacts and effects of climate change.
What do you think might motivate people to tell that story? Because I think that it's a very difficult story to tell, because it's not good news, you know. And I think people are not sufficiently motivated to tell that story. In our country, we have a lot of information that's being, I think, willfully withheld. And the example is the COVID virus is largely spread through the air, and this information, this very simple piece of information, was suppressed at the beginning of the March, and an alternate explanation was given. So this is even beyond withholding information. It's changing the facts for political. We believe political ends. When do you think the lack of information in Uganda is willful, or do you think and controlled, or do you think that people could press for more information / action?
I think lack of information in Uganda is willful. It's withheld by the people who are supposed to be spreading the information. informing people about what's happening. Because right now we are in a campaign where there is a government organization that was formed, NEMA, to protect nature in the country, forests, lakes, rivers, everything that is connected to nature. And recently they sold a forest to a sugarcane company to plant sugarcane on it. So basically, I think there is a, I don't want to call it, I don't know whether I should call it corruption or these people are money motivated. Everywhere where there is money, they don't think twice about the consequences that are going to come out of those actions. So yeah, we are fighting because I mean, if the organization that is supposed to protect nature has let you down, so basically it goes to an individual responsibility. What can you do? I mean, as a person, can you impact a few people around you and maybe they can impact others and gather a community and society and maybe transform to fight for the saving the nature? So that's something that is being done. I believe that people that are supposed to be spreading the information to the general public and telling them what they're supposed to be doing to stop maybe these catastrophes and the catastrophes that are yet to come, much worse. So they withhold the information. I don't know the motive behind it. Maybe either money, because maybe they need a lot of money, or corruption that is happening. But I would definitely say these people are willingly holding information from the general public. And it's quite sad to hold information from the general public. And another thing that would maybe motivate people to get involved in the action taking, yeah, it would be like uplifting them from poverty. There is,
What?
Come again?
I didn't hear your last sentence.
Oh, I'm like the major thing that I would think of that would motivate people to be action motivated, like to take action, would be lifting people from poverty. Because I got communities where I'm going to either plant trees and talk to them about climate change. But when you reach in those communities, you do realize that it's not just talking to them about climate change. It's not just getting them involved in taking climate action, but these people are bad off. They need something more, because you're going to reach in an area where these people are literally cutting down trees to burn and get charcoal that they're going to sell and maybe get like some school fees for their children, some little funds to buy like basic needs. So someone is going to give you a compelling argument. I mean, do you want me to die because my kids don't have what to eat? I literally get school fees for them from this activity that I'm doing, however dangerous it is. But then they're telling you that that's where they're getting the funds.
Yes,
and
I agree.
yeah, you get to put yourself in their shoes and understand what they are going through. So I believe we need to come up with sustainable activities that, if you're telling someone that, you know what, don't cut down trees, but then we can do this. There is like clean energy, clean stove energy that you can use. Maybe that is not as dangerous as what you're doing, or that is environmental friendly. That would be great, because I mean, you can sell the charcoal that you've made from here, or the stoves that you've made, get the tuition for children, get money to sustain your basic needs. And even the youths, I believe that we also have oppressing cultures. We have youth where they don't even believe in themselves that they can say something or do something and does matter. So I believe that we have to change the taboos and the cultures, the oppressive cultures, where youths are motivated to be to build their self-esteem, to believe in themselves that maybe they can do something that does matter, something that can change the world. One of the complications that I found while I was traveling, engaging communities and taking climate action was I found that so many young people are not even interested about climate change or interested in taking climate action. And when I tried to find out why it was like that, they say the same thing that I've known since I was like a child. I mean, when you're in Uganda or in Africa and you're most probably, let's just say, below 27, you're not going to be heard. Your voice doesn't matter, and they feel like that they don't have anything much to offer, so they would rather maybe stay at home or not do anything about it. So that's why I had to come up with an initiative called Believe for empowering youths. When you lift these youths from the poverty they are in, and maybe motivate them and make them, of course, give them a voice, a platform where they can share their voice to, you become like a connection for them to their political leaders and government leaders, whether they're political leaders, government leaders, or local leaders, anyway, leaders. So you motivate them to, if you give them that self-esteem that their voice does matter, that their action do matter, I think they can also be part of that. They can be motivated to take climate action. But if we still have the oppressive, those oppressing cultures that we have, maybe a girl child is not supposed to be educated. When a girl child reaches 15 or 17, they have to be married off for bride price. Those oppressive cultures that demean society and put it down. So I believe that if we get rid of the oppressive cultures and the political leaders do their work, do what they are supposed to be doing, what they are sent to do, and inform the general public accurately about the climate crisis. I believe we, and of course, when you're motivating, when you're empowering youth, you have to give them jobs. Maybe you can give them projects which will earn them something that they will be good enough from this bad poverty they are in. And when there is a research that I read about that I think it was in the Science magazine, that when you lift people out of poverty, they tend to care about the environment more. So I believe that.
I think you made a good point that people don't care about things unless they have a real investment in being there, and that why would you care about something if that guy's going to just come and buy it and destroy it? So I was recently in New Zealand, and one of the things that I was so impressed by was the relationship to rivers. So that there was, I come from a country that loves lawyers, and we love courts, and we love adjudicating things. So, and we love lots of legal fights. So what happened was in New Zealand was a group of lawyers who were concerned about the environment decided that rivers were actually people, and their rights should be protected as if they were individuals, that they had the rights that natural resources have rights. So they decided to represent the river, its legal rights. And I thought, because it belongs to everyone and is being destroyed. So they decided to take it to the courts. And I liked that very much. I thought we have a lot of lawyers in the United States, and I think it would be great if they decided to represent the Rocky Mountains, the rights of the Rocky Mountains, represent the right of the Mississippi River not to be polluted, represent the right of the coastline where you are, represent the natural resources of the country, and to do that in a way that is very aggressive, because otherwise people will just come in and buy it and sell it and destroy it, and the people who live there, they're not going to get involved in that because they have no stake. It's not theirs. So they're going, yeah, the climate's being destroyed. It doesn't belong to me. What can I do? So of course they're going to be helpless. So I like this the approach of the Maori, and it is really actually quite effective to see nature that way, as something that we need to aggressively protect, not just sit around and wait for them to cut the top of the mountains off. This is the worst thing that's happening in the Appalachian Mountains here, is the mining, which here's these beautiful mountains, and they just cut them off and then strip them down. Should people be allowed to do that, you know, to things? So anyway, but I think motivating people, like you say, to get information and then to take action is a really difficult thing to do.
Yeah, it's something difficult to do. And I don't know, as we are trying our level best this to create awareness about climate change, and maybe do it like on an individual basis, that maybe you can impact a few people that are around you, they impact others, and before you know, communities are well informed and societies, and transform the world. I think even the Western countries, that's developed countries, yours inclusive, America, they need to take responsibility of their actions. Recently, I was reading, actually, I think I saw it in the news, the United States is going to be, it's going to be bringing the plastics and everything that is relating to Kenya. And then I was like, okay, so I mean, Africa is becoming a dumping site. So I think they should take action of they should take responsibility of their actions. And as much as we are talking about taking climate action, we have to acknowledge that it's a complex issue to tackle, because we have like most probably like 3 worlds in one, where we have like developed countries, and then we have developing countries and middle developed countries. So basically, all those developed countries have to take different actions. There are universal actions that we can take, all of us, but then there are those actions that have to be taken by developed countries, the middle class countries, and then developing countries also have their own actions that they can take. So basically, it's something that is complicated, but I believe if humanity was to sit down, if they are willing to do something, because I know if people are willing to do something, if they need to do something, or if they are willing to do something that is needed to be done, they can. I think it's just getting like changing the political inaction of every country, or all those categories of worlds that we have in one. If it's the developed countries, basically, I mean, they have to drastically reduce their burning of fossil fuels, because it's not necessary right now. They're already developed, and they can actually afford the other alternatives that are environmental friendly. Even in middle class countries, I think they can afford the other alternatives. Though it's very hard for developing countries, they don't even have the funds, the finances to do, like, let's just say, wind energy or solar energy on a large scale. So basically, they will have to rely on natural climate solutions only, like planting trees, maybe stop polluting stop polluting like the oceans and rivers, and those climate natural solutions are the only ones that most probably developing countries are supposed to be relying on, like my country. So I believe all we need to do is to tackle this issue with tackle it critically with a lot of attention that it requires, because if it's given attention, I mean, we can do this. We've seen it. The world is managing tackling coronavirus. I wouldn't say very well, but well. I mean, good. We are so far so good. I mean, they have joined the forces. They can do everything. They feel like, okay, it's like we are in the one world right now. We are tackling something that is affecting the whole world. And when it gets climate change, just because some people haven't been affected right now. They think it's something that is very far away from me. I mean, let's just say I'm 60 years old. I mean, it's something that is very far away from me. But I mean, when you look at it from this perspective of like, where am I leaving my children? Where am I leaving my grandchildren? Then, I mean, if you love your family and you're in a better conscious mood, I mean, you would love to take action, but I don't know why. I don't know why they.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the question of garbage, because this is a huge thing that we don't have any good solutions for now at all, and should be, of course, a global discussion. The farthest we got here was the latest idea was take all the garbage and put it on the moon. That was one of NASA's initiatives, and they also there was another one that was had to do with manufacturing, which is of course another way that the U.S. pollutes many of not only our own continent but other continents as well, as pollution of industrial pollution. And so that initiative was just move all of that industry, the stuff that really spews all of the junk, to the moon, and then put all the factories there, and then they make everything there, and then they ship it back down to the earth so we can repair ourselves. It's a completely unrealistic, let's say, proposal, but at least I think it begins to address such a huge issue of garbage and nature. So, and I do think there's do you have any hope for this being a global discussion?
I don't really think that there is hope that it's going to become a global discussion very soon, because maybe in human nature, if something is not attacking them, like they are not seeing like, let's just say physical impacts at that moment, they tend not to mind about it. It's something that basically the people think garbage, most probably it's affecting aquatic animals, and let's just say a few people, the communities that have to deal with it, like maybe they have to grow their crops, but then the areas are filled with garbage and they can't have like a successful harvest or a good harvest. So basically, when the world is not seeing like a great impact, let's just maybe let's say like the fires in California. If the world is not scared that, oh, this is so huge, this is something that we need to, they don't usually tend to take care of it. So basically, I think the garbage issue is something that is being left out, yet it needs to be addressed. And it's a topic that the world should address, but then something that I don't see them addressing in the near future, which is so sad.
Yeah.
Hello?
I'm not sure that I do either, but it's very hard to get people
Hello?
to think outside of their
Can you hear me?
Yes. Did we lose you? I think we might have lost Moses. Temporarily only, I'm sure, but we'll see if he comes back. I think we were trying to find out a garbage solution for the planet, and I don't think we got too far. But I would be very curious about his other concerns. Anyway, I see another person coming in here. I think we might have lost Moses, so maybe we're going to move. Let's see. Okay. I know a few jokes that I could tell, but I'm going to just hold off on those while we're waiting for maybe some cameras to come back, or maybe some satellites to readjust. I think what Moses was talking about too, in terms of ownership, has always impressed me. I just remember, recently there was a suit in the international courts that China decided to sue to say that they owned the moon. It went around the courts for a while, a few years ago. It outraged Americans who said, "What do you mean you own the moon? We were there first." And then it became a kind of argument about who saw the moon first, so who owns it. I think it was won by Italy, who saw it first. I think I'm going to go now because, oh, wait a second, I have a question. I see someone here called Sukhdev. I don't hear him though.
Hi.
Ah, there you are. Hello.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to see you or to talk to you, but it's a pleasure. And as usual, the seamlessness of technology is shown to be rather a joke. But you did almost promise a few jokes. And I only know two. Yeah, I was listening to your great conversation with Moses, and I was thinking about all the challenges that cognitively, conceptually are faced with grappling with the idea of the future. I'm myself, I'm not future inclined at all. I'm a great moribundist. I'm happier marinating myself in the sort of dirty past. But I was thinking, and it was chastening to hear Moses talk about that maybe there isn't a generational uprising in Uganda, that there isn't necessarily a cadre of 20-somethings or teenagers who can supplant the old order and get rid of the geriatric old ways. That was disappointing to hear if that's the case. But it also reminded me of what are the tactics, what are the strategies by which we can get people wherever in the world to kind of engage with a future that looks often so darkened and so perilous. And the question I would have asked him, but I think you would speak to it possibly just as well, is what is the role of humor in thinking about the future? Is that a kind of abdication of kind of brute realities? Is that a kind of flippant irrelevancy? Or what work can humor do?
I think it can help you survive. I'm not sure it can come up with some tactics for that, but at least it can give you a moment of relief, which from it's very heavy to be here now. It's a very, very heavy time to be alive, and it's. So I think anything that can lighten that, even just for a moment, is so appreciated. I'm just seeing if we have Moses back. We have, let's see. I see some pictures going on.
Yeah, there's a very dashing picture of him.
It's really, really fantastic. Like, I like purple pants a lot. They're really cool. Anyway, I'll tell you one of my two jokes. He's back. Okay. Yeah, what I'm going to do is hand the baton away, and thank you, Moses, so much. I'm so glad to see you again. And
thank you. I think it was poor network side, so I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
Hi, Moses. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Great to see you. My name's Sukhdev. I'm a teacher and a writer. And where I am right now, if I just look out the window, I'm in front of a funeral home. So I've got morbid thoughts, dark thoughts in my head. But the question that I was really keen to ask you, and I was discussing this with Laurie, is I was really struck by your discussion with Laurie, and you're talking about how younger people in Uganda today sometimes turn their heads away from questions of climate justice, social reform, that they're not necessarily this young vanguard of people ready to change Uganda or change the world. And that was troubling in many ways. What are some of the things that are needed? How can you get people to change? We were about to discuss the role of humor, even though climate change and climate activism is usually seen as very serious. Sometimes we need humor. Laurie was saying as a survival mechanism. Maybe we just breathe differently when we laugh. Maybe we feel more bodily enabled. But is comedy part of your political life?
I think it's something that is very complicated to do in African countries. Most of them do claim that they are democratic, that they have democracy and all those things that they talk about as democracy. But I think it's something very weird because recently in our country, the Ugandan Communication UCC, I think it's Ugandan Communication Center, where the organization that allows people to be on social media, do whatever they do, TV and everything, see whatever they say, put a restriction on how whatever you're supposed to say, record a video, you have to take it to them. They censor it and then they let it be on the internet, which is very complicated because it not only restricts people from expressing their freedom of speech, but it infringes their human rights. So that has limited people from using humor because, sometimes humor is either directed to politics, and sometimes they do, I don't want to call it attack, political leaders who are being inactive, but they tend to properly address these people that are being inactive in the various disciplinaries they are supposed to be performing. Let's talk about the government leaders. So when you mention something about them, you're either arrested or you're shut down completely. It's something that is putting putting the youths down, and even those people that not even youths, but people are trying to build a society where they see like everyone can be heard, everyone can say something, and their voice can be heard, their impact can be felt. They are put down. So basically, I think in my country, that's humor is something that is seen right now to be evil. If in most cases that you're addressing something that is political, something that has something that is socially impactful, they tend to demonize it, and they're like, no, that's something that is not supposed to be done. If you're addressing something like, let's just say you're talking about sectarianism or tribalism, they tend to be like, no, that's something that is very bad. But then these problems need to be addressed. To be tackled, they have to be addressed. We are blessed with diverse cultures, 68 tribes. So if we don't address the problem of tribalism, sectarianism, I mean, it's like we are not reaching the end of the tunnel. We are going to stay in the dark, and we need to see that light anytime soon. So in any way that we can have the hopes of seeing that light is by addressing the problems, and we can't address the problems if we don't know the problems. I mean, you have to first tell people that this is a problem here. look, I mean, this is a problem, we have to do this, and then you can move on to get to see the light. You can move from the darkness to the light in the tunnel. So it's something, humor would be a very great thing to, actually, it's very impactful. I've seen it in the United States. One of my favorite shows that I usually watch in the United States is, I'm sorry, I don't know whether I'm supposed to say it here, but Patriot Act. I don't know if you know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Patriot Act by Hassan Minhaj.
Yeah.
It's a very, it's a very, should I say, like a very good show. Like it's filled with humor, but it also puts across, it addresses problems that are being faced by day-to-day people, communities, and maybe the problems that the government and political leaders are supposed to be addressing. So I believe that humor is something very good, that it's a very impactful tool that we can use in transforming our worlds.
Yeah, you mentioned the challenges of working in a country with lots of sometimes competing tribes. In a number of Western countries in the last, I don't know, maybe sort of 5 or 10 years, there's been an increasing interest in tribal knowledges, in indigenous knowledges, forms of resources, intellectual, spiritual resources that maybe got brushed away, sometimes violently, in the pursuit of some notion of progress and kind of futurity. And so people are now going back to things that they might have been embarrassed about in the past or regarded as old-fashioned and folk-like. What are, in your work and those of your friends and your colleagues, what in a way are the indigenous resources or maybe even indigenous tactics that you can draw upon for your struggles?
So yeah, I'm going to talk about myself right now. While I was going to these communities, trying to talk to them, creating awareness as much as I can, getting them involved in the climate action, and actually even other activities like creating gender awareness among people, because I mean, one of the problems and the challenges that we have in my country is that the girl child is still left out from education. And it's something that is outrageous and very bad. But reaching out to these communities, they're like, okay, I mean, the young people actually, they're the ones that are asking me. They're like, okay, you tell us that our voices, we're supposed to take action, we're supposed to stand up right now for what is right, our rights and everything. But you're literally still kind of like us. I don't know if they'll bring it in this context and like, okay, how about you? Why can't you run for maybe member of parliament? Yeah, something like that. So I decided to run in 2021 to be an example to them that it's not all about age or maybe money or something like that. It's something that if you want to transform the world, I mean, you can do it at whatever age. It doesn't matter. The age doesn't matter. If it's something wrong, stand against it. If it's something good, push it to the greater good, push it for the greater good. Make sure everything goes, okay, transform the world the way how fit you can do it, the best way you can. So to give them the motivation, the morale that you can do anything at any age, I decided to stand for member of parliament. That's in 2021. I'll be standing in my home district. So that's one way I've come up to motivate these people. But then other young people that I'm with, the team that believe, and every person that we meet, when we leave, they have started their own jobs, their own businesses, and they're doing well. Their lives are transformed. So basically, it's something that these young people are looking up to. They're like, okay, this person is 21, this person is 22, this person is 20. And most probably they so far have a business that is a little bit flourishing. And I can pick a leaf from that. At least I can start something of mine. Maybe this person is a friend, someone that is standing against female genital mutilation. It's also a big problem this side. Yeah. So I mean, I have this team that has already believed in itself. that young people can do something and transform the world. So by them living as an example, doing all the things that they are doing, they have started motivating and inspiring other young people to take action, stand against what's wrong in every criteria.
Was it difficult for you to go down that road of thinking of yourself in parliamentary terms? Because there's sometimes a lot of righteous skepticism about what you can achieve by conventional political means. Sometimes it doesn't seem especially cool. Sometimes you can do a lot when you're doing things in a more guerrilla or do-it-yourself fashion. So what did you have to juggle those questions for yourself?
I didn't have to, but then the environment that we are living in this side needs you to somehow get somewhere and then be able to influence maybe policymakers, policies, and be able to pull the crowd that is behind you, to put it where, because this side in Uganda, it's very hard for you to be there and you're like, maybe have a petition that I'm taking to the parliament. It's very hard to go there. If you want to go to meet like maybe the director of Ministry of Gender or anyone in the ministry, it's very hard if you're just a normal person to meet them. However much, even if they know that you're an activist or anything, they will tell you to keep coming, come next week, come the other month, come after 4 days, and you never have an impact. Like you can't be part of the policy making, you can be a decision maker. You'll be having so much that these people are hoping from you. They know that maybe they have given you their problems, you're going to address them, but then you as a person, you are, I don't want to say useless, but you're hopeless. And it's something that is very hard. So I thought about it, just like you said, I mean, I shouldn't have seen it from that angle, but I saw it like if you have to, of course, if something has failed from outside, doing it from outside, because we are doing all the sorts of striking and everything, maybe take it inside, see what's going to happen. Talk about this thing every day. I mean, maybe you get other members of parliament, other leaders to join you. If they don't, maybe you can pull the crowd that is behind you and let it go through and find you in the parliament. So, or anywhere that you're going to strike. So it's something that I saw an advantage compared to what you're saying. Yeah, I acknowledge your point and I definitely get it. I think I would have done a lot of great job.
You seem to have disappeared and you're frozen on my screen. And I don't know if we're going to get you back. I'm sure there is lots of work being done behind the scenes to kind of rescue from frozen pixelation, to liberate you into digital life streams. I'm not as good at all as Laurie Anderson in improvising. I was thinking of maybe reading extracts from Jordi Punto's fantastic book about Lionel Messi, which I just got in a post this morning. Just exquisite epigrams, tiny fragments, attempts to kind of create a biography of this genius and now semi-tragic football player who's a prisoner of his own contract, a prisoner at Barcelona, trying to get out, forced to play with the teammates that he loved and mostly adored for so many years, but that now he wants to be away from. Feels like a bad marriage. Will he be able to get away over the next season? Will he be able to give his all to a cause, a team, a unit that he no longer believes in? I'm not sure. So I could get that. And
oh, I'm live. Sukhdev.
Hello.
Hi, I'm your unknown participant.
Hi.
I'm so sorry, you've had so many different people. hopefully Mulindwa will come back at some point. Sukhdev, I've loved.
No, it's hard to it's hard to get people together for anything, for a political rally, for a party. Obviously, how many people have you got today? 20, 24?
24. But I was really looking forward to this conversation in particular between you and Mulindwa, because I was thinking about your work, and maybe you could speak to it. So I should say my name's Ella Finer, and I'm Jem Finer's daughter, who composed Longplayer, and also a trustee, and so also kind of head sub,
super sub,
super sub, and your work about writing cities and who gets to tell the stories of cities or narrate cities being made through writing really made me think of Mulindwa's work, standing at the roadside, solo protest, climate change protester, and thinking of other ways of writing a city through embodying that protest.
No, it's heroic. I mean, in a way, it's one of the most sort of elemental choices that one can make. Just to stop in your own tiny way, arrest the flow of noise, of images, of other kinds of circulation. And maybe nobody will notice. Maybe you'll get pushed or beaten up. But those tiny gestures, I do believe in. So in vibrations, I do believe in kind of sort of invisible molecules of social change, and it's slightly depressing. And I'm sure you found this as well, in which the imaginative and kind of creative thinking that goes into his work and those of his colleagues is still relatively inaccessible in the West. At best, it's registered as, famously in a kind of sort of Ugandan context, it's, a person, an actor, a very important activist, Vanessa Nakato, is excised from a photograph at Davos of sort of young women activists. So there's a flurry of articles about that issue, the missing representation. Rightly so, but to be actual substantive questions of what she does and how she does it, and maybe the way she's does it, that could inspire us, or that we could learn from, so that it's not just us, as it were, dispersing ecological wisdoms or sort of tactical advice to other countries. It's almost none of that, and our opportunities to engage with other people often don't seem sort of significantly bigger than a pre-digital era. Then again, what you're doing, quadrupling, I think, the number of people allowed in social gathering, more than in real life, and getting us to open up our living rooms or whatever squalid hovels that we live in, and sort of talk to people that we wouldn't automatically, and creating this kind of temporary 12-hour unstable coalition, almost a kind of intellectual tent community of sort of voices, younger, older, in the international. Hopefully something comes out of that, and certainly I know lots of people who are listening, and it would be sort of great. I don't know if they are able to sort of contribute to the conversation, or if they're mostly listeners.
Well, there is a chat that is alongside the YouTube, the live YouTube feed, but also this thing you say about an unstable coalition of people together, and this coming together and falling apart. It does kind of strangely echo this time in which we're only allowed to meet with certain restraints, with certain rules, and what you're saying about believing in vibrations, or believing in the kind of potential of vibrations to reach us from other places, even a lone body, a resistant lone body on a roadside in Uganda, is, I think, really speaks to this. We're meeting as kind of, well, I am now by default with my collapsing bookshelf. We're meeting in this way, which is a kind of a body to body, and
it's resonant also with with some of the ideas inherent in the Longplayer project, which is thinking about duration, things just taking the time sometimes that they need to get to the listener or to transmit. I mean, one of the metaphors I always which is always very dear to me, is why make art? Why write anything? Why make a piece of music? There's not necessarily any audience out there or reason, any sort of love, no money, but it's messages in bottles. It's just going to the shore and putting it out there and sort of dreaming of sometime in the future. And also, I've been reading all those alarmist articles about glaciers melting and about gases being released or mammoths possibly being reanimated, but also viruses. All viruses being sort of re-triggered, which understandably is a hideous thought. But I try to sort of sometimes think about it optimistically. Maybe there are sort of, again, unknown forces, jolly viruses that could positively contaminate a future that thought it had kind of casketed itself off from a past. So the future, in a way, is about the re-emergence of things that we just boxed off. And this will be terrifying, maybe exciting.
This duration of transmission you're talking about, I think, is really key as well to what other people have been speaking about, and this idea that even used to talk about viruses in the ice. Someone who actually wrote for the Longplayer letters, Helen Goldman, was talking to me about, or talking in the letter, I edited it, it felt like she was talking to me, about ice, ancient air trapped in ice, and this kind of archaeology of this air to go back in time through thousands and thousands of years to access this air and what's in it. And so now to think of this virus as airborne, or to think, and especially we're living in this time of now the experiments happening to see how long it stays in the air. I just read that yesterday, and thinking
maybe it's a bit like thinking about ghosts. Obviously sort of ghosts are very fashionable these days, but as a way of thinking about hospitality and what are our obligations to things, forces, people that we thought were dead, and things that refuse to be dead, but they are there, sort of hovering around us. If we could only but hear, if we could only but sort of talk to them or be talked to by them. I spend a lot of time, usually fruitlessly, trying to think positively about the virus and think about the virus as being within the orbit of thinking about diversity. And obviously there's quite a lot of interest into different forms of animism these days, and maybe moving beyond even kind of animalism. And if we sort of think of the virus in its own vulgar, clunky, boisterous, teenagery kind of way, as sort of somebody that we have to admire, respect, listen to, that we have a complex relationship to, that we shouldn't just think of it as something destructive that we have to extirpate, that actually the virus is a message in itself and a message giver. And we absolutely have to, in a way, maybe it's like colonialism or post-colonialism. We have to think. We could think about it as blowback. We could think of it as just as people like me will often used to say, we're here in this country because you were over there in our countries with the virus. It seems, in part, if not necessarily this one, but the virus is here because we are there.
We're thinking about interconnectedness all the time, this global interconnectedness that actually quite a few of the speakers have spoken about, like the kind of, who was it? I think it was Amia who was talking about that moment of transition, transmission. So this speaks to what you're talking about durations of transmission, that moment when the virus jumped from the pangolin to the bat to the human. And actually, something else, like Silvia Federici talks about the blindness to the blood, like we're blind to this blood that's being spilt thousands of miles away that then has an effect on us, or what we're doing has an effect there. And actually thinking of us and them and here and there is actually something much kind of more intricately and critically together, I guess.
Yeah, the very table on which I'm banging my elbows right now. I don't know what even wood it is. I don't know where it came from. They absolutely have come from some part of Indonesia, which has been sort of hacked away at sort of viciously in the name of, you know, domestic comforts for idiots like me. And, you know, it's hard to constantly be thinking relationally and constantly to be sort of thinking kind of expansively. It doesn't seem always that healthy, but we can't not do it.
No, exactly. And I now know that my time, my special 15 minutes of fame with you is up, and it's been a great pleasure, a shock for you as well. And thank you so much. I'm in great awe of you and Mulindwa, who is absolutely brilliant to speak to.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. And I can see Saskia looks like she's in a forest, a wood.
Wow.
A swing, on a swing.
Oh.
I can't tell.
Oh, he can't hear me. Now you can. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello, Saskia.
Hi, how are you? It's been a long time, hasn't it?
Yes. I want to, sorry, I'm Sukhdev Sandhu, and I teach and write. And I thought I'd start because I've been thinking about you a lot in the last few months as somebody who thinks and has written incredibly, and sometimes extrapolating and sort of prophesizing how things sort of turn out for cities in the West, and not just in the West. And many, so I guess my first question is, what's positive about the last 6 months for you? What have you encountered that, rather than the kind of the litany of righteous doom that we could all enumerate,
right.
Are there positives that we can draw from this?
Yes, I think, and the positives partly have arisen out of a spirit of contesting some of the horrors that are also sort of appearing. And I'm not just thinking of the virus, I'm thinking of a whole variety of issues. So it's quite notable to see how the outside world is engaging us in many ways, in ways that, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago, you and I were both already on this planet then, it maybe engaged us less. You know, we were more preoccupied with our own experiences, our own thinking. And now we are really engaged by this larger planet. and I see that in my students as well. I find that sort of interesting and worth noting. You know, I don't know where it goes, frankly, but that is sort of a first element. Should I just keep on talking? Yeah. Well, and then the second element that to me is become very important, it wasn't always really, but it's this notion of the capabilities that cities have, the capabilities to keep a certain type of peace, a very special kind of peace, in a setting of such major inequalities, of such major injustices, of the rich, the very rich, and the very poor. And what is it about urban space, or a city really, that makes that possible? You know, we should really learn to respect that possibility, because it tells us something about us people. It's not just about the buildings and the cities, you know, it really has to do with how we connect with each other, etc. We may be a bit rude at times, but it's not war. Even if you just threw me on the floor by accident in a mad rush to catch a train or whatever, it's still, if it happens in a city, it's different than if it happens on a highway, right? And so there is I sort of am thinking about the capabilities that the urban condition has produced. At the same time, one then also has to say, well, a city, if a city doesn't have that, it becomes a war zone, right? It is a very dramatic either or, one could say. You have to more or less get it all together, or you have a kind of a war zone where people would just hate each other. And of course, we have some cities where this is beginning to happen, in very partial ways, but quand même, it's not always peace. We are very lucky, I think, those of us who have, which is the majority of cities, who live in cities that are more or less reasonable, no matter the extraordinary inequalities in each of our cities. Are you going to be asking me some more questions, or?
Yeah, well, we could just kind of riff off each other.
Okay.
I guess. I guess I've sort of spent most of the last 6 months sort of caught up in New York, both thrilled by certain energies being released, maybe sort of a kind of perfect storm in a way of political violence and sort of police brutalities and people being muzzled effectively or self-muzzling, and they're coming together because it's the only thing you could do for most of the summer. There's nowhere to go to. There's no third space. There's no indoor space. You're home, and then an outdoor that you're discouraged from going out to. But you break through that sort of self-censored bodily censorship in order to scream out, to shout out en masse in a way that I had never seen in the 20 years or so that I lived in New York. And to your point also about the excitement in the mornings of going in the street and seeing banks broken, bank windows broken, police cars burnt down, and the good burgers of the West Village, who normally are quite censorious,
yes,
sort of being almost understanding this time that something has changed, something needed to be changed. Normally, the next morning litany after a riot is, who are these people? Where do they come from? Yeah. This is not good politics. There was an understanding this time.
Yeah, absolutely, it's very true. Yeah. But it's also partly because the conditions have become much harsher. The illusions or the expectations that in a near future, everything will be better for me and my family or for my children, etc. It's gone. We know now too much. Under those conditions, I think, once you drop the illusions, I mean, some of us, of course, have very good lives, etc., etc. We love the city. But let's remember that probably over half of the residents of a city have a hard time, long trips, arrive tired at the workplace, etc. And so in that sense, how is it possible that such a mix of people where we sort of hit each other accidentally or not so accidentally, and that there is peace, not war? That, I think, is an achievement. And I think across the centuries, the city has had that capacity to somehow, that doesn't mean that it's always beautiful, that doesn't mean that it's always peaceful, that doesn't mean that it's always nice, not at all. It can be harsh. But it's a harshness that we humans, in a way, can sort of accept. The other issue that I'm sort of really interested in is the capacity of a city, a working city. It doesn't have to be a fancy city, but it's a working city, is to render conflict into the civic. That the civic doesn't just fall ready-made from the skies. The civic emerges often, I think, from situations where it's necessary to live with each other, to work with each other, and so it forces us, in a way, to be a bit, how would you say, sabio? I'm thinking in Spanish. Now, how's your Spanish? Not so good?
Terrible.
Sort of a kind of wisdom. It's a very partial little type of wisdom. But when we are in a crowded city, but a working city, it's quite interesting to see how we sort of acquire a bit of a tolerance that we wouldn't have in some other places. That is sort of one of the issues for me.
How can that sustain? I mean, one of the things just experientially a number of people talked about is it feels like living amongst highwaymen these days, friend or foe. You can't see people sometimes or experience them with a mask. And we are encouraged to be suspicious of other people. In some work situations, we are encouraged to report people for not obeying certain sort of codes these days. And do the values and the values of tolerance and entanglement and a kind of battered sharedness that seem to come to the fore in cities historically, do you think that they will fundamentally continue to sustain, or do you think there's going to be significant kind of changes?
Well, I think, look, in the case, when I think of the cities where I have lived, right, let's just say New York City to keep it simple. I've also lived in Chicago, etc. It seems to me that there was a time in the 1970s when cities were mostly bankrupt because the city was not the main space for operations, for engagements. The city was sort of a decaying condition. Certainly it was the case in Manhattan. And I know in several other cities, I don't know what country you are in, but there was a time when the cities were falling a bit apart. There was not money, they were poor. Then comes a new epoch. And it has to do, ironically, with globalism. And at that point, all kinds of actors began to see the need to exist in a city, to operate in a city, to have access to the variety of advantages that a city offers, to do their global trading, their global, whatever, financial operations. So what has happened now when we see so many businesses in the city, it didn't just fall from the sky. I think that it was a transformation also of the kind of economy that inhabited a major city like New York, like Paris, And you see in all of these cities, a certain type of modality, which is also one that connects to the outside world, that connects with other countries. So I think that internationalism, to put it in this, the more commercial version of internationalism, I'm talking about, not that other good internationalism, but given the commercial version of internationalism, cities were significant spaces, became significant spaces in a way that they had really lost that role. Remember, I like to mention that how many cities were broke in the 1970s. I don't know where you live, but cities were really stressed out, so to say. And then comes this new epoch, which is an internationalism, where cities suddenly become these hotspots from where all kinds of things can emerge. That didn't mean that everybody was nice there. Now, one of the issues, of course, for me is this whole question of high finance. I do a lot of work on that. In high finance, brilliant people, extraordinary concentrations of wealth, that they don't really, they don't exhibit that. They sort of keep it rather quiet, and they're not exhibitionists about the amounts of wealth that they have. And that, to me, it has, of course, been a bit of this is the angle which I criticize, that the city becomes a space that is more and more expensive, that still needs food, etc., but that those sectors did not get better conditions, better economic conditions. They were stuck with very sort of the modest working classes. They were stuck, and they are still stuck, with very expensive prices that they didn't invent, and they are neglected. We are really neglecting. I would say that the last 20 years have been pretty brutal as the cities become richer and richer, more and more significant, partly because of globalization. And then you have this misery of people who have to work very hard, to have extraordinarily long trips and all of that. What do you think about all of this? I'm just chatting away here with you.
Well, one of the sounds of the summer, I think, for people in many cities all around the world has been usually around 7 p.m. or so, where people go into their kitchen cabinets, get some saucepans, and kind of bang away cacophonously to notionally sort of celebrate both the real and almost the symbol of the frontline worker.
Exactly.
The frontline worker who often lives maybe 2 hours away from the center of the city, the frontline worker who has to go to use public transport with all its perceptions of danger and contamination. And to the extent that, wartime situations or dark situations are an opportunity to create new myths of togetherness, new symbols that will sustain us going forward. I guess I'm curious about if there is some kind of symbolic realignment going forward about forget the CEOs, or maybe diminish them a little bit, put them in their place, and think about the people in the hospitals, the cleaners, the janitors, the person who works in Gristides in the checkout desk.
No, absolutely. No, I think that is this is one of the really strong negatives in our major cities. And that is that it's not just the 1%, the famous 1%. They have long existed. They're not going to go away either. But it's another 20 or 30% of very high income households that create a kind of crisis even at the level of consumption, because most shops are catering, food shops are catering to these households. And so the very low income workers, they also get to pay those very high prices, and I would think that I have spent quite a bit of time in Europe, and I think Europe just manages that better, and that mostly European countries. And it tells me that it could be done better. I think the United States, I don't know where you live, by the way.
I'm in New York most of the time.
Where?
I'm in New York.
New York. Okay, well then. I mean, it's a kind of basic food injustice, I would say. I like that image of food injustice, because low-income workers also are stuck with the higher and higher prices that we now pay for a tomato, for whatever we want to eat. And how can we get traction on creating a bit of more solidarity, etc.? And sometimes I do think that many of the rich would be happy to make it easier to survive in a city for their lower income, whatever, shops and all of that. But it's so difficult to get going. I've thought of, I have this long list of things that we could be doing because they're not exceptional, etc., that would make a little difference to a lot of people, a little difference that counts. It's almost impossible to get that going. Why? That is what I would like to know. Why is it that in a big city, you can't quite get that together? There are little partial initiatives, like, in New York City, there are some neighborhoods that have really tried very hard, etc., which is admirable, but it really is difficult. Why is that? I mean, what is the failure? Is it that we the residents of these cities don't have voice in a way that we can connect with other people? I don't understand why it is so difficult to get something going that a majority agrees for. Why? I mean, and then you look at the European cities. Look at Paris. I love Paris now. The 6-minute or whatever 15-minute city. So they say, let's just do that. That we can just walk to the shops, and they do it. It's a mayor. It's not the president of the country. So that is just one of many these types of items. What we cannot do. That is what really interests me right now. That should be possible to do. I mean, not going to the moon, in other words, not that, but what we could do. Why can't we do it? And now, when I was in Chicago, at the University of Chicago, we were in the university there is very close to a very, very poor Black neighborhood. Well, our students, who were activist students, etc., in my class at least, they started to work in the poor neighborhood. They brought food to plant, planting food, etc. And they just used any little bit of terrain that was available to grow. And they actually reinvented a whole side of that part of the city that is close to the University of Chicago. It was just wonderful. These were students in my class who said, yes, let's go do it. And we should have more of that, you know. We have all these planners. I don't have anything against planners. Are you a planner?
Certainly not.
Okay, but you know, can't they do something more? And then I'm Dutch. I look at the Dutch, little country, half the country is underwater, ocean level, you know, and look what they do. So they set up a huge platform to have cows, you know, on the river, on the big river, and that river is mouvementé, that moves. You know, they just sort of throw themselves into projects that we would think, you know, we could do in any place.
The Dutch are getting taller and Americans are getting smaller. For the first time in 150 years.
Yeah, that's another problem. It really is an issue, you know. Dutch men are simply out of control when it comes to height.
They are. The rates of, I'm mostly not interested in statistics, but I am drawn to statistics about childhood happiness. And to your point, disproportionately, I think all of the top 15 countries where children are happiest are in Northern Europe.
Yeah.
And Portugal comes 17 for
you know, the story of the history of Europe is of course interesting, because let's remember that in the 1600s there were all these war zones, all these separate, you know, little kingdoms, and they got tired of war long before you know, we in the West you know, should have, of course, also been tired of war. You had terrible wars, World War I and World War II, but it is quite interesting to see how after 5 years of war, that was it. You know, in both cases, they said, okay, enough, this is how far we can get. You know, there is something actually very practical about that modality, rather than look at the wars that we see now in, you know, in some regions of the world. Wars with no end, because they're asymmetric wars, right? You have a formal army, but the other side is not a formal army. So there's not going to be an agreement.
I was born in England, and when I'm in England now, I'm struck by how much of the news, good or bad, comes from across the Atlantic. And this absorption and kind of this one rarely hears about what's happening in the Netherlands, or what's happening in Austria, or Brussels. I don't want to suggest Austria or the Netherlands are the future, but I do wonder, you know, taking a kind of sort of broad view at the moment, if part of our lurch towards something a bit more optimistic, something a bit more a future that is usable, has to involve a kind of relegation at every level of America as any kind of even magnetic center.
No. The US, the Americas in general, actually, because I also grew up in Argentina, and we all know about Brazil, the horrors of Brazil. I mean, the Americas, except for they're in the north, they're pretty good, but the United States, and then from there down on, it is of a brutality. You know, some of the worst modes of combat and disagreements have happened in Central America, for instance, and in certain parts of South America. I mean, it's brutal. We also have, of course, that in the eastern regions from Europe, etc. But really, it is very problematic, and one doesn't have a good sense as to where it goes. You know, how does this end? It's very troubled. It used to be that the north of Africa, you know, the part that is sort of that we worried about that falling into war. Well, in fact, it's other parts which are much worse off, I would say, right? And the whole Iran-Iraq situation for the longest of times was terrible. Bangladesh also in deep trouble. I mean, it really, India, I find India very problematic. You are from India?
Yeah, my parents are.
Yeah. I find India, with all its brilliant minds, I mean, the scholars in India that I got to know, they're just extraordinary, but it's so brutal. All that poverty, you know, why can't not more be done? Do you have an answer?
I certainly do. I have a question, as people in our profession often do. If we think about institutions or kind of nodes of some kind of resistance, how does the University of the future look like? Does it have to change? Must it change?
I think many parts must change. Yes, I think that for starters, I'm not even talking about an intellectual aspect. I am talking about the responsibility that our universities should have vis-a-vis their students to enable them. It's not that, okay, you took your course, you got your grade, out, you disappear, I don't care. Now, of course, some of these universities are enormous, they're big, but they also have, if they are very big, they also have a lot of profs, a lot of assistants. There should be a way in which the university becomes an enabler that goes beyond the university. I mean, we know that we who are in good universities, we know how privileged we are. I mean, this is just amazing life. You get tenure at whatever, 23 or 28, and that's it, and we know that in the United States, the majority of professors, as soon as they get tenure, they just don't work anymore, I mean, and then if we could then use those, okay, you don't want to go on writing books or whatever, fine. But then about how enabling the poor neighborhoods, I mean, something rather than, I don't know what they do with their time, but you know the story, right? In the United States, most people who get tenure stop really working seriously. I mean, they might teach, but they don't do books, they don't do anything. That's a rather disturbing datum, I would say. And it's unjust,
Oh, I mean, if we think in terms of a broader knowledge economy and how people get paid and how people get status or are allowed to do the great things that they do, the monopolization of resources in some respects of a modern private university is terrible and incredibly politically, socially, intellectually deleterious.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course, we have a role in sustaining it because
we evidently have been very good at sustaining it, right?
Yeah.
All universities.
Do you feel as somebody who's been so foundational for many people in thinking about cities, and you kind of alluded to this earlier. I mean, we've both been living through, in a way, the redemption of the city. Maybe we think of our work in part as a kind of centering of the city and a redemption of the city. It's a cause, or it felt like a cause to some extent, compared to the social situation in the 1960s and the 1970s in many countries. With everything that's been happening in the last 6 months, do you feel that we are about to move into a different kind of epistemic shift where the city, as we've conceived it, isn't necessarily, the great telos, isn't in a way the center of our dreams and our ambitions?
Yeah, no, I think that, and I think that what we're also seeing, say, in the United States, in the Midwest especially, and is the desirability of smaller cities. The Midwest is a very well functioning, it has all these great universities. You know what I'm talking about, right? It's a particular region. We call it the Midwest, but, and so what you have there is an effectiveness of the educational system that projects itself well beyond just the university. When you think of these mid-sized towns that we have in the Midwest of the United States, have you ever been there? Yeah.
Just a little.
Yeah. But anyhow, those are really working cities, and they are moderate sizes. What you don't want is the Sao Paulos. That is great for the rich middle classes and the not so rich middle classes, but it's a horror for the workers. Right. And so Latin America, I find very problematic. The United States in the big cities has that same syndrome, though, that people have to travel enormous distances. So I think that we should sort of try to disassemble and create multiple centers so that it becomes more reasonable. This is not reasonable what we're asking from our workers in our major cities in the Americas. And you can say the same thing for the big Asian cities. That the workers are just paying an enormous price, and I don't think that anybody gains from that, and the top rank in the big businesses, they don't even think, it doesn't even cross their minds because we have done some interviews, they just, oh, really? They have to take these very long trips. Right. And then of course they arrive very tired, and that's not so great for the business. I mean, it's unbelievable, but they're honest, they honestly hadn't thought about the notion that their workers have to travel often 2 hours or something. And then they arrive tired. So nobody gains. But, to change that could take quite a bit of effort, because most of these people, they exist in a zone, these high income firms. They don't even, they're so busy, making money. I mean, they don't even think of other ways of organizing, as long as it works. That's it. And so these are the real issues, especially in large cities. When you have a medium-sized city, it's just all simpler. Yeah. Now, I love a big city, I confess.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's been quite touching. People sort of talking about being able to hear the wind or hear breezes, or to talk about the extraordinary sound of birds. These simple, almost banal things we've been so sequestered from for a long time. And sometimes it's these almost sort of trivial quotidian details which contain within them a kind of cri de coeur for another way of living, or another kind of sort of urban, just another urban scenario, and maybe there's potential there.
Yeah, my concern really is, how do we get out of the modalities that we have now in cities, big cities, which means that all the top level brass want their offices to be in the center, tall, and 100% disregard for the trips that their workers take. That to me is a basic thing that needs to be changed. I lost visual on you. I think they're telling us that it's done. Can you click on it? He's here. Can you click on it? Did you just move?
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Yes.
Very nice to meet you. I caught the end of that. It's a very interesting discussion you're having. One of the things you said earlier on, you're talking about the capabilities that cities have.
Yes.
My background, my current sort of preoccupation is, of course, this pandemic. And I wonder what you thought about the utilization of those capabilities. Have certain cities been able to mobilize those capabilities that they have successfully? I mean,
right.
Some have done it better than others.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. And I think that, for one, the European cities are you in Europe, right?
Yes, so I'm based in London. I mean, physically at the moment I'm in Cambridge, but the work I do.
I'm in Cambridge too. In other words, we probably are around the corner from each other.
Oh, right, okay.
Why not? But no, I think that we really need some urgent transformations in cities. There is no doubt about that. This is not, the utility function has really gone down for the majority of residents in the big cities. And mid-sized cities are, in a way, the way to go. The pathos of the mid-sized city is that most people who live in big cities think that the mid-sized city is a bit too sleepy, to put it kindly. You follow what I'm saying?
I do, yes.
And maybe right now there's still some truth to that, but we should really work at bringing full life and it's beginning to happen in some mid-sized cities, that you have the excitements that you want, but it's a tough one. The big cities really have dominated, and in a way, what we're seeing with these large cities is an earlier epoch when you needed those massive concentrations. Today, given electronic communications, etc., we don't need everybody that is a significant worker or addition to live in the city. What do you think about all? I'm meant to ask you questions now, I think. Is that correct?
Is that the way it works?
I thought so, because I just talked my head off before, so I'm now assuming that I get to ask you questions. Yes. And I gather that your work is about the COVID virus, right?
Yes. So I've been a sort of cell biologist of infection for some while. So
that's a great title, cell biologist of infection.
Well, you see that the CRIC, that's my institute, likes you to make up a sort of a title for what it is that you do.
Why not?
I'm sort of too much of a magpie. I get interested in too many different things, with a central theme around infection and immunity. So I sort of settled on this very wide term, which allows me to sort of explore influenza, which is another virus I'm very interested in. The coronavirus is latterly, obviously, because of the pandemic. But I'm also a medic, so it sort of also does relate back somewhat to my clinical practice, where I'm actually a kidney doctor, where the immune system comes into play a lot. So I sort of exist in
this word, this kind of autophagy.
Autophagy, yes. Yes. So,
I mispronounce it. English is not my main language, okay?
Well, people pronounce autophagy differently depending on where they're from. Okay. It's strangely, actually, it's not quite the process that we're most interested in. We just sort of discovered that this is something slightly different. It looks a bit like this autophagy process, but it's actually something slightly different. So, cell biology is sort of almost endlessly complicated. And every time you think you've really pinned something down and we've got it, it's definitely autophagy, it turns out it wasn't. It was something slightly different.
And what's the difference? What is it that does not appear where one expected it in your domain to appear? What is it? You understand my question or not?
Well, we try to make invisible things visible a lot of the time. That's our sort of job. Very frequently in molecular biology and cell biology, there's tiny little things, and we try to make them visible and therefore tractable, and so we can look at them. And one of the main markers that people use, they tag a fluorescent protein to another one, you see, so that they can spot little things which would have been invisible but are now green. And so one of the main markers that was being sort of used is usually a marker for autophagy, but actually it turns out it can mark other things that are going on during infectious processes. So that's something that we've become very interested in. I must say it's not been the main focus of what we've been doing over the past 6 months, because it's really been all hands to the pump, right? We were in a crisis situation, and we all really needed to do our best to help. And I think we're about to find that we're in another crisis situation, very closely resembling the previous crisis situation. Who knew?
And tell me what you mean by this, that we are in another crisis.
Well, we're going through we're starting to have a second wave, in the United Kingdom of the pandemic. It doesn't look like it's going to be quite as quick upon us as it was the first time round, but already the hospitals are beginning to get admissions, the intensive care units are starting to get admissions, we can see the cases going up. The testing and tracing capacity seems to have been overwhelmed almost straight away. So, we could be in a rather difficult situation over the next 6 months.
I remember hearing that at some point not too long ago that we are now back, curve up, etc. Yes. And is that rare, or does that actually happen very often with other types of?
It's absolutely expected. So nearly every time there's been a pandemic or caused by a virus or whatever, it tends to go in waves. Whether you have 1 or 2 or 3 waves, 4 sometimes, it's often difficult to predict. The size of the waves can vary quite substantially. And the sort of dynamics which underlie those different waves are quite difficult to understand, actually. Some of it's very simple, mathematically quite simple. And I must say I'm not a modeler, so I'm not sort of in on all the details of this. But, how they sort of start out is maybe easier to understand than how they sort of level off and come down again, and why they stay flat for ages and then suddenly take off. I mean, it's the subject of lots of active research from all sorts of colleagues in biology.
I'm sorry. One question I had. I understand that this is a very young virus. Is that correct or not?
Well, it jumped into the human population in October or November last year, and we can sort of tell that from what they call sort of molecular clock type approaches. Yeah. It will have been circulating in bats for a very long time.
Yeah, that's right. And before the bats, wasn't there something else linked to water or something in China or something like that? Or is that not?
Well, bats are a very diverse set of species, actually. There's an awful lot of different bat species, and I think it's not even quite clear which bat species it will have come from. And another thing which is unclear is whether there was what we call an intermediate host. In other words, with the previous SARS pandemic, it was known it jumped from a bat to a civet and then to a human. But from this, it's speculated it could be pangolins. We really don't know that. But fundamentally, this is, as it were, a bat virus, which has been happily circulating in bats, presumably in China, for many, many years. And then through some unlucky chance, jumped into the human population, October, November. The Chinese authorities, of course, did nothing about it initially. And then, of course, there was this big response. And here we are. So it's quite extraordinary in one sense, but in another sense, it's been a rather expected event. I mean, we sort of have always known that it's quite likely that there would be a further, set of pandemics from coronaviruses, but it's a question of when. And it happens to have been late last year.
So a question that I also have is, we have had these events in different versions across epochs, right?
Yes.
But it seems to me that what marks a difference with this one, though I don't know, it's not like I've read a lot of, I'm just asking you a question, Mark, is that this one has spread, it seems, to a very, very broad zone of our globe in a way that maybe others, earlier ones, did not, that there was more of a measure. I'm wondering first, is that correct, or is that just something that I misunderstood or misread?
I mean, that is absolutely correct. I mean, it's the greater interconnectedness of people, international flights and so on, mean that these things can spread much more quickly than they did in centuries past. I mean, you can go back, if you're a historian of these kind of things, and look at the plague of Justinian or these kinds of things, and those must have taken place in a similarly sort of frightening way. But the trade routes, obviously, that were spreading those sorts of diseases at the time were obviously much slower, and so the spread will have been much slower through the population. So yes, it's the much greater interconnectedness of people. There are many more of us. We're living in higher density, and of course we've got much easier travel than has been the case over previous.
Can I return to this term? I hope it's okay that I ask you all these questions.
No, I'm happy to do it this way around. It's
a very special occasion.
Holly next, I think that seems to be this. If we're parting the parcel like that.
Yeah. This term orthophagy.
Yeah, so it's self-eating.
English is really my fifth language. Okay, so if I mispronounce,
you've got four more languages than I have in that case. I'm not much use in linguistics, but it's auto, self-phagy, eating from Greek and so on. So the broad idea behind autophagy is that when a cell is distressed, in particular, say if it's starving, it has a way of eating a part of itself and then digesting it to get nutrients. And it's been adapted in lots of different ways, but one way in which it's been adapted is, say, if one part of the cell is damaged, let's say, for example, one of the mitochondria that produces energy for the cell, maybe it's damaged, and autophagy can also deal with that. So what happens, it engulfs that damaged, what we call organelle, it engulfs that damaged organelle and fuses it with a digestive organelle. So that's self-eating, either to sort of get rid of defective parts of the cell, or to generate nutrients to allow the cell to survive, say, under conditions of starvation.
And is that because we are using this term now, orthophagy? I'm having trouble pronouncing it.
Autophagy.
Autophagy. And is that an old term? Have we been using this for a very long time, or is it sort of a new term?
Well, it's, I mean, like many of these things, it is quite a new term. I think it was coined actually in the 50s or 60s by Christian de Derve, in the sort of early days of cell biology. It came to the fore more recently, and in particular, a series of Japanese scientists pioneered a whole series of genetic studies on the mechanisms, and there was a Nobel Prize awarded and so on in 2016, because it turns out to be very important for a lot of disease processes. So,
important for things like neurodegeneration, for infection, immunity, almost everything, in fact. I suppose one way of putting it, one way of putting it is that it's a way of taking out the rubbish, taking out the trash.
Yeah.
If you want to know how important taking out the trash is, just try the experiment of not removing rubbish from your house for a month and see how much fun it is to live in it. So it turns out to be very, very important for all sorts of reasons.
That sounds like positively practical Dutch way of putting it. and so what do we know now, right now, in this period? What do we know about the curve of this virus? Is it going to, because it seems to have it calmed down and now it's back up a bit. I mean, what do we know?
Well, some bits are easy to measure, or relatively easy to measure. So we've got quite good tests to tell you if you've got the virus on you, as it were. And we can extrapolate from that, depending on when you might have caught it and your symptoms and the amount of virus that we would find, whether you're likely to be infectious. That turns out to be a bit more difficult to do, but you can sort of do it. And we can measure whether you've had the virus or not by doing antibody tests, because some people are very seriously affected. It becomes rather obvious that they have the virus. Other people are very mildly affected. It's just like having a cold almost. Or perhaps just a slight chill for fever, etc. And other people seem to be completely asymptomatic, in other words, have no symptoms. But we can measure quite accurately, not perfectly, but quite accurately, who's had the virus. And then you can make a prediction based on whether you've had the virus that you're probably going to be immune for a period of time. Not always. We've had cases of reinfection now. And so with these things that you can measure, you can make various predictions about when the virus might be likely to sort of pop up again and so on. The really difficult thing to measure actually is human behavior, because the spread of this virus
always mess it up, right?
Well, it depends on us interacting with each other. I mean, if no human being interacted with any other human being for a long period of time, then the virus would die out. And the way in which we interact with each other, of course, gives you either a higher or lower or zero risk of that being spread. So crowded environments where people are talking in close proximity with a lack of ventilation and so on, that's a very high risk environment. A lot of the so-called super spreading events seem to have been this kind of situation. And just sort of normal casual human interaction, but from a short distance, that's also risky, perhaps less risky than those other events. But when we're sort of staying 2 meters apart, perhaps wearing masks, doing things outdoors, washing our hands to make sure we're not transferring it like that, then you can reduce the risk right down. And to a large extent, that the problems we're having are sort of difficulties in getting people to behave in such a way, the virus will no longer spread. And that's we can measure immunity, we can measure the virus. Measuring human behavior is really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, one would think that the capacity of the city to respond to this type of crisis, should be actually a very significant element of how a city thinks itself, because it's not just about this virus; it's about all kinds of other contagions and mishaps. In the medical profession, or in your, I don't know, scientists, etc. Yeah. What when you think about what makes things more difficult to get a handle on, is it mostly us humans? Us, humans who are fine, healthy, etc., but that we interfere, with.
I'm not a behavioral scientist.
Yeah.
My expertise is in the small things, as it were. It's really on what's happening at the cellular level. When the virus infects, what does it do? Yeah. And so we rely on colleagues from different disciplines to give us ideas. But it's easy for me as a sort of scientist who concentrates on the molecules to say, look, there's a molecule. Look, it's behaving like this. But I think it's comparatively much more difficult for someone in a sort of behavioral science field or towards sociology, your field, to give me sort of, as it were, definitive information. If you go on telly and you say everyone needs to wear a mask, what proportion of people will do that? It's very, very hard to know. If you ask people, are you wearing a mask? They'll say yes sometimes, but not actually be doing it. I mean, Humans don't always tell the truth, and that's also another sort of confounding factor. So I think it's one of these things where it requires lots of different disciplines to sort of, as it were, feed into to get the best response.
Where we are, I'm sorry, pardon?
But I think it also really requires leadership. And I think it almost doesn't matter how many experts you have feeding in great advice. If you don't have sort of decisive, clear leadership, I think that's something that's come up, whether that's at a city level or at a country level or at an international level. I think, at some point, human beings like to sort of follow what's going on, especially in a crisis. And if you've got confused, unclear leadership, it's very difficult for them to sort of all go in the correct direction, I think.
Where we are at now, let's go to the United States, which is actually a disastrous situation, rich country. So that, how do you, as a scientist, how do you explain that we can have the situation that we have in the United States? I live mostly in New York. I mean, it's a scandal that a country with so much wealth, so much intelligence, is isn't it one of the worst in terms of? And
it has the best biomedical infrastructure, well, by some measures, the best biomedical infrastructure.
Right.
There are, of course, huge inequalities, which perhaps really cut that in terms of its effectiveness. But the capacity for manufacturing, for testing, for vaccine production, for all of this is enormous. I mean, and it has been interesting. I'm obviously not an American. I have a close colleague who is a New Yorker. And he's been telling me about the behavior in New York at the moment, saying that actually early on in the pandemic, when it was, causing huge problems, that, people weren't doing the right things. And that now, if you go to New York, everyone's wearing a mask. Practically, if you don't wear a mask, people will shout at you in the streets. People are being very careful. People are being very, very intolerant to people who are breaking the rules. And that's probably meaning that the virus is more or less at a standstill in New York, whereas it's perhaps still going on in other parts of the country that were not so badly affected. And
that is happening in other parts.
Yeah.
I have one more final question, and that is, I do a lot of work on high finance. High finance represents a vast concentration of wealth. Is there any sort of emergent, possibly, debate within your profession where we have all these needy people? We need, that is going to cost a lot of money if we really want to help more people vis-a-vis this illness. Is this at all an issue that is raised? That you have, the same thing for London. London also has a very rich financial system.
Yes.
And I am sort of scandalized at how little the high finance has actually, across all kinds of crises, not just this one, actually been willing to enable, because we have seen that in other countries. I'm Dutch, in the Netherlands, you have seen certain moves where rich actors actually try to enable. What do you think about this?
Well, I mean, you can point to examples where very wealthy individuals have donated large sums of money, the Gates Foundation and so on.
Their acceptance in a way, no?
I don't know. I presume they are, but I don't know. I mean,
I don't know either, frankly. I was hoping you might have an answer.
I think scientists are human beings like everybody else, and if someone says, "I'll give you a very large sum of money towards your research," people tend to say yes, and then ask sort of difficult questions about equality and fairness later. I mean, let's be honest about this. I should state that I'm not funded by any such, sorts of donation. The funding that we have is either charitable or from government. So, with a small amount of this other kind of funding that does come in. But it would be nice to think that perhaps it's easier, or could be easier, at a city level to. I'll use the word leverage because I think some people in that world like the word leverage, to sort of leverage that sort of local capability a little bit more straightforwardly. Perhaps if people could see, straight away or more immediately that what they were putting in was having a big effect, then perhaps it would help. I was struck by something you said earlier about, I think when you were in your conversation with Sukhdev, about this business that an awful lot of workers have to travel, 1 or 2 hours to get to city centres in these very large concentrations. And I think it really is not just problematic in terms of, they will be very tired, etc., and it takes a real sort of toll on people. But of course, this is a potential vector for spread of disease, right? So, I mean, if you've got 50 people all crammed into a tube carriage and there's not much ventilation and everyone's like this with each other, then, it's sort of in a way not surprising that this disease really has gone for the big urban centres much more than everything else, London, Paris, Madrid, New York. Of course, not so much Tokyo, not so much Beijing.
Japanese also, they have strong. I spent quite a bit of in Japan. I did big research there, and they all wear masks anyhow. Yeah. Because it's reasonable because it's a small country with an enormous population.
Yes.
So they are, but that little difference, a mask, can make that difference. That is what is to me extremely interesting.
Yes, I think masks very tiresomely have become somewhat political in a way in certain countries. I mean, it really is very tiresome. They're not a panacea. I mean, they slightly reduce the risk of transmission, but this whole business really is about small incremental victories that allow you to suppress the virus. I mean, it's not like just doing lots of tests helps. It's not like just wearing masks helps. It's certainly not like just washing your hands will help. It really has to be all of those things and very careful sort of calibration of when, different sectors of the economy are opened up. And, some countries are doing it much better than others.
So which are the countries that you really think are doing it very well?
Well, the example people always use is South Korea. You could also look at New Zealand, you could look at Taiwan. These are real countries where they're getting the levels right down. Some of the measures used there might be more difficult to implement. I wouldn't say impossible, but more difficult to implement in sort of more Western populations. But then again, across Europe, you can see a fair degree of heterogeneity. You can see the way in which Germany's done much better than France, than the UK. Some of the Scandinavian countries have done well so far. We have to say so far because we're about to start a second wave of this, and I suppose notably Italy, having sort of started off and been the sort of the early, the country in Europe earliest and hardest hit at the beginning, has managed to keep this sort of relatively under control. But I guess the difficult thing is we don't really know what's going to happen over the winter.
We don't really know.
All we can say is it will be a lot more difficult because the opportunities for the virus to spread when people are in confined spaces, more likely to be indoors, etc. Those opportunities are much higher. So I think we're in for a very difficult 6 months.
In your reading, is the infrastructure, because to me, I just see infrastructure as in very practical terms, and it seems to me that the infrastructural as a condition, as an option, as a possibility, as a capability, etc., is sort of rising. It's a rising condition. And now it might also be that people become more aware of what it takes, say, to build a tower. It's a lot of infrastructural stuff. In your profession and vis-a-vis this current condition, is infrastructure sort of a working term or not at all?
I suppose we don't think about it in quite the same way, but it certainly exists. Yeah. So, for example, at my own institute, the Crick Institute, the way it was all put together very rapidly, we could deliver testing, say, to the NHS, with very high precision over a very short timescale. That was in a way because we had the infrastructure, both in terms of building, but also maybe more importantly in terms of people, to really, be determined to put that, thing together over that very short period of time. So, and of course, the Institute's a research institute. It's not set up to do diagnostics, but we were sort of able to repurpose ourselves in this very short period of time because there was that intellectual and physical infrastructure that we required, and the determination and the leadership, I would say as well, to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, I find the term infrastructure increasingly useful in my kind of work also, which is, of course, a totally different angle. but there is something about that, when you have, I grew up in Latin America, and then I'm also Dutch, etc., and talk about infrastructure differences, between how the Netherlands, which is of course usually effective with all this stuff, compared to Argentina, which is, they have brilliant engineers, but the outcomes are not always so great. So I'm just sort of really captured a bit, and same thing with my son. We're really interested in this concept. And it seems to me that it has become a live concept, with also in the sense of new versions, new interpretations, a kind of utility function, that you can trot in a whole variety of situations of where you're analyzing, discussing, etc. And I'm just wondering, just curiosity, is infrastructure a term that you use in your work at all? Probably not, huh?
A little bit, maybe. I mean, when you're writing, say, a grant proposal, there's always
right. Okay, got it.
complicated to infrastructure
Yeah,
and so on.
Yeah.
I suppose a part of our brief, if I've understood this correctly, with this the Longplayer, is we're supposed to think about long-term things. And of course, with the response to the pandemic, we've had to be short-term. We've had to do, say the grants that we can be given, right, 18 months maximum. We don't care if you're going to solve this crisis in 5 years' time. We need you to solve it now.
Right.
But of course, the next thing we'll have to think about is how come we were so badly prepared, right? We didn't, in many places, have the infrastructure we needed. And so for the long term, this is what we really need to build. And not to always be fighting, as it were, the last battle. We were well prepared for flu, maybe. We weren't prepared for this different kind of virus. And who knows, the next pandemic could be completely different, So I think, infrastructure investment and preparedness is very, very important. We're about to run out of time, so
yes,
it's been very nice chatting to you.
Really nice. Yes, I learned a lot, actually. That doesn't happen all the time,
Bye.
Hello.
Hello, Holly. Very nice to meet you.
Hi. You too. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm not sure if you caught much of the previous conversation.
About half of it. It made me wonder if you're exhausted about talking about COVID.
Well, I mean, I have the stamina, I think, to carry on if necessary. I think the way it was structured in that last exchange was a little bit like an interview, which may, I don't know if that's something that you'd like me to do. I could, as it were, interview if you liked, or if you would prefer just to have a sort of a more bi-directional conversation, I'd be very happy with that as well. I don't know what your preference would be, or maybe you don't mind.
Oh, either way is great. I just, my empathy goes towards scientists in this field who are doing public communications type work on top of their scientific work. I think it must be a huge load, and thank you.
Well, it's very kind of you to say. I might ask you a question though, because I mean, I obviously I'm not an environmental scientist, but of course we know it's all going to affect us over time. The response to the pandemic in sort of economic and carbon emission terms, has this been something which has given yourself or other researchers a big insight into how reduction in carbon emission might help, where it might help immediately, and where it might be a very long-term problem? Is this some sort of an opportunity there that people are exploiting in research terms?
There has been a lot of stuff published that's just come out because of, the academic publication cycle. So even the past few weeks, but I feel like a lot of people just feel grim about it because we had this reduction in emissions from the pandemic, and it was just such a small blip compared to the reductions that we need, that you look at it and like, wow, that was a huge example of voluntary behavior shift, but look how little it moved the needle. So,
right.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't be more positive on that question, but on the behavior shift question and the social norms changing rapidly, I think that's an area for hope. personally.
Right. So I think sometimes people try to say, oh, well, let's try and look on the positive side. And it always sounds a bit glib. And when people do, they tend to list, oh, well, it's going to be good for the environment. At least we're not traveling so much in planes. So we can cross that one off the list, can we? It's
yeah,
not
I think so.
Not even that good for the environment. Great. Okay. Yeah. Has it had any short-term impact that is sort of measurable in a sort of a useful way, or is it really we're just sort of thinking about the wrong things? It's only really over the long term that you can assess the impacts of these things.
I mean, I think that it had, air quality impacts and those kinds of things, and the people that work on that were definitely studying it. But in terms of climate change writ large, I don't think so. I may be the wrong person to ask that because I'm a sociologist by training. But from my colleagues, that's what I glean.
Right. So how's this pandemic situation impacted on your research? Has it been sort of disastrous from that point of view, or has it been the opportunities that emerge?
Well, you can't really go knock on people's doors anymore. So, I mean, there's been that shift to the virtual that, everybody in every field, I think, that has been doing. And I think that it's made a lot of sociologists think about, who we're aiming our work at, the kind of the time cycles of publication. As a teacher, I'm thinking a lot about how my students receive information, the role of media, all these kinds of things. So it's definitely interesting from that standpoint. In particular, I'm interested in if social media, how it's mediating the relationships between science and policy now, and if you think it's affecting how science is done, or what has been your experience and observations?
I think social media probably is affecting how science is done a bit. I think, at least in my field, some people pay a lot of attention to it, some people pay a little bit of attention, some people really just either ignore it or they just hate it. They think that scientists have got no business doing this kind of thing. There's sort of, in a way, as far as I'm concerned, I'm more towards I'm quite engaged with it. I think there's sort of room for a plurality of different ways of doing this, actually. And it can be an enormous distraction, and you can also get into, pointless arguments and all this kind of thing, trying to explain, concepts patiently to people who absolutely won't listen and just will have their own views. And, I expect you find this an awful lot in the climate change field. But on the other hand, it's a really nice way sometimes of sharing information in an informal way. Getting information from slightly different fields that you otherwise wouldn't. One thing I like about this Longplayer thing is its very interdisciplinary nature. And I was trying to think about the last time I did something like this. And it was actually with two people that I'd encountered first on Twitter, one a historian and one an archaeologist. And they both happened to be in Cambridge for different reasons. And we decided that we would do some interdisciplinary research at the pub, and it was excellent. We had a great time, and it's those sorts of things. And I'm still very much in touch with them. It's nice to interact, and there is a sort of a facilitation, I think, of those kinds of dialogues that otherwise perhaps might only happen in very narrow settings, or in sort of very specific circumstances where someone sort of tried to set it up a bit like this. So I think there's advantages there. I don't know, is this the sort of thing that you become sort of interested in the sort of course of your research?
Well, I am interested in it broadly in terms of how different publics understand climate change. And so that interest is transferred a bit onto how people understand COVID. And I've been paying attention over the years to communities of conspiracy about chemtrails and vaccines and now COVID. So I think understanding those dynamics is really interesting.
It must be really difficult because, you know, some conspiracy theories you think, okay, I can sort of see how you got hold of that. It's just a bad idea, and here's the reason. Others, it's like, what? Why on earth would anyone think that? I mean, like this 5G business, it's like, you'd have to understand literally nothing about anything to come up with this idea. And yet there we are. And you sometimes have to tell people, no, the 5G masks aren't anything to do with the virus. I mean, wow. So do you have any new sort of ideas about how this kind of phenomena take place?
I have a theory about it, which doesn't have much data to back it up besides my own observations at different protests and events. And so my theory is that people are experiencing ecological loss and decline, but they can't narrate it in those terms. So they narrate it in terms of these conspiracies. So it'll be, you know, with chemtrails, they're spraying us and the poison's falling down on everything. And it's putting it on some other actor that's manipulating it. So it's also a way to not have to reckon with your own part in it or your lifestyle or any of that. It's like this externalizing changes that you've seen, not just ecological, I mean, changes in, you know, the social dynamic, growing inequality. I think class is a big part of these conspiracies that people haven't really focused too much on. I mean, there's a reason why Bill Gates is a central figure for the chemtrails people and the vaccine people and several others. It's like the symbol of, you know, unattainable wealth.
Yeah. Do you think, so I suppose maybe we should also be a little self-critical as an academic community. Are we doing enough to communicate with people in the right terms? I mean, we saw this, I think, in the UK with the Brexit and so on, that academics were good at being seen to be talking down to people. Is that a problem that you think also exists in the US, and perhaps there's a problem in the climate change debate and the, I say debate, I mean, therein perhaps lies the problem. But do you think there's more we could be doing?
Definitely. I think it might be even worse in the US. I'm not sure. There's just such an anti-elite strain that feeds into an anti-expert strain. I was thinking about this because there was a great meeting yesterday I was on of social scientists that work on climate, and they did something great. They invited Sheldon Whitehouse, who's a senator who's been really proactive on climate for a very long time, really like the hero climate legislator, to come talk. And it was this great, because they were asking him, you know, what can we do if we want our results and our messages to be heard? And he just laid it out. He's like, you've got to speak in language people can understand. You've got to get your messages out in the right ways. I mean, even to go and ask a policymaker how to help you, I think is a good first step. I hadn't even been in a conversation like that before. And I've been in academia a while now. So yeah, I think we're slowly learning, because the stakes are so high and everybody sees how high the stakes are. Yes.
And is this something where, do you think it's possible in the United States at the moment to reach across the political divides there? Are there enough kind of people from, say, the Republican Party who are willing to listen, willing to engage, and enough people conversely, let's say in academia and the social sciences, who kind of have what it takes to go and sort of persuade people who might come from a very different political, philosophical perspective?
I don't think we have the numbers now that we need, because it's not just there's a big commitment of time, and those kind of things aren't really incentivized within our jobs.
I think they're actively discouraged because of the potential reputational impact if something goes wrong.
So that's one part of it, is just the reward system. But the other part, I mean, some people don't even want to engage. And I can see why. I'm in a privileged position because, I'm white and middle class, I can go and knock on doors of people that are going to be Trump voters, and they might answer the door and be willing to listen. That was a research project I was doing last year, kind of in Texas and Kansas and Nebraska and Iowa. And if I had been in a different position, I don't think I would have felt comfortable doing that.
Wow, that's tough, actually. It's quite tough, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But I think we need to. I mean, there needs to be more dialogue. It's just somebody has to begin it.
Yeah, I think the more we get into culture wars, the higher the chance that everyone loses. But I don't know how to get out. I mean, you know, it's perhaps worse, perhaps a lot worse in the United States than it is here. But it just seems to me that both, as it were, sides in those culture wars sort of punish people who step out of line, and so you narrow the space in the middle where people might actually meet. And I'm not quite sure what the right answer to that is, but I think it's something we probably collectively do need to be really concerned with right now.
Yeah, I think there's a big value in listening, because people actually do care about a lot of the same things. They just talk about them in different terms. So I met people that were deeply concerned about their water table and water scarcity, and having good quality land to go hunting on. And they care about the health of their environment in different ways. It's not like everybody's anti-environment. So I think there's these meeting points that we on the left, I'll be explicit, need to be willing to go and meet people. And it's so hard when you're on social media and all the images you see on the other side are of people that are hostile and hateful. So I think that, the algorithms and the feeds are also playing a role there too.
So you're at UCLA, is that right?
I just started a new faculty position in Buffalo, New York.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Which I always say it's on the far side of New York from the city, about 6 hours, 2 hours from Toronto, right near the border with Canada. I mean, you probably know that, but a lot of people in Europe that might be listening can't really.
I've never been to Buffalo, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
But, so, and is the way in which you're delivering teaching there, presumably it's been sort of moved all online, or are you doing some in-person teaching and a mix of things?
I chose to be in person after emailing all my students about what they would prefer. I would say that 80% of my colleagues are fully online.
Right.
And the students have been so great and so conscientious, and the campus is pretty much like a ghost town. It's just a very different experience and feeling being there. They've really decreased the presence of people by a huge amount. So
people are taking it very, very seriously, I imagine. And
yeah, they are here. Yeah, I mean, New York State in general has been, and everybody knows that if we go above 100 cases in a 2-week period, the campus will have to shut down per the governor's order. So everybody's monitoring that, and there's 33,000 students, I believe. So it doesn't take much to ruin it for everybody.
So have you just started then? Is this a completely new position for you?
Yeah, I'm about a month into it.
Well, congrats. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying it despite everything.
I think people they take their education more seriously, because they know it's just such a different context. I think people I feel like are valuing the experience a lot more than in the past. I think we took it for granted that we could sit in a room and exchange ideas.
Yeah. And what are you doing anything, as it were, within your university that's sort of very interdisciplinary, or is it just very early days and you're sort of teaching and researching and keeping it on the sort of straight and narrow?
Well, we're founding a new department, so that's exciting.
Okay.
Yeah, it's brand new. It's the Department of Environment and Sustainability. And so I was one of the first cohort of hires around that.
And so that presumably is bringing in people from different disciplines. Is that right? Or?
Yeah, we've got, historians and sociologists and ecologists and chemists and all of that. It's pretty great.
It sounds really exciting. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think our brief is to be thinking very, very long term. And I think we're supposed to take some degree of inspiration from the composition, Jem Finer's very, very long piece, the Longplayer. I don't know if you've listened to it at all online.
Not much, no.
I actually went to the sort of, there's a place in London, Trinity Buoy, which is a lighthouse, or a former lighthouse. And they have all these bronze bowls, which is how the noise gets produced, or is supposed to be produced. At the moment, it's all electronic. And it's quite striking. They're very beautiful objects, these large sort of bronze bowls. And you can sponsor one, and people have got, a word on it that they've chosen. And the music is very, it's sort of very eerie in a way. It's these sort of long, almost sort of whale-like noises that you get sometimes from the sort of the deeper bowls, and this sort of very pure sounds that come out of them. And I was sort of trying to reflect on this and trying to be sort of thinking long term about it. And I suppose what struck me is that it's a very clever piece of music, but in a way it sort of sounds the same at any point that you come into it, even though it's different. It's very much the same sound world. So in a way it's able to be very long term because it's done something in a very defined and almost quite conservative sort of way.
Every field probably has a contribution to cultivating that sensibility. Yeah, it's not easy. I've been thinking about this, like, how do you teach that? You need to teach about a sense of scale, both spatial and temporal, I think, kind of go at the same time. And we have models that can show us long-term projections, but how do you make that felt and real and kind of a habit that you're thinking about? It's just so different. Maybe religion plays a role, I'm not sure.
What about things like architecture, the structures that have survived, pyramids or Colosseum or cathedrals? They seem sort of built in this very solid sort of way. Are we thinking enough about simplicity and solidity in the way in which we position ourselves? I'm not sure.
Yeah, and it's hard because of the state we're in. The mandate is to be adaptive and resilient and, have something that is mutable and flexible given the climate chaos and so forth that is impending, right? But how do you have that sensibility and the long-term view? I suspect that there are definitely other cultures, past and present, that have done this much better than ourselves.
Yeah, the music it's really interesting. It's very eerie. You couldn't listen to it all, obviously, but I think it is a beautiful set of sounds though that get produced. I'd quite like to sort of hear, as it were, a live performance, or at least to hear what the singing bowls really sound like when they're together, because I think the way it's produced at the moment is all electronic and maybe doesn't completely take into account the sort of resonant effect that one bowl might have on another, depending on where it's sort of positioned.
Have there been any other experiences that have given you that sense of a long-term perspective?
Well, music is definitely one of them. I at some points in the order, I was going to be talking to Brian Eno, and I unfortunately know nothing about popular music, but sort of Renaissance music I like very much and sing quite a bit. which I suppose is why I'm rabbiting on a lot about this sound installation, the Longplayer. So my and actually also thinking about the pandemic has been quite interesting in these sort of musical terms. When you listen to, let's say, a piece of music that was composed 500 years ago, let's say, and when you sing it, it's still absolutely as fresh and as totally to the point, and speaks to you emotionally, actually, as it must have done, you know, sort of 500 years ago. There's a kind of sense of long-termness about that, which is very, very impressive. And okay, there's partly it's a selection artifact, in the sense that if someone had composed a piece of music 500 years ago that was rubbish, it probably wouldn't have survived, or if it did, no one bothers to perform it. But, you know, something which has really stood the test of time like that, I think there's a lot to be learned from it. And it's well, I mean, it's my sort of you know, it's a particular sort of hobby and interest of mine is this Renaissance you know, music and so on. So there's that. I don't know if that's what the sort of thing you were thinking of.
Oh, I don't know. I was just curious, you know, what kind of sparks that sensibility in people. I think that for me, there's definitely places where with particular geologies, you know, in particular in the desert and in the US West, that give you that sense of the long term, but it's quite different than something that's human made. And I guess I'm thinking about around Buffalo, where I live now, there's these gigantic abandoned industrial structures from, you know, 100, 200 maybe even years ago that just live there. And they've shaped how things are now. And I guess I'm thinking often about, you know, a few generations in the future, how what we're doing is shaping what they'll be able to do.
And is it particularly places where you knew whilst growing up that have these sort of significances for you, or is it just really the visual aesthetic of it?
I think that's a good question, because I think that, you know, when you're a child, you pay a different type of attention to your surroundings, and I think it shapes you more, or you develop more of a relationship because you're still living in this kind of imaginary world where things take on significance. And I guess places I've met later in life have a different feeling.
You're not native to Buffalo then, you've moved there? Or
Yeah, I've moved a lot of places. I was actually grew up in a town that was designed in the 1960s. So living kind of in somebody else's vision, I guess.
Did that work for you? Was that a good vision? Or?
It was a great place to grow up because they had designed it with certain values of, you know, instead of churches, there were interfaith centers in the center of neighborhoods that every community could use. The housing was all kind of mixed income all together, so you didn't have people off in gated enclaves with their own social class. So there were some great things about that. And I guess it's been with me my whole life. Like, what does it mean to design an environment for somebody else, or a climate for somebody else, as my work is exploring lately.
And you never felt, as it were, trapped in a particular vision? There was enough leeway that people could have their own space and manipulate their own space to suit them in a sort of in a way in that environment? Or
yeah, there were times when it felt over designed, but there was the thing is they planned in a lot of green space, so you had that as your own you know, imaginary land.
Yeah. But a nice place to grow up then.
For a while. But then when you're a teenager, it all becomes different. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've only got about a minute and a half. And I suppose we should think about what we didn't say that we probably ought to have done, or ask a question that we have been wanting to but haven't yet done. Or
well, I mean, is there anything regards to COVID that you haven't talked about that you want people out there in the world to know?
Oh, actually, yeah. So that's a very good question. Yes, please do your bit. I mean, it's incumbent on absolutely every one of us to do everything that we can to stop this thing from spreading. And we all have to be incredibly responsible about the way in which we exercise our freedoms. You know, we really have to not spread this from one to another. The other thing I would say also, if you can and you would like to contribute to COVID research, that's also excellent. Not just in terms of, you know, money or whatever, but I really mean in terms of being a participant in research, whether that's vaccine trials or if you've had COVID, then there's all sorts of research programs that would love to hear from you. And if you're able to donate, you know, blood or whatever to those research programs, that will really help. So yeah, thank you. That's as it were, a broadcast message. Number one, be super responsible. Number two, please help with the research and so on. Yes.
Well, thank you. It's been a pleasure. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing, Jacqueline?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good too.
Good. So, I mean, I heard most of your conversation there with Rupert, and I think there are some sort of cross streams between the work that we do, which on paper you would not think that, but you know, your environment and how that contributes to who you are, what you have to say, what you're running from, where your aspirations, you know, how they emerge on the basis of your origins. That's something I'm very interested in when it comes to those who make music, irrespective of the genre, because it can be your route out. It can be the absolute thing. I don't want to live like this anymore. I can talk about how I lived in order to live a better life and how that better life can actually have an effect on the planet, but primarily on the psychology, you know, on your psyche, because if you move yourself as far away monetarily, creatively from something that's been distressing, say, then you're deemed to have succeeded. So I'm interested in what you feel, given your expertise, on the way in which the arts have an impact on the environment, because everything has come to a halt in terms of the festival season and so forth. You know, the income for musicians, music makers, has altered exponentially over the last few years. So touring was the thing. Touring cannot happen at the moment, but all of those tours, the stadiums, the field, it all had an environmental impact.
Yeah, that's actually, I don't know, I could answer that in a few ways. I mean, from a personal standpoint, it's like if there were suddenly birds gone or something like that, like something that was there and that it's absent. But on a, I don't know, I think about it a bit because my partner works in the events industry. And so it's affected our household quite a bit, and also the community of people that he knows, and people are trying to figure out, you know, what's the way forward? How do we bounce back? I guess I'm curious how you see the future there.
I have no sort of magic eye, third eye. You know, I'm interested, and then I'm quite scathing about some of the solutions that are put forward, but that's because I'm not directly impacted by it. So, you know, they've talked about social distancing concerts, where you're in these kind of mini platforms surrounded by, you know, scaffolding, as if COVID can't navigate scaffolding because, you know, no one's in a pod. But the real the reality being that, you know, you miss the socialization of it. You miss the ability to go to a live event, to see your adored artist, to catch their eye, for them to say something, for you to possibly be picked to go on stage. You miss the whole, you know, the whole production of it, getting ready, selecting who you're going with. And so there's a real sense of kind of social bereavement in this aspect of music being taken from you. And yet at the same time, certainly in terms of Black musicality, so many different ways in which the nostalgia and the legacy of Black music has been brought to the fore, with a number of different initiatives that have taken place on Instagram and on other platforms, Spotify, as well as you know, online radio platforms, creating battles between particular artists or between particular eras. So there are ways in which you're going out but staying in. But you know, I want to think about how our kind of fields cross-pollinate, because, you know, you said something earlier, I think to Rupert, about you're quite interested in the way in which media has an impact on the way science is viewed.
Yeah.
But what were your thoughts on how media, not necessarily just, you know, in relation to COVID, because we know that Greta Thunberg has been just libeled and, you know, undermined and criticized and slurred by adults in positions of political power to undermine the reality of her statement and her concerns.
I mean, there's a few different interactions that are concerning. I guess I was thinking first about how this media environment changes the science that's being produced, because, you know, in this neoliberalized academy, people need to prove impact. And so scientists may be focusing on research questions or outputs that they know will fulfill that impact. And increasingly that impact is not necessarily impact on science or policy, it's media impact is standing in as like an indicator of, you know, what your science did. So I'm kind of watching those dynamics and wondering to what extent studies are crafted around that as the goal, like with the tweet in mind when you're designing the study. And I don't have data on that, but I think it's interesting and concerning. And then there's, you know, the media understandings of the science and the ways it quickly becomes not just polarized, but like one single narrative, when really science is about, you know, not finding a single narrative, but looking for the questions, looking for the flaws maybe. And, you know, that's the process. So it's very different than what social media is doing.
Yeah. So it's about oversimplification. It's about homogenizing some kind of solution or argument and presuming that people just, well, they won't get it because it's complicated. So we'll just generalize and people can make their own presumptions and run with it. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's what it seems to be.
And that tends to happen too with Black music. You know, if people aren't invested in it, they, you know, they'll like a little bit of Stevie, a little bit of Bob Marley. They may know, you know, at least 2 songs by Nina Simone, but their whole sort of investment with a genre and then genres that have evolved from that, they haven't been along for the trajectory. And so it's very easy to accept a media that is not specialized in its concern or its focus on its responsibility in understanding cultures and where people originate from and why they speak in the way that they do, why they are politicized in the way that they do, why they're sexist in the way that they are. It's easy just to homogenize and just say all. So all Black music is this, or all rappers are this, or all female rappers are that. And so there is a way in which those that are oversimplified end up being, they have to recurrently prove who they are to a media that doesn't listen until they do something that media approves of. And then it's like, we like you. You're a nice rapper. You're a nice reggae artist. You're different than them. And do you find that there are elements like that within science where there are some elements of the field that are not necessarily easier to digest, but they prefer to talk about the successes or the near accomplishments than the reality of the absolute devastation that is already here and is to come.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. And the tricky thing with science is that, you know, you need to do experiments and it's still important, even if the finding was negative or if inconclusive, like it's worth it to do it. It's still part of your life. So you don't want to just, you know, go looking for this finding that you know is going to blow up Twitter or whatever. But this ecosystem of media, I think, is just changing some of the practices. And so it's changing what science is, possibly.
You were quoted on YouTube. You have I know you know this because you participate in it. You were talking about one of your recent publications, and you were talking about the use of the word geoengineering and how, again, it's oversimplified or it's weaponized to be used in a particular context, when people don't consider the multiple ways in which that word in itself is utilized. That, you know, are we geoengineering the planet in order to, by highlighting so many of the threats that we face, is the solution that we take control and that way we can fix it when we are front and center the problem that has caused all of these kinds of things. So if we can be entrusted, or if that business can be entrusted, they can be trusted to engineer to a solution. So the use of language is, I'm really interested in. And in the vernacular of your field, what words, what phrases, what terms have you found have become bastardized, have become, you know, overcomplicated or oversimplified, so they have no meaning, and now their meanings have been, you know, galloped away with somewhere else?
Yeah, I think sustainability is just like, it's become empty of content. That's maybe the most obvious one.
And how would you define sustainability for somebody who's like, oh yeah, I'm sustainable? How would you actually clarify what that word means within your field and in your expertise?
I mean, coming to, I guess, the theme of this event, acting in a way that does no harm for future generations, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But it's become this corporate term. So if you look at kind of when people are searching for this word, they're searching for it like, you know, 9 to 5. When they're at work, it's like a work phrase now. Yeah. I don't know. What words or phrases have you found?
Oh my gosh, are you ready? Well, the way in which some people have actually, it took them years to acknowledge that the word existed, woke. And so now they talk about, you know, you're a woke warrior, and, you know, they try to undermine what this word is because it sounds juvenile, when really it's about being completely aware of whether it's social privileges or, you know, inequalities. You're fully aware of some of the constructions that bedevil people's lives within society. And so if somebody talks about things from any perspective, musically or not, the idea that you're talking from this, you know, from a civil rights perspective, say, oh, you're just woke. Oh, you're a woke warrior. And, you know, the N word, who is allowed to say it? So when racists say it, when racists issue it, and well, of course we're allowed to say it because rappers say it, as if rappers are all Black people in all contexts. And, you know, even though words are delivered, as we know, you know, and we hear them, how they're emphasized relates to how they're spelt. So if you say the N-word with an A, there's a different context to it when utilized by people of color. Not always, sometimes they actually mean it, but, you know, this idea that there's just this one rule and that who is allowed to speak, this is about, you know, rank privileges, you know, about who can utilize an epithet. You're in a situation where this is an epithet, and the idea of actually grasping it from the origins of those who used it to demonize and to belittle and to degrade. And if it's taken out of that context, you no longer have that power. And so the counter argument, which is not an argument, it's just an interjection, is that, well, I can say it now because you've been saying it. No, this is a collision course. So, you know, the way music, you know, takes this journey through language is really quite fascinating, and how it takes ownership of it, and also how it separates generations. You know, so children are teaching their parents and grandparents, don't say that. That's my generation's language. Or you have to teach them exactly how to pronounce things so they don't embarrass you.
And are there words that have kind of gone the other way from having now new meanings and becoming more powerful and useful?
I bet you they are, and I'm probably doing myself out of work by not being able to recall them immediately. But I just think that I think certainly in this climate, those three words together, that Black Lives Matter, they will now forever have a different collective, obviously, impact. And the idea that there's an argument to be had about whether or not Black Lives Matter, and you know, you've got all of these memes and GIFs saying, we're not saying that other lives don't matter, we're saying that Black Lives Matter as more. And how that can actually, how those three words change the temperature of a person's mood if you issue it. And what that then says about your presumptions and their presumptions of who has the right to make such a determination when we're on a planet that we're all sharing temporarily. And the way in which I think, certainly for me as a music journalist and for me as a university lecturer, that there was a presumption personally for me that musicians would be a lot more proactive, a lot more angry, because I wanted them lazily to do the work for me. They have a platform, go and say, you know, go out and just make the music, give us the anthem of the rage. And I wrote an Instagram post last week that by and large in contemporary Black music, the rage has always been there. We've been listening to Black pain. You know, when you hear Stevie Wonder's Living for the City, when you hear Nina Simone's Mississippi Goddam, when you listen to Billie Holiday talk about Strange Fruit, you're talking about racial inequalities and, you know, systemic murders covered up and that go unpunished. You're talking about lynches that were photographed. You had people around them. Those images were then put onto postcards, and those postcards were traded. And what that does societally to generations of people, those who share you know, those who are Black and those who are not, it tells you who's in power, who is not empowered. And so to have three words that remind you that power in itself is a construction that is systemically upheld, violently so. And then to think about the power that we hold over the planet, and how the idea that we're here for a little while, not all the time, but a little while, and we're just going to do what we want, some more than others, at any due time. Somehow I'd become entitled to thinking that musicians had to tell me exactly how they felt when they've been doing it all along. Some more than others. Some are not equipped. For some, it's just music is fun, and that's okay. But this idea that because you are Black and because of inequality that is globalized, it's, you know, it's wedded into the way in which a colonial power still has financial reach and control over former colonized territories. It's there it's everywhere. It's in national anthems. It's in the fact that carnival exists as a form of protest against and, you know, and subversion against those who enslaved you. It's everywhere. So Black music has been talking about it all along. And I think going back to one of my earlier questions to you about media, I feel that media has failed to remind people of this. And I think that tells us something about systemically who is in charge. So we're talking about things really, really chipper today, you know?
Well, one thing I've been struck by, I've been teaching about environmental racism, and previously people understood racism as a hostile individual act. And now my students understand racism to be structural. And so that's changed. I mean, that's changed just like now, the meaning of the word and how they use it has changed.
Yes.
And I think that's inspiring.
I think you're right. I think structural, systemic, and Kimberly Crenshaw's intersectionality, those are three terms of reference that you hear more people using. But again, just like you mentioned with sustainability, there are some people who are like, oh yeah, I'm woke, I'm sustainable. And it's like, no, no, you don't have to use the pick and mix all at once. You don't have to put your hand in every single term of reference. But you're absolutely right. Because the labor of understanding is to actually stop in your tracks, stop yourself in your tracks, and to think, well, why do I think this? Why have I got this opinion of this area of the planet, the people who live there, the food and how they eat it, the music they listen to? Oh, it's not even in English, doesn't make any sense. Look at the way they're dancing, it's disgusting. All of these ideas come from somewhere and they fall down a system, and that system is structured to keep and retain a particular view of self. Now, globally, obviously, it's regionalized, it's ethnocentric, and obviously here it's Eurocentric, but that takes work. But how better to actually understand where you are, where you're living, and how you're living than to not. But this real resistance is to then create this kind of alternate dictionary where you undermine language and you oversimplify and you minimize expertise and you degrade artistry. And yes, again, depressing. You've got to cheer us up now. You've got to take us out of this gloom.
No, it's just, the language is just so powerful. One of my students was talking about going to a conference where they talked about settler colonialism and themselves as being settlers. And that one word changed how he thought about, his place in where he lives, in the country, everything. Once you have the word, it can unlock a whole shift. So I don't know if we can think about doing that more intentionally.
Yeah, but given the fact that President Trump has called to arms his opposition to critical race theory, is there any concern about what he will do in terms of expanding that kind of control, that control to the sciences? Given that we know that he said maybe COVID could be tackled by bleach or by sunlight on a children's playground, a child's slide. Are you concerned that if there's any success and, fundamental success in the banning of critical race theory studies in the United States, that's just...
I'm concerned more on the impact of K through 12 education, primary school in particular, and what that looks like under a second Trump administration, particularly in districts where his base is strong. And that's actually, we shouldn't be having to teach our students about this in college because they should have already learned it, right, when they were younger. So that would be my main area, not so much in the sciences, as I think they'll stay fairly independent for various reasons, but really in our schools.
And, for people watching in from outside of the States, could you explain what the differences were pre-Trump for that demographic in education, what they were expected to have learned by that age versus now?
I'm not sure if I know enough about that to say authoritatively, because my experience now is like from my own childhood, right? I guess I'm about to find out I have a kindergartner.
Okay.
So we'll see what she goes through. But I know that, I mean, things like how history is taught. Does your school celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day, or is it Christopher Columbus Day? Like those kinds of things are going to be the narrative of the history and present of this country.
But it's structural, isn't it? That well, it's deliberate. It's not accidental. It's structural. That critical race theory was the testing ground, the taste tester for this administration's determination, because you start with race and then you creep on through other disciplines, through other, minoritized, examples. But even when we were thinking about whether or not universities would stay open, and which departments were going to go, race studies department, specialist race studies departments were the first to be culled in so many institutions.
Yeah, and it's so different than what the students want, because I think from them, there's never been such a demand to learn about this, possibly, at least, in my corner of the world. Students are very passionate,
And there's an embarrassment that they don't know. And so it's almost like, one of the things that I say on the first day is that, it sounds a bit trite, but this is the safe space, because it is, because no one wants to be laughed at about what they don't know. And because I teach music sociology, the idea that, what do you mean you don't know about that jam? That jam kid. There's always one guy or girl, it's usually a guy, who will actually say, oh, my dad did. That's lovely, but you don't penalize people for what they don't know. You penalize people for what they choose not to learn about once they have access to know. And then the way in which they actually mount a defense against their ignorance in order to try and minimize your knowledge. But you're absolutely right. I have more students wanting to learn about Black British music because they think there's only 5 Black people in the United Kingdom. And, the history of its legacy, worldwide, the Black Atlantic, Paul Gilroy, etc. And so I think it's deeply worrisome that this happens in the United States, because America sneezes and the United Kingdom catches the cold. So the idea that, that will happen there, nothing like that will happen there. Here, I think is naive. And so we keep looking to the arts, to the sciences, to be able to pull this, to utilize their expertise, to utilize their articulation to pull us out. But that's a lot of labor for people. And that's not possible, because there are more people who are not scientists and there are more people who are not artists. So what do you think should be done by those who are not experts, but who benefit from your expertise? How can they help you?
I think that there's just so many kind of basic things about being critically literate in this media ecosystem and this, I think the main thing that I want to do, it doesn't even have to do with science. It's just like helping students and people in the world learn how to read and interpret what's in the news and how to check claims and that kind of thing. Kind of first order.
Yeah. But that's a beautiful endeavor. And you haven't lost any of that desire, obviously.
No.
That's cool. That's imperative. It's imperative. And, I gave reference to the interview that you did with Verso about one of your publications, and you were talking about how the presumption that the elites will benefit from particular research practices and they'll keep the benefits of those findings for themselves to enrich themselves and so forth, and to have more of a democratic way of sharing knowledge, obviously through education. And we've talked about the idea that a sickle is being taken to particular disciplines. That made me think about the kind of pushback that Black music almost always gets. Why is it called Black music? because it's music of Black origin. You don't hear it called white music, no, because ethnocentrically, all music is presumed to be white because we're in Europe. And so this idea that when you actually highlight something that is not of the elite, when you highlight expressions, experiences, when they gather a momentum that extends beyond the origins of the artist, and they become these global movements, you know, whether it's jazz, whether it's, you know, rock and roll, whether it's, you know, whether it's rap, whether it's, you know, and onward with grime and so forth. This idea that, well, we stop calling it Black music now that the mainstream have accepted it, because you're now being elitist, you're being separatist by calling it what it actually is. Do you have any kind of parallel within that, within the sciences, whereby those who actually make the work, share the work, are then expected to say, stop calling it that, even though it comes from your experiences and intelligence?
That's a great question. Maybe not exactly, but I think that, I guess I think of climate action and how it comes from people, and that's the driver. And then I see the elites responding to that and also seeking legitimacy from those youth activists or indigenous activists or, you know, the climate justice movement.
Yeah, that's a great example. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
It's been off topic suppressing the reaction to all of our interests. Hello.
Hi there.
How are you?
Excuse me, I haven't really spoken yet this morning. It's morning on my coast.
Okay. Where are you based?
I'm just outside of San Francisco.
Is it bright and obscenely sunny?
It's yeah, well, the sun's just starting to peek through the trees over
Look
here,
at that. I can see it bouncing off that sky. I can see. Oh, okay. We won't talk about weather envy here, given, you know.
Yeah, we just moved up on top of a mountain and a forest up here.
Stop it.
And
Stop
so
it.
we're
You're doing
getting,
it again.
Well, just 2 weeks ago, you couldn't see the sun because of the smoke. So it's been quite a wild ride of a summer for as far as climate goes out here, for sure.
And given COVID, how are you actually working on the variety of things that you actually have your fingers in? I'll say your fingers and your toes, because you're busy. You're really busy.
Yeah, well, this time has been busier than most. Certainly, I've kind of spent about 25 years building up all kinds of different pies that I work in, and most of them were kind of self-running up until COVID hit, and then now having to reinvent so many of them. So, you know, I did a lot of live events. I've worked with Jem Feiner and this type of conversation series. We've done versions of these long conversations with him originally, and then with other groups as well. But yeah, we host a lot of live events around long-term thinking, so inviting speakers, and that's all changed. And we run our headquarters is actually a bar and a cafe. We also run live kind of salon series in. That's all closed, so we haven't been open for 6 months. We're open now a little bit for to-go service and things like that, but we don't get to do our live events.
Does it work online? Has the migration online worked, or does it feel confining?
It's at first it really did not. And I think part of it was the kind of shell shock of everyone being at home and then, you know, turning on a camera and trying to
people.
Yeah, it's like they've been sitting on that couch for so long. And I think so we started changing the format a lot, where we would, instead of trying to do live events, we pre-record the speaker, and then we work with them to find all kinds of historical footage and imagery, and then we kind of mix together a kind of mini documentary of their talk. So we'll record someone for like an hour or plus, and then we'll take that and spend 2 weeks finding all kinds of great imagery and things like that, and then mix it down to about 35 minutes. And so it's a bit conciser, which I think works better online, and then also just a lot of visuals. So they're almost, the way it almost feels is they're narrating kind of a documentary rather than giving a talk. And then, you know, the editing process, we can always, you know, we kind of get some of the, can put together the ideas, sometimes in a way that is more helpful than the speaker did originally, often because we'll ask them questions at the end and mix them back into the original talk so we can make it clear. So it's working better in some cases. And I think, before our talks were primarily for the live audience, and but even then our largest audience was online. Eventually, the talks would get out to thousands and thousands of people, but the talks were really originally produced for the live audience, which kind of made them less interesting online. So I think now that we're producing them primarily for an online audience, I think it's actually going to be a better global kind of audience. Thing anyway. So, we didn't think we'd have to we had planned on making changes like this, but we didn't think we'd have to kind of do it with a gun to our head.
And now it's policy. Now it's the template, right?
Yeah. We kind of thought we were going to be rearranging the furniture on the ship that we were sailing, but the ship hit the iceberg, and now we're having to put it back together in the middle of the ocean. But it's been, I think it's been interesting. I think parts of it are really positive, and that we're starting to pull in a much more global audience, and also speakers are in a way more available, right? They, if you have to fly somebody from Australia, it was always such a scheduling snafu, and or Europe or wherever, and it always kind of bugs me, like when I end up flying, around the world to give a 45-minute talk.
And the conscience kicks in, hey?
It's clearly not a good climate move. So I always tried to make them, longer trips and do other things, and be careful about those. But the ability to give it to the kind of, I would say one thing that this time has given more than any other thing is permission. It's kind of, we now have permission to not fly around the world and give the talk, and people are much more accepting of that. And you have a lot more permission to try new formats, new things. And I think that's a general positive that we're seeing out of this. And you're in the UK right now, is that right?
I am. Can you not see the doll? Yeah, we're here. It's pre-autumn or autumn. I don't even know what it is. I mean, what you just said there about reconfiguring the format of a live event, it's not the same, but it's made me think about the way in which musical artists, especially artists who are not in the quote mainstream, and how they could actually make themselves heard. And the big democratizer of that is, of course, the internet. But not only in terms of they don't necessarily need to have an A&R sign them, who will not come down to a particular, rap jam, or they won't come down to a poetry night where there are several R&B singers, singing the hook to a poet's material. You can actually upload your stuff, and as many have done, and some successfully for years. But one of the things that COVID has alerted me to all the more, because it happened before, was just the way in which the PRs have actually receded for some artists, and how artists will go on Insta, onto Insta Live and do an Insta story, and they will debunk a rumor, or they'll do something like Tory Lanez did the other day, which is to, how do I say this politely? He will legitimize his violence against another rapper, and use that to sell his now #1 album in the United States. And yet when the alleged victim of his violence went online to debunk rumors that she'd made up the violence, she was accused of capitalizing on it. And so, you've got this new platform that's reminding you of things that already exist, about sexism, about hypocrisy, about the idea that, within rap, you keep it real. And so, you speak your truth. And just the way in which before, I remember growing up in the old days, even before fax machines. No, I lived in fax machines. But, where PRs would actually issue a fax with, an official statement, and that statement would funnel through via the record label. All of that is gone. So a rumor can start, even by, a self-appointed blogger who wants attention. It can gather momentum, and by 12 o'clock, you have the best-selling artist in the world talking about it on Insta Live. And often, sometimes the management have no say. No, I'm going to do it. And you can see that there's, that some of them are even, in bed, like really just lambasting this rumor, and how the rules of professionalism and engagement. And I don't think that's a really good idea, have all changed. And so you've got this collision of being seen to stand up for yourself as somebody who's not famous, but you have to stand up for yourself because you are famous. Am I making sense?
Yeah, no, indeed. I mean, I think that, obviously the democratizing effect of distribution that the internet has had has been amazing. But at the same time, really the music companies, they didn't quite realize it, but really they were just marketing companies. They thought they were about selling plastic circles with music on them until that went away. And then they realized they're really just a marketing engine. So who they choose to market and who they choose to lift up is still, the main kind of filter that we get. Because now that you can access everything, knowing what to access or having the right suggestions and the right marketing that gets you to that is, becomes the kind of non-democratized part of music that we still have. But I think the part that you're talking about in the social media aspect is really interesting. I mean, you have, for better or worse, you have people who can conduct themselves professionally and with grace, and you have people who can't. And you watch someone having a breakdown effectively on social media, like Kanye or something like this, where just zero filter, obviously, and then you have people like someone like a Taylor Swift, who probably runs all their tweets through a media engine and is a lot less. I don't actually know this, so I'm just saying that you certainly see that there's some people, and it could just be that they're personally very, very careful about what they put out. And it could be that they run it through, media and marketing engines. But, it's politics now, or we have obviously the unfiltered brain of the US president on Twitter, but, we see that less in a lot of other countries where they clearly have people who check out, what they say beforehand. And certainly our previous president was vastly more careful and probably ran that through PR lenses before ever saying anything on something like social media.
But I think what's consistent are the isms that still exist within any of these contexts. So I remember Katy Perry in one of her, I think it was her previous album, she did something where she was on lockdown of sorts, and she was talking about her mental health. And you were invited to just watch her explore her pain and her vulnerability. And it was just like, this is not how you sell records, actually. The telling is in the stories that you write, but there was something so very, not contrived, but something so deeply wrong with the way in which this woman was crying, and you weren't sure, are you crying on cue? And then, hold on, no, she looks damaged. This doesn't look like this doesn't seem to be the right thing. But what you were saying there about record companies being marketing engines, they always were, and they relied on the isms because they kept Black people from being the primary beneficiaries of the art that came from their lived experiences. And what we're seeing, certainly in the United Kingdom, we know it happens in the United States, where there's that novelty of, my God, that guy, that girl, she sounds Black. That's really interesting. But that guy, that girl is Black. I know, but isn't it more interesting that, they who are not, and they sound like the music that they've been influenced by is far more interesting than they that are. And that has everything to do with the power of media. It has everything to do with that, going back to what you've talked about, restructuring, recalibrating how things are delivered. At the very beginnings of the music industry, they relied on the way society was operating, which was already sexist and racist. And so who got through, and whether, how charts were measured. They were called race charts. All of this just migrated into the system. And so what we have here is, we have this democratizing template, engine that is the internet. And yet we're still coming up against all of these things that are constructions and tyrannize people. In this country, there is a rapper called Reg 32 who uploaded material about his father, who was in his home, and the police raided the home and threw him down the stairs. His father is a pensioner. And I was thinking, look at what we're watching. we're watching the abuse of an elderly man who, you know, no charges were brought against anybody for this. And we're seeing so much violence. And yet, if he were not who he was, that would never have made the news. So that the rank still exists despite all of the evil that we're witnessing as to who is more important and who is told and who is sold. And then if he had had a record out, which he didn't at the time, but if he had, he would have been accused of using that. You know what I mean? There's just, everything's a mess. Everything's happening simultaneously. But, you know, but having the skills to determine, you know, what is contrived, what is heartfelt, what is natural. And given what you've talked about with your own work, about working with the long player, you know, the long view of the long player, having, you know, extensive conversations, really burrowing deep down, do you find yourself hitting a lot of the same markers about the way societies run, the way people suffer?
Well, I mean, I think the thing that and as you pointed out, the thing that we have now is we have this much more direct access, and so your chance of seeing somebody at their most vulnerable, at their most angry, at their most unfiltered, it's now happening in real time, and, you know, ranging from people committing suicide, you know, on Facebook Live, or, you know, to, you know, really great things that happen, you know, when they have access, when people have access to someone at their most vulnerable. And so we see people at their best and their worst, all simultaneously. So it's, I don't know. I think it's a weird and wild time to be alive that we have that. And I think that humans have always evolved to be social species, but I think what's curious is that we've never evolved to have an audience of thousands and millions simultaneous to our every kind of our every word or our every you know, bad action or good action. And so recovering from those can also be, you know, I mean, I don't know anybody who's grown up and not made mistakes in their lives or had a wrong belief. And it used to be you could kind of, you know, at least in my childhood, you could kind of correct that and become a different person. But now, you know, every picture of you stays with you, every utterance on social media where you had a wrong idea, and you know, coming back from that is very difficult now. And so I think it also causes people to entrench much more heavily in their ideas, because you either kind of double down on it or you admit that you were wrong, which is, you know, just harder now in some ways, I think, for people. But I think that's the curious thing is that we just aren't, there's nothing in our evolution that would make us good at being a perfect person in front of everybody all the time. And so how do we live a life that allows us to correct, you know, the way we think, the way we act, and feel as though we can be understood for doing that. And I think that's the part that we still need to figure out. I mean, someday there'll be a president or a world leader that grew up where social media was the norm from their birth, and their parents were posting pictures of them from their baby life on, and every stupid thing they ever said or did will be part of that record. And so it might be that, you know, going back to this idea of permission, that we might give people a lot more permission, you know, to have had stupid things that happened in their past, and because everyone's will be out there in some way. Or it could be that we pull back from this. I mean, I've already seen, you know, my daughter's generation, and you know, she doesn't actually, she's 11, she doesn't get onto social media, but it's interesting watching her friends, like they don't even want to be on it because it's a thing that their parents do, and they don't really you know. So it could be that the social media is this funny generation that is kind of our generation that is that was this new shiny tool that we all used, and then we actually decided that a lot of it didn't work right, and so and then the kids are like, well, that's what my parents do, so I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want them watching me on this thing. And, you know, they might flock to newer tools, you know, we see with TikTok or whatnot, but it could be that they really walk away from it. You know, I think my favorite definition of technology is it's the stuff that doesn't quite work yet. So, when electricity was a technology, it was a new technology, it often didn't work. You'd invite people over to your house just to turn on the lights. But now we just turn on the lights and it's just like, it's just like air that we breathe, that we assume that it's all, and because it's generally always works, except here in California during fire season now. But now it's turned back into technology again.
But I'm really interested in what you have to say about technology, because you work in terms, your investment in it creatively is quite broad. You work in relation to robots as well, and it's when I think about surveillance, when we think about some of the tools that can be utilized, whether it's in studio to alter people's voices, people who can't sing but they've got great ideas and they feel that they want a shot at stardom, etc. Are there any kind of there are of course moral considerations about robotic technology, or what are the main ones
sure.
that you are guided by?
The robots that I build that's kind of a weekends and evenings pastime where the kind of robots that I build are for entertainment. So I build robots that fight other robots on television, and I build robots that make Mai Tais and things like that. And to be fair, the things that we're calling robots, I think the robots I build are really telepresence devices. They're you control them remotely, but they don't have their own intelligence and choices. But I think whenever you're building things in technology, in some way you're building them as a reflection of you, the way you think, your dreams, your desires. I think when building a robot that fights other robots, I think it has this kind of cathartic anti-technology thing for me, where it's like you get to kind of build a technology to destroy a technology, and when we live in a world where we are so much of what we do is mediated by technology, I find it kind of cathartic to have this destruction thing. So much of what I do otherwise is creating something that's going to last for thousands of years. But to build something that destroys another thing or just destroyed itself in 3 minutes, it becomes this kind of accelerated aging chamber for the way technology may play out over very long periods. But it's violent and entertaining, and no one gets hurt, which is the fun part, right? So you kind of get the gladiatorial kind of high, but with nobody getting hurt, which I don't know. I find it's just fun.
But I'm fearfully cynical, you see. So one of the things that I'm concerned about is, are you not worried? Are you not responsible for when people take your creative brilliance and use it for harm? Because there was some footage just yesterday of that kind of dog walking robot. But it's not a dog because it's got more legs than a dog. It's not a dog, it's a robot anyway. But that dog-shaped robot that was walking around a protest march. I believe it was in Louisiana, and just pretty much scanning the people around it. And so the idea that, okay, you've got this thing, it's the complete opposite of the work that you do, the legacy work, because it's finite, it's fun. It's wasteful, but it's fun. Are there any concerns about your creativity being duplicated for harm?
Oh, for sure. I think any technology can be used for good and bad, and we see it in the protests too. We see protesters with drones videotaping what's going on, and we see cops with drones trying to collect information and on the protesters, and so that they can use it against them later. And so both those technologies are clashing in that way, or that same technology is going to be clashing in that way. And of course, the authoritarian regimes are able to say, pass laws and say, or just dictate that, who can use what technology in a protest. who cannot, and some are easier to chase down. You see protesters, for instance, using these ultra bright lasers, and it was originally inspired out of the protests in Hong Kong, but we're seeing it now, and where it can cause blinding effects, long-lasting blinding effects to the cops, and it's very difficult to stop it because it's coming out of a whole crowd of people, and so therefore you end up with cops, escalating that violence because they don't ever like to be kind of anyone have the upper hand in those situations.
But you have police squads that are militarized. You've got military. You've got military weaponry and vehicles, and these shields now that. But
yeah, do you mean the protester shields or the cop shields?
The cop shields. You've got these ones that they actually look like Captain America shields, but they have the ability to actually taser you. You can be tasered by this. They can be used in that way.
Yeah, I mean, I always thought it would be an interesting move, and you're starting to see it in some cases, is to basically, as a way of doing protesting and even peaceful protesting, would be to have a well-trained group of people wearing all white armor and white shields with peace symbols on them, and stand in front of the protesters to protect the protesters. And the imagery of this, I think, would be extremely powerful. Of the cops always have these kind of universally, menacing Darth Vader outfits, and then you'd have these, the very obvious peaceful protesters who are trying to reduce harm to the people that are protesting behind them, and to stop that escalation of violence, but also wearing armor. And I think my fear of it, of course, is that whenever the police feel as though they're outclassed, then they'll up their tactics and start using real bullets rather than rubber bullets or something like that. And so yeah, the police don't really like being outclassed in a situation like that. But I think it could be both powerful and useful. We saw some versions of this, and it's always curious to me, how in some cases the police, I think, react to it well, and most of the cases they don't. But
yeah, there was, of course, a time, I'm talking about it as if it's past, where rap music, where jazz were declared immoral entities that were corrupting the youth. Jazz itself, the name was a euphemism for sex. Rock and roll, the same thing. President Bush Sr., the late, he compared Eminem, I believe, at one point. He said he was the greatest threat to American youth since polio. And so
I think it's an interesting parallel to social media. I mean, now social media is, and screen time is we're telling our kids, or we're saying that our kids are being damaged by these things, and that they're, it's going to melt your brain. And before it was, to my parents' generation, it was rock and roll was the thing that was immoral. There was a time when printed books were considered immoral, because they would, people would withdraw from conversation and read this handheld object in their hand, and not. It was written about as though it was going to be the end of social society. The written, a printed book, and so now you see the same thing about phones. And so I'm always a little bit dubious of these statements, and obviously they play out over racial and societal things, when it's, especially if it's a thing of another culture that you don't like, if that's taking over your children's culture, that's going to be a thing that you blame the technology on it, or the music on it. So it's we're living through, I think, another one of those with social media now. And I think social media is a little bit different in the way that I said that it's your audience it's kind of one-to-many audience, and many-to-one has been flipped of the normal television or music cultures that were always kind of one-to-many before, and now it's flipped to kind of many-to-one, and I don't know that people are very good at that yet.
I think what you said there about the idea of people retreating in shared company in a book, and going to the cinema in a dark room with strangers, it's sordid, it's disgusting. Dancing with a stranger with the hem of your skirt above your ankles, what kind of woman are you? Or dancing to the Charleston in that way, etc., etc. Reciting music where there's profanity, or it's, you know, where it's where violence is used as a term of reference for entertainment, even though it's fictionalized. It has everything to do with who the authors should be. And just like you say, the technology that brings it to it makes it accessible, makes it portable, makes it tangible. But this is about control over who gets to inform and educate and entertain. And there's that so we keep coming back to the isms, no matter where the technology, you know, originates or how it evolves, as to who has the right to talk to my children in this way. And the people who are the most resentful of these musicians coming in and stealing the innocence of my child are those who don't actually participate or take their own journey through a music culture or subculture, because it's too much work.
Yeah, well, and I realize we're at the end of our time, but one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, that's very interesting to me, is how we do storytelling in our culture through music. And you know, I think storytelling and myth building are the things that we have that last the longest through culture. And I know that you've studied kind of historical music in this context. So I'm interested in, you know, in our last minute, I guess, you know, what's your take on the kind of the way that we're telling stories and history through music, and where you see that going and change in the way that we're doing it now?
I think one of the things for me is that I need to take my own expectations of what musicians, what they do for me, out of it, and realize that they are there to express for themselves. And if I am frustrated at their narrative shortcomings, it's because I haven't made those shortcomings my own work and duty, because musicians are here fundamentally to express for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
If they share it with us, that's the blessing. And if we understand it and they magnetize with our experience, it's like, I love you. But fundamentally, they're here to get out what is inside. It's taken me decades to understand.
It's been really nice talking to you.
And to you. Enjoy the sun.
I hope your weather improves in England.
Thank you.
Take care. Hi there.
Hi there. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm fine. That was a fascinating conversation you were just having. I feel like there was an opening at the end there about stories and myth building that I would love to keep talking to you about in terms of technology, actually.
Please take the prompt. Yes, I would love to ask you about some of these things and from some of your work as well.
Well, can I first turn it back to you and say, you know, as someone who engages with technology, and you were talking a little bit about the concerns about how, you know, technology can always be used for good or ill. It will always be used for good and ill, probably. That's kind of in the nature of it. But the ways that we tell ourselves stories about what technology is and what it does and doesn't do for us, or how it does or doesn't threaten us, seem to be particularly destabilized right now and crystallizing into something potentially new. For me, I think of it in terms of climate change, but I'm wondering what you think about where our myths are right now and how they're changing.
It's an interesting question. I mean, first, you know, how do you build new myths is an interesting question, and it's something that I wrestle with a lot. I mean, we're kind of, one of the things working on is, you know, this multi-millennial clock that's meant to change the way people think about time and our relationship to it, and how responsible we are for future generations. You know, are we being good ancestors? You know, none of these things are going to be solved with a conference or a white paper. And so, you know, what we're trying to do is do this kind of intervention that is in its own mythic, at least a mythic scale. And so hopefully people will start telling stories about that and how it makes them feel, and hold that kind of reflection up of a deep future in front of them. I think we often are thinking of ourselves at the end of a story rather than at least in the middle of a story. You know, if you look at the last 10,000 years.
Did you already tell the story about the oak beams?
Oh, I didn't tell that story.
Will you
but
tell that story, because I
that's,
think it's amazing.
It's also, I mean, it's great in that it's like many good myths, it's not true. But so it's an apocryphal.
I'm so disappointed. That's terrible.
It's an apocryphal story, but I'll tell you some things about it at the end. So yeah, so one of the things, and it's the thing that really got the Long Now Foundation, where I work, started. It was originally told from Gregory Bateson to Stuart Brand, as I understood it, but when New College, Oxford was being built, and it was the New College in the 1200s, and they had these huge oak beams that were put over the main hall, the main dining hall, and 500 years later, they were found to be rotten and infested with beetles in the 1800s, and they didn't know what to do because you couldn't really buy trees like this anymore in Europe or in England, and
they didn't really grow anymore, right? Like they just sort of weren't growing.
Well, you could grow them, but they would take, these trees actually took hundreds of years to grow to the size that were needed, and it wasn't until they spoke to the school forester who said, "Oh, well, we have the trees that you planted," and this idea that an act as simple as scattering acorns on the ground, leveraged over 500 years, could solve an intractable problem in the future. It has other elements to it where they also needed the cultural continuity to remember that they had planted these trees. And so while it seems that this particular story, as I mentioned, is not exactly true, the forestry practices were in place, and this did happen. And we've seen other stories, like I think it's the Swedish Navy, the royal forester called them and said, "Oh, we have the masts that you planted, they're ready," and this was 200 years after they were planted. And I think it's a kind of a different story in that they were trying to solve an intractable problem that could only be solved over hundreds of years of growing trees to the size that they needed for masts. But naval technology clearly had moved to the point where they were worthless. Well, not worthless, they were great trees, but I think they were, as the Royal Navy no longer needed massive straight pine trees to make masts out of. So, but I think, going back to the New College Oxford story, is it's now is a myth, and it doesn't really matter how true it is, so much as it changes the way we think about how you could leverage something simple over time, and how you can have cultural continuity that can save you from something that, if you forgot it, would be kind of an intractable problem again. And there's stories like this in Japan. There's a lot of these. For instance, they put hundreds of years ago, some of as old as 500 or 600 years, when there was massive tsunamis, they would put markers, and they'd say, do not build below this line. This is where the tsunami would get to, and they did build below that line. And so they're now kind of rediscovering these markers as these warnings that were sent forward through time, and they failed to become a myth. But there was another one that was a small little temple that was built on a rise, and the temple story is that people ran to this temple because it was on higher ground, and then they were killed in a tsunami where there was two bodies of water, or two ways that water could come in, would focus, and then would actually took this high ground out. And so that was always the story of that temple. And so when the 2006 tsunami hit, people did not go there. And it was kind of the successful mythic story where the myth saved the lives of people, 600 years after it came.
There seem to be two really interesting things in here that, for me as a person who thinks about climate change and sort of deep past and deep future, and also very near future. The one is the idea that there's a lot of talk right now about how sort of like human nature and or human cognition make us incapable of thinking long-term or understanding geological time or planning in these very long-term ways, which I think that if you look at history, you can see that there are ways that societies have functioned differently in different eras under different contexts, where deep, long time was built into the fabric of society. And therefore this idea that like, it's just human nature, we're not capable of planning beyond, the next 3 minutes, strikes me as incredibly dangerous right now as a mythology that we're beginning to tell about ourselves, which is incredibly self-defeating mythology. The other thing in these stories, as you're telling them to me, that I hear is this question of communication, right? It's making me think about there was the book that John D'Agata wrote about the nuclear waste facility where they're putting this incredibly toxic material into the ground that's going to be in the ground for like 1 million years or something, at which point it will begin to degrade and become poisonous. And so they had to figure out a way to communicate to humans so far in the future that we can't actually imagine what like symbolic patterns they're going to be using to communicate with each other, right? Like language, written language, English, is that around? Pictorial
right. Well,
things.
If you look at the the markings on King Tut's tomb, they basically they were all the things that you would put on the outside of a nuclear waste dump, right? It's like,
right.
You will get sick, your family, your generations after you will get sick. This curse will be on your family, all these things. And there was nothing
that definitely
more
kept
enticing
us out, right?
than that. When they read that, they're like, there's definitely gold on the other side of this
There's
door.
something good in there.
Yeah, no,
right?
We've worked with the DOE on that particular kind of storytelling issue, and I've done conferences with the world, all the different world's kind of geologic repositories, and I visited some of them. There's the 100,000 year facility in Helsinki, and the 10,000 year facility here in the United States. And it's a very strange bedfellow of groups who are trying to build things that last for thousands of years, just the way we are. To kind of they're the only ones doing it, at that same scale and with a lot of science and budget and rigor. But they all agree. Kind of behind closed doors, all of the managers of those repositories all agree that the right answer is to not market. Don't mark these repositories. But that is an impossible political answer to give, because they've been handed this kind of mandate of, you need to give 100% assured over 100,000 years or 10,000 years or 1 million years that nothing's going to go wrong. And that's just it's an impossible thing to be handed. And so they're often criticized, I think, for their efforts in this. But one of the best solutions I heard to the marking problem that Danny Hillis, who I worked with, he suggested, is that you actually don't mark the site. You make markers around, the whole, let's say, the Southwest region, if you were going to bury nuclear waste in the Southwest. And each marker would really be a kind of a cultural test and a scientific test that would lead you to the next marker. And then once you solve all the puzzles, it would tell you where the nuclear waste is by solving all of the puzzles. And so it would assure that you would kind of understand the danger of what you're dealing with before giving you the location. And the first thing you have to do is kind of, once you're talking about distances this deep in time, is you have to kind of set some cultural kind of touchstones that allow you to, like, are you the same kind of, do you care about the same kind of things that I cared about? And do you, what is safety, mean in a biological sense for somebody 10,000 years from now, who may be, largely robotic or heavily modified from, what we would consider a normal human. And so you kind of have to first find that common ground of humanity, and then express what the danger was to at least our version.
Has anyone turned this into like a film yet, where humans encounter one of these markers and have to figure out what to do with it? This sounds like a fantastic plot for a novel or a film. So someone should do this.
There's a book called Canticle for Leibowitz, which was a book about people finding our era of artifacts far, far in the future, and making all kinds of suppositions about it, the way we, as archaeologists, I think some of your work do, or like we kind of make we tell ourselves a story that makes sense in our world of very scant evidence of that stuff. But I don't know that, I'm trying to think of, in a way, kind of 2001 with the obelisk on the moon, there was kind of a version of this.
Right.
There's those kind of ones, but I don't think anyone's done one with the nuclear waste. There's Anathem, a book by Neil Stevenson, had nuclear waste, but he actually used the mechanism of the clock that we're building as kind of the way that you would keep a society paying attention to things like that were dangerous over time, like nuclear waste.
These are such interesting questions, and also it's politically not expedient to say stop making the dangerous waste, right? I mean, one answer is,
well, and we already have it. Like we have to do something with, we have a huge legacy of every nuclear power country has this legacy of, it's not just, we think of it as like, oh, well, it's nuclear waste from nuclear plants. No, it's like, it'll be like the entire Oak Ridge facility has like a layer of nuclear, of radioactive dust over the whole thing, and it's made of wood, and it's slowly collapsing, and they don't know what to do with it, right? It becomes this super fun site. So there's, it's the clothing that people wear at nuclear plants that they have to dispose of, and where do that's also part of that. So it's a highly variable kind of space of dangerous material. I do also think that we've used it as a way of, let's say, arguing against nuclear power, which also I think has a lot of benefits of being a largely green power in terms of carbon emissions. But many countries have been taking nuclear power off the table because of the waste problem. And when you look at the waste problem, yes, you could bury the waste, and someone might find it in the future, and they might get sick. But for instance, the number of people who probably have been injured in or died in car crashes going back and forth to conferences talking about how to protect us from nuclear waste is probably way more than the number of people that would get harmed in the future. But
isn't one of the real problems with the nuclear waste and burial and all those kinds of things is that it rarely sort of goes to plan, right? That something happens with the barrels and they get corroded because there's some mineral in the soil that they didn't take into account. Not that like they're not doing their jobs well and planning well, and yep. Given the science that we currently have and the technology that we currently have, doing the best we can do. But I think the problem is the idea that, like, okay, if we put them into these barrels, it will basically be fine for 1 million years. I mean, sort of everywhere we look at the ways that we dispose waste, it turns out that, like, oh, actually we planned poorly because, sea level rise. Right? We didn't think that this site was going to be underwater in the next 20 years, but now it is going to be, and it's going to erode all of the structures that we put in place for it to be safe, thinking it was going to be in the desert. This 1 million year sort of sense of safety seems to me actually part of the problem.
Yeah, but I also think it's just worth assessing, like, what is the true risk? Like, yes, if you put it in a place that could end up having water flowing through it, that is a water supply for a city in the future, that would be really bad, right? So there's certainly reasons why you would not want to do that, and as you say, above sea level. But I also wonder, look, of the things that are dangerous in our world, like the effects of climate change, I think are vastly more dangerous and global than this highly regionalized problem where some people might get sick if they unbury this thing at their own great effort they would have to make to go through all this concrete and steel and all these things. Like right. we're harming ourselves in much bigger and faster ways than that.
Right. It's like focusing on a stubbed toe when your head is exploding.
Yeah. Well, and I'm curious, in your work, it sounds like you've done kind of archaeological work in Fiji, is that right? Or where
archaeological is a generous word for what I was doing. I was basically a reporter tagging along with a team of conservation biologists who traveled to many different islands around Fiji. And they were looking in particular at reef health, and in particular working with one village that was trying to figure out a way to basically save their reef, because the reefs are, its income, its culture, its food. Without the reef, the whole culture kind of falls apart, and so this one particular village would fall apart.
But one of the ways they were trying to do that was kind of looking through the waste of the past cultures, right? Which it's interesting to me with nuclear waste is this way. Like, my bet is that nuclear waste sites will become a thing that we actually do want to unbury in the future, that we'll get better at dealing with this stuff, and then it'll be a mine for nuclear material that's very difficult to build from scratch. So I think it was interesting that these people were looking at the history of reefs through the trash middens of past cultures.
Yeah, that was actually kind of a fluke, because we were traveling, the scientist I was traveling with, his name is Joshua Drew, he was at Columbia at the time. A friend of his who was an archaeologist was at a site for this sort of ancient people in Fiji called the Lapita people, who were the first people who were there. And he sort of, out of curiosity and because he wanted to visit his friend, we, got in a car that sort of, went on roads for a while and then took a turn into the jungle and sort of went on dirt for a while to this huge beach, where we got out and sort of, took all of our things. And we were actually helping them out because they were trying to get supplies from the main city out there. So that we were trying to get them food and toilet paper and some things. We were just sort of bringing them. So we were sort of carting all this stuff out, and then we get into these little wooden boats, and we take these wooden boats out to the area where they were sort of on a peninsula, looking at this archaeological site. And, you know, the scientists and the archaeologists are kind of chatting and catching up, and they're looking around, and she's like, you know, here are some of the things we found. And she has these cardboard boxes that are, you know, sort of like big square cardboard boxes, and each one has a plastic bag inside, and they're just full of, you know, shells and bits of pottery and, you know, things that they're kind of slowly sorting through. And he takes a look at this one shell, and like his face just drops, and I see him pick it up, and I was like, what are you seeing? Why is this so fascinating to you? I'm like, it's a giant clamshell, you know, and I don't have the experience to know what it is he's able to see. And it's maybe the size of a soccer ball, a little bit bigger. And he is just astonished, because this is the same species that people are still eating in the village that he is working in, you know, 2 islands away. But they're so much smaller. And he realizes, you know, part of his work as a conservationist is to try and establish a baseline, right? So you have to figure out what it is you're trying to save. And he realizes, looking at this giant clamshell, that the baseline, you know, after only even maybe a couple hundred years, has shifted profoundly. And that already these shellfish are growing smaller and smaller and smaller, either because they are being fished out younger, and so they don't have a chance to grow sort of big and old, and also because of ocean acidification, because the shells are sort of weaker, and so they can't grow as big anymore. But like I watched him have this kind of epiphany of this sort of like across centuries, people living in similar ways, eating the same food that is now like a degraded food source. And his job is to try and give the people the information that they need to try and save enough of the food source that's left. And it's a very sobering sort of look at the long view of how people lived and may or may not be able to continue to live in this area.
Yeah, I mean, obviously fisheries, we have this problem all over, you know, the rarity of the giant bluefin tuna and the giant lobsters that were kind of just a generation ago, something that we would pull from the ocean, is just increasing and increasing. But I think I think what's interesting about that story and that was from thousands of years ago, the trash middens that they were looking at, and that it also just what we call nature, I think, is always a kind of an interesting definition of what we call a natural state of things. And, you know, often we just believe it's from our childhood. You know, it's like nature was the thing that, you know, nature stopped at my childhood, and then, or at least my definition of it. And, you know, it's so often you'll find that, you know, that the landscape that you're thinking of in its natural state is actually was changed radically. You know, even, you know, here in the United States, there's the fire, the way that the indigenous people used fire to change the landscape and to affect garden landscapes the way we garden in square plots of land. They were gardening the entire landscape, and that changed it radically before Western culture arrived to document what they saw. But we kind of considered that state to be natural, and I don't think
there's a name for this, right? This is shifting baseline syndrome.
Yeah,
it's a very sort of like, I'm sure you understand it's a very specific idea that in conservation in particular, you have a real difficulty when you talk about what is the point at which you are trying to sort of halt some kind of environmental degradation. Is it today? Is it 10 years ago when things looked better? Is it when you were a child? And you're right, every generation, including of scientists and conservationists, has this very kind of emotional response about what nature should be and what it should look like, and therefore people tend to put resources into doing conservation acts that will like bring things back a little bit more to like they were when they were a child, which may or may not be meaningful.
Yeah.
Right. But well, then what is the natural state? There's this idea that there is some fixed, like platonic place in the past where nature stopped or stood still for a very long time.
Pre-human contact, or what is it? Yeah.
Right. And I think that is a profound misunderstanding of ecosystems and life on Earth. And I think that when you start looking at nature as a system that we are part of, and that for the last, 5 billion years or however long we've been on the planet, things have been stable in a way that is relatively conducive to our survival. And so when you start looking at baselines and thinking about what is the thing that we hope nature will be able to provide for us moving forward, it's a very different kind of question and a very different set of values than nature is beautiful and nature is something that deserves saving on its own, or saving on its own terms, regardless of what it does for us. And this is an ongoing argument in conservation circles and environmental circles. It's like how we even, like, what are the mythologies that we're telling about nature that will help us make the decisions that we make about the resources that we have. And I think people do the work of conservation or do the work of trying to understand ecology for many, many different reasons. But I don't think that there is like a place that was the best, that was the most natural, that it makes sense for everyone everywhere on the planet to sort of aim toward. That like, this is our baseline, that, it's like, given what we have now, what are we going to try and save? It's reminding me of when I was in Fiji.
Saving versus creating, I think, is an interesting one. It's that, the word conservationist means that you are trying to just save stuff in some state, rather than creating a new state that's the desirable state. And I think the bummer about that idea is that not only is it kind of it's non-creative, the idea of conserving, but it's also it's really, I think it's really hard to sell to another generation. I mean, my daughter's 11, and like, I don't want to tell her that she just wants her whole future is putting a fence around nature and trying to make it less bad than my generation did. That's not fun, right? Like, but the idea of creating new versions of nature, or new versions of the state of the natural world that work better with humanity, without being degraded by it, and are more interesting, I think is something that you could sell them on, and they would want to be a scientist to study and to build that world.
Well, it also feels more honest, right? I mean, at this point, we have, we are changing the Earth's atmosphere. We are changing these like fundamental climactic systems. We're changing, weather patterns and, ocean currents and the temperature of the planet and what species are or are not living. The idea that we are not, in fact, actively creating the planet at all times is actually just sort of not true anymore. There may have been a point when it was not true or less true, but sort of acknowledging that we are, I think it was John Muallim has this great phrase that it goes back to gardening, this idea that we are everywhere with white gloves on. There's plastic at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. We're not shaping everything already. So if you admit that, however sad and however much of a profound loss that may feel, wanting to believe that there's a world where we're not somewhere on this planet, I feel like you kind of have to go through that grief and accept that we are, for better or worse, often worse everywhere. So then what do we do?
Right.
How
Yeah,
do
it's
we
not a
change
question
the
of,
effects that we're having?
we are all gardeners of this planet effectively, and the question is just like, are we going to be good at it or not, right? And are we going to do it with care for the natural systems, or disregard those natural systems? And so, but animal species change the environment too, and humanity has been changing the world. That Pyrocene version of agriculture that was happening in the Americas, like there's a soot layer that you can find geologically of that time, as they core down into lake beds and whatnot. Like, they know that these things were happening, and they also know that when disease wiped out the people of when European contact happened, that the oxygen content went up. So it was probably these forests were coming back from that. And so, every species, every natural system is always pushing and pulling against and trying to pull resources out that benefit it and not. It's humans just have done it now at a scale that is obviously so massive and so unsustainable. In normal systems, that would just mean that species would just start dying off because it overused its resources. And so we might be up at that point where the carrying capacity of the Earth starts getting limited by us. We're also strangely, I think, the graphs of world population line up pretty well with the graphs of how much resources we may have left in somewhere in the next 50 to 100 years. Human population is going to start going down by most estimates.
I have to push back on that a little bit, because I think that the way that carrying capacity, quote unquote, carrying capacity is calculated is incredibly complex, and it includes not just human population, but also how we use resources and how humans are organized. And so I think that when you start talking about the carrying capacity of the planet in terms of number of humans, you actually remove the possibility of pressing other levers, which are levers that are political and social, which have to do with how we are organized and how we use resources, that seem to me a far more humane set of levers to be pressing before pressing the human lever and reducing human population. And I think that there is a large and vocal and, to me, terrifying contingent on the very far right that has sort of taken up this "there's too many people on the planet" argument to make arguments. Yeah, I mean, it's not even eugenic. I mean, it's just genocidal, honestly.
Well, and also the fact that the populations where they're increasing are on the global south, which are going to be the most affected by climate change negatively, and the places where populations are decreasing in the global north, which, the beneficiaries of climate change will be places like Russia, where they have more agricultural land their agricultural land is not getting pushed across a border, where in many places in Africa and South America, Central America, their ripe agricultural land is getting pushed across a border that they won't have access to, and that's where the populations are growing. And so you're absolutely right in that the graphs don't line up in that sense at all, in a global and a political sense.
Yeah, and I think it's a conversation that more and more people are having, and so it feels very important to talk about what the actual variables are, and also to say that scientists who have tried to calculate some kind of final carrying capacity have been flummoxed. There is no number that is the number of ideal humans on the planet, or given what we know, the number that we can actually sustain. It's 4 million, it's 7 million, it's 12 million, sort of depending on who you ask. And so to begin making sort of policy decisions or cultural decisions or decisions about birth control or whatever based on one of these numbers feels to me sort of like absurdly cart before the horse, if at very best, and at worst sort of profoundly racist and xenophobic. But it is interesting to note that the science is not solid on this. There isn't a number. It feels to me like people looking to science to answer a question that science maybe isn't equipped to answer. How many people can this planet hold might not actually be a scientific question. It might have more to do with politics and with economic structures and with transportation systems and food systems and things that science is able to talk about and inform, but I'm not sure it's a science question.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I think it's fundamentally a societal question and quality of life question and all of these. What does just living mean, right? So anyway, I guess that's the
great
end of our
question
time.
to end on.
Really, really great to talk to you. Thank you.
Great to talk to you too. Hello, Naomi.
Hello. Hi.
How are you?
I'm okay, thank you. Well, I was going to say, I'm feeling sort of. This is sort of what I want to talk about. Actually, I'm feeling slightly disgusted by the human race after listening to that, and I have a theory I want to try out on you. It was great just listening and then going, right, I'm going to be in that conversation now.
Great.
My theory is that these conversations tend to make one feel disgusted with being a member of the human race, and that is not a good position to enact positive change from. And I feel like we can often start believing things. I'm trying to write a novel about this right now, so you're going to help me for the next half hour, right?
Perfect. Great. I'm here for you.
Excellent. Good. Hi. So yeah, it seems to me that we end up sort of, I don't know, thinking about our urges and drives that we evolved to have and that have really made us an extremely successful species on the world stage as sort of inherently wrong and problematic. And I want to talk about my guinea pig. She is,
Please.
Yeah. I have a guinea pig. She's 6.5 years old, which is old for a guinea pig. And I adopted her about 18 months ago from a friend. And the guinea pig, she loves to hide under a blanket. And that, that's her natural drive, right? Her drive is towards being covered up and not being able to be seen while she eats some grass. That's what she likes. And I thought, the real problem with humans isn't that there's anything wrong with wanting to have more children and wanting to get food for your children and wanting to explore the planet and wanting to be extremely good at, occupying lots and lots of different ecological niches. The real problem is that we're just exceptionally good at it. Exceptionally good at changing the world to fit what we need. If Nutmeg the guinea pig could create the world as she wanted it, she would have a world covered in a blanket, and that would also be super, super bad and would end up like destroying everything. So I guess I don't know if
but
this
of
is a
course
question.
you already have the sort of, there's two problems in here.
Yeah.
One being questions about human nature, right? I tend to be deeply skeptical of stories about our essential natures, whether that is a gendered essential nature or whether that is a sort of human nature, because
I'm in favor of this skepticism, by the way. Carry on.
Great. There are just far too many exceptions to start talking about what humans are and what humans do. We have a particular history of human activity on this planet, but we have an N of 1. Right? This is what humans do given the circumstances that humans have found themselves in on this particular timeline, right? I mean, we are living the effects of colonialism and empire that have shaped human nature on this planet in profound ways. If that hadn't happened, let's say, human nature might look very, very different.
This is a different question, though. I want to ask you this question as well. Now you're from I'm not writing this book at the moment, but I have a book I want to write one day on the subject. What would the world be like if nobody had ever done murderous colonialism to anybody else? And you see,
arguably better.
Yeah, well, better. But here's my question. Would we recognize the people as people? I'm really asking, because I think it would be fun to write that book, and I really want to know what it would be like if all we did was every time we traveled somewhere, we just went, oh, well, here I am, and it's great to meet everybody, and here's what I have to offer, and here's what you guys have to offer, and let's share, and and obviously, on an individual level, people do that all the fucking time. They told me that I was allowed to swear, so I'm taking advantage.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're saying now ties into the thing I was thinking about before as being the sort of second issue, which is the question of we, right? Whenever you start sort of generalizing out that would, quote unquote, we are very, very good at shaping the planet in our desired image, and my mind immediately goes, oh no, this is an image that was decided upon by someone else whose history we are continuing to unpack, and currently this planet is being shaped by forces that are both profoundly complicated and powerful. There are powerful forces that I don't think we would describe as we. And so when you talk about what it is the planet looks like and how it is humans behave within the structures that we have built, I think it, to my mind, it just shatters into the multiplicities of human communities and ways of being that have been suppressed given the systems that we've actually built.
So you're talking about we have certain norms in the West, let's say, about how you own a land is by settling it and doing agriculture on it and putting a fence around it, rather than how you own a land maybe by walking it and being involved with it.
How about you don't even, what if you don't own a land?
Right.
What if we had never come up with the idea that certain humans should have control over certain areas of, physical geography, and there was actually a commons that existed, and that was the direction human history had taken. Who knows what human nature would be in that kind of a timeline.
Well, now you're talking, and the language of a novelist here. So okay then.
So write that one.
Yeah, no, but let's talk about it. What would it look like? Like, honestly, if we had, I mean, I guess like I want you to tell me I'm wrong, right? My sort of sad, cynical, I'm so depressed to be a human feeling, which I would really like to first of all alleviate in myself and then alleviate in all my readers.
That's a great impulse.
That's, I try to do that. So my sad feeling is, but you see, the logic of it, man, is that even if I and everybody in my community decides that we are going to share, all it takes is the one horrific bully who comes with weapons and other bullies. And then the logic of violence is that if you're not willing to do violence to others, but others are willing to do violence to you, eventually they will take over. But tell me how I'm wrong.
So the thing that you're making me think about is actually the abolition movement, like prison and police abolition, right? Which I find an incredibly moving framework for a way to think about the world, or a way to think about action in the world. Because of course, the idea is not that you get rid of police and prisons and everything else stays the same. The idea is you need to change all of society such that prisons and police are no longer necessary, right? And we do have examples of cultures that are extant cultures in which, people don't go to prisons for crimes. I was reading a piece in the New York Times that was a prison abolitionist interviewed a couple of years ago. It was really great, and I can't remember exactly what the piece was, but you should all go Google that. Yeah, go Google that. But she was talking very eloquently about speaking to a group of children. She was a keynote speaker at this conference, and there were a bunch of children that had been brought in to engage in this conference, and they sort of called her in before the conference started. Like, someone came to her and was like, "The kids want to talk to you," and she was like, "Okay." So she went in, and she said she goes in, and they're all kind of standing there, arms akimbo, looking very, very skeptical, and they're like, "We hear you want to get rid of prisons." And she's like, "Well, yes, I do," and they're like, "Well, what do we do with the bad people? What about the people who murder? What about the people who, we need, this is the logical argument, right? We need somewhere to put them." And her response was to sort of, point to Sweden or wherever it was, where she was like, they don't have prisons because people don't murder each other, right? They have created a social system in which not only are people not so desperate or so mentally ill that they, are driven to such things, they have such an unviolent culture that the idea that the way to get what you want is to do violence to someone else is it just doesn't occur to you. If you're like, "Oh, I really want this thing, I should kill someone."
Are you telling me that Scandinavian noir drama has been lying to me? And in fact, there are no murders?
Maybe. Yes, let's go with yes. No, but but the idea that there could be a human society in which the threat of violence is not so omnipresent as it is in ours. And by ours, I mean sort of like Western, Northern Hemisphere cultures. London, let's say London, or New York. I'm speaking of New York. I think that to disallow the possibility that could even happen before you begin trying to imagine a more utopian vision of what a future could be like for humans is just sort of cutting yourself off at the knees before you try to figure out how to create a culture of care and how to create a society that maybe really wouldn't need prisons, or where you wouldn't be murdering each other over patches of land. And this is the question, going back to this question about human nature, right? That if you accept that it is in human nature to want to do violence or to resort to violence or to feel violent urges, then you are accepting, either we're doomed or you are accepting an infinity of struggle. And my pessimistic self tends to actually believe more in the infinity of struggle. I kind of don't think we're going to win, but I think we have to keep fighting.
Right.
But I find it very personally, emotionally very important to entertain the possibility that everything could be different in ways that I'm not capable of imagining, or that I don't have enough sort of faith to be able to imagine.
Have you read Ursula Le Guin's The Dispossessed?
I have. I love that book so much.
Right. That seems like the
Yeah.
best. Yeah, that seems like the best version I've seen of trying to imagine a society in which, and the way that you could be educated from a tiny child to, she has this brilliant thing where the mothers constantly say to the child grabs a toy and says mine, and then the mother says, stop egoizing. And that I can believe in. I can't believe in a culture, I can't believe in a humanity where a child never ever has the urge to hit another child. I can believe in a humanity where we've all gone, just as we have said, no stealing, and therefore we do not go into supermarkets and just take the food and go away with it. We go and we pay for it. Money is a construct, right? Money is a thing we made up, but we all act as if it's real. So I can believe in a world where we have all said, no owning land or no owning animals or something like that.
And this is not imaginary also. I mean, I think Ursula Le Guin did a profoundly incredible job of imagining a human society that's almost impossible for us to imagine and making it feel very real and very possible. But there are, in fact, extant human societies that are very different from, what you and I would consider normal. So that I know that there are some First Nations, Indigenous groups in sort of northern Canada. I was reading a thing actually about parenting in one of these Indigenous communities where it had to do with doing violence, where when the child had the urge to do violence, would like pick up a stone and like throw it at the mother would pick up a stone and hand it to the child very calmly and say, throw the stone at me. And like, it was this incredible way of parenting that none of my friends, certainly in New York City, would imagine doing, but it was a way of exactly what you're talking about, managing the child's urge towards violence and training over time this kind of calm that is just a sort of cultural calm that people don't, as they age in that culture, tend to feel as much of a propensity toward a violent response to things. It gets sort of taught away, and I think there's great power in that, and also potentially it can be very problematic as well, right? If you are then interacting with cultures whose response is to be violent, then that interaction probably isn't going to go very well.
Right. I mean, I think that's I have almost no knowledge about archaeology. I did like one undergraduate module in archaeology, and I was looking when I was doing it for information about cultures that had been very non-elitist. So typically they'll say to you when you're doing archaeology, they go, what is a city? A city is a big lot of settlements that has a set of elites. So you can see elite dwellings, larger properties, whatever. Gold is found there rather than just stone, whatever it is. Anyway, that's mixing up several different archaeological eras. So there have been a few. Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley had really remarkably similar sizes of dwellings. And the only sort of large building was the temple, where it doesn't seem like anybody lived, that's an interesting way of organizing things. But then we tend to find those cities that existed like that in ruins, because the cities which were run by some autocratic ruler who you did what he said or you would get beaten by his soldiers were the ones that could then come and attack the, let's say, more peaceful egalitarian cities. I mean, God knows, nobody knows what life was like in Mohenjo-Daro. I'm making it up. And I suppose that's what I mean when I look at the logic of it and I go, oh, all you need is one horrible, horrible city amongst all of the beautiful cities, and it's just all screwed. So I don't necessarily think we're going to sort that out in the next 14 minutes, but
No, I don't. It does sound like you're arguing very much for a certain kind of internationalism, though, that seems to make a lot of sense.
Say more about internationalism.
Well, I mean, in a very simple way, that, you know, the sort of socialist project has always been that, you know, the idea that you can't have socialism in one country, right? That you sort of need to have socialism in all the countries, because if the other countries aren't doing it, then it doesn't work. And we so far have seen that socialism in one country doesn't always work, and the other powers are messing about with things. So it's actually a good argument for something like socialism in all the countries.
Oh, you have given me a good idea. You've given me a good idea.
Will you tell me what novel you're actually working on, and tell me what the idea is and how it relates?
Well, the novel I'm currently working on is I've been working on it for 2.5 years. It's a novel set during a pandemic.
Oh my.
Yeah, so it's gonna
that
need
just got complicated.
Yeah, a bit of a rethink. It's a novel in which a bunch of tech billionaires flee from a global pandemic, trying to get to their bunkers in New Zealand.
In New Zealand?
In New Zealand, yeah. But they never make it to New Zealand. They get stuck in the jungle. And you know, it's kind of about how well the values of the technology billionaires play in the jungle of Papua New Guinea.
Okay.
I haven't been to
so
Papua New Guinea.
a tech Lord of the Flies.
Kind of. There's some more complicated stuff to it than that, but I don't want to like reveal all of the twists. There is a big twist after that, which I probably shouldn't have said that either. But anyway.
So how does this current context change what you're doing? I mean, it obviously is going to impact it somehow. Do you know yet?
I mean, interestingly, it involves thinking more long term, which is useful. So it seemed very clear to me that it can't be that the novel, which was going to be set sort of 3 years from now, and currently starts with a lot of like, do you know what happens in a pandemic style? Not exactly that, but you know what I mean, like introduce to the concept.
All the things that most people didn't know like 6 months ago, and now know that you don't have to explain. Yeah,
right. What is an R number? So all of that that cannot happen in the same way in 3 years from now. So the novel is going to have to be about the next pandemic along, which means that people remember this one as having been quite a kind pandemic, because it doesn't take children.
Yeah.
And that, I think we've all sort of taken that for granted as just a fact of the situation, and we've sort of forgotten what an incredibly miraculous fact it is. And I think the state of the world right now would be a great deal less hopeful than it is if we were in the midst of a pandemic that, I mean, many do disproportionately take children. So it's dark, but then I often do write dark. I want to ask you a question. Sure. I've got a question in my mind. How do we come out of this pandemic better than we were before?
I mean, in an ideal world, we have invested in green infrastructure for technologies that are going to revamp our economies and create a new workforce and, you know, sort of do the work of decarbonization. I mean, that would be, to me, a kind of ideal outcome. We have precedent for this kind of thing, you know, nationalization of the railroads, you know, nationalization of...
Did you know that the UK nationalized its railroads at the start of this?
I know, which you can do, countries can do. You can just choose that.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you my most hopeful thought. This is my most hopeful thought about all of this. But I really want your hopeful thoughts as well, because I feel like if we keep on thinking about ourselves as a terrible, awful species that has just destroyed the planet, we are not going to be able to do the work we need to do. My hopeful thought is, I think the kids who've lived through this are going to be phenomenal. I think they are going to be kids who know that you can make enormous change in 24 hours. You can, you know, you thought you had to go to school, and you thought mum and dad had to go to work, and you thought that, you know, you got your food from the supermarket, and you thought that you could go around places not worrying about wearing a mask. You thought all these things, and all those things changed just like one evening. And
it could all be different.
Right.
It could all be different at any moment. It could all be different.
Right. I have this like fantasy that in 15 years time, the kids who are like 12 now will be in charge of everything, and we'll just go, okay, everybody,
scrap all of this. What we've been doing so far, scrap it, and we actually have some better ideas.
Yeah, everyone stay home for the next 6 months, and when you come out, we will have fixed it. Like, just stay home. Do what you did. You remember what you did in the COVID. Just stay home, and when you come out, you will be sharing one electric car between 8 people, and it will all be accessible via an app. Don't panic.
Yeah.
Everything's going to be fine. Yeah.
Yeah. I think my most hopeful thought about this is actually that the feeling that you're expressing, the feeling that humans are an awful pox upon this planet, and that you in particular probably are a terrible influence on your environment with the trash you throw out and the bus you ride even, or the car you use. This idea that we just pollute, by being alive, we are just these pollutant, awful creatures. This is a story that has been sold to you by the fossil fuel companies.
Oh, good.
BP is the company that invented, or rather not invented, plucked out of academic obscurity, but popularized the idea of the carbon footprint. And this idea, I think, has gotten so deeply embedded in our sense of who we are and our sense of what is possible, and particularly our sense of who is responsible for the place that we are right now, that I think it's a pernicious mythology that I think we need to get outside of. And my hope would be that we could get beyond this idea, which is not to say that people are not, individually responsible in various ways, and that the choices we make, I don't want to say the choices we make don't matter, but I think it's very, very important to refocus our attention on the structures that exist currently, and particularly fossil fuel companies, and the work that they have done to make us believe that we are the problem and that we have to change, and that it isn't them that needs to change. It isn't the structures that need to change. Those things are fine, but we need to be smaller. We all need to individually chip in, World War II style, and shrink our carbon footprints, and just, really buckle down and be smaller on this planet, while people continue to make billions and billions and billions of dollars off of these structures and these industries that are the things that are making us sort of shrivel in our souls and sort of feel this self-loathing. I think it's very important to redirect that loathing and redirect that rage towards the responsible parties. And I think that's fossil fuel companies. I think that's, politicians. I think we forget that we live inside structures we have built, and that we can change those structures. Kind of like you were saying with the kids, like, I think that's a great insight, that kids are going to live in a world where they understand that what seems fixed is not so and could be changed. That seems to me like an incredibly powerful place to start from. And then sort of couple that with the idea that like me personally is not the problem. Actually, it's the structures that are the problem. And so let's, put our energy towards changing those things. That seems like a good outcome.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely brilliant, and also surprisingly helpful for my novel. So I feel
I'm so glad,
pleased for the people who have they like put us together here, because
I mean, I say all of this, and this is my like passionate utopian heart speaking, but I also have to say nothing in the current trajectory suggests to me that this is the direction we're headed. Right? That the trillions of dollars of bailout that have happened for COVID have not in fact gone towards creating a new like a Green New Deal, or creating some kind of workforce in the US that could jump in and start creating the infrastructure for technologies that would decarbonize our economy. That would be great, but we are in fact going in the opposite direction. Fossil fuel companies have gotten huge bailouts. People are out of work. The economy is crashing. There is no end in sight. Our government is lying to us. We're moving very quickly into a liberalism where you have government appointees sort of, going against the word of the scientists and researchers who say what is actually happening with the science, and sort of changing what's on the official White House government websites. I mean, like crazy things are happening. And at the same time, we're seeing like a new chapter in the civil rights movement in our country, right? And so both of these things can exist at the same time. And I sort of take hope from that while I'm looking at the larger structures not changing, I'm looking at an energized youth and at an energized, an energized population in a way here that I've never seen in my lifetime. So, being willing to protest in the streets and being willing to say this is not right.
I want to tell you a thing from the Jewish tradition, which I find very helpful when I think about these things. There's a Jewish saying which goes in Hebrew, it's lo alecha hamlacha ligmor, which means it's not up to you to finish the work, but neither are you free to refrain from it. And that seems like a very good mind state for an activist. That's certainly the attitude that I take to a lot of these things. I've been handed from previous generations some problems, and some problems that have been solved. I mean, the problem of trying to get education for women was solved before I turned up. And so when I arrived,
was solved for some.
Right.
Yeah, for you. Yeah.
For me. Yeah. That problem in a middle-class family in London, that problem had been solved. So yes, it exists in other places. And it's my job to try to hand it on a little bit better than it was handed to me. And it's not up to me to reach the far shore. And not to expect to reach the far shore. But it is up to me. Therefore, I'm also not allowed to go, well, it's all screwed, so I'm off.
I think about that, thinking of ourselves not as like, the heroes in some, activist narrative, but really thinking of ourselves as ancestors, right? That what we do now is we're going to create the things that the people who come after us are working with, right? And so to leave the best set of tools, whether those are ideas or community networks or technologies or, whatever those things are that people are creating now that they're good at creating, and thinking of yourself as already an ancestor, I think is a kind of useful, for me at least, kind of reframing of what my work or responsibility or, life can be about.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And that's one of the obviously huge benefits of a bit of long-term thinking. Also in the long term, we can look at human history and say, oh, we have gone down some blind alleys regarding consumption, but also we've made some amazing things. Also we've created and discovered and learned and grown, and like the things that we know about now that people didn't know about 1,000 years ago. I feel like it's worth celebrating, enjoying.
It's so much easier, at least for me, to see the darkness, and I find that I have to actively work to push myself towards seeing the wonder and the lightness and the joy in what we have built and what is potentially to come. And I feel like that is an active work that like I and people I know have to keep doing, particularly people who work on climate issues. It is very fucking easy to see the darkness there, and you have to like keep course correcting toward the light to keep going.
Well, that's what I'm going to try and do. That's what I'm going to try.
Right. It was really lovely to talk to you. Take care. Good luck with the novel.
Hello.
Good morning.
Oh, hello. Hello, Saul. Where are you?
I am in Sydney in a quarantine hotel.
Oh my God.
This was not what I scheduled when I signed up for this.
Right. So wait, you were in a hotel, now the whole hotel is in quarantine.
No. When I scheduled a talk on Long Now, I thought I would be calling in from San Francisco at a reasonable hour of the day. But as it is, I find myself at 4 a.m. in a quarantine hotel in Sydney talking to you in London, ?
London, yes. I'm afraid it's a perfectly reasonable time for me. It's 7:30 in the evening. How are you feeling?
Fortunately, my jet lag says this is the right time of day for me. It's about 3 p.m.
Great. Well, then, everything's coming up Millhouse.
I expect some cheerful children, because there's no privacy in a hotel suite, to jump through the door in a few moments, if you don't mind that at all.
and I will tremendously enjoy that. And so when you say you're in a quarantine hotel, though, is this like a sudden accident?
Australia, I think, has its shit together. There
are some countries out there that have, I've heard.
It is interesting, having just listened to the last few minutes of your conversation about darkness and fascism and the rise of illiberalism, but it was actually very reassuring to arrive at Sydney Airport and have one serviceman from the Navy or the Army for each of my family members, and to be escorted by police to a hotel where police bring us our food and they stand guard outside our room. And we are here for 2 weeks, and we get tested at the beginning and the end. And then that's how Australia has stopped this thing.
That is quite reassuring. I was in Italy in February, just before you couldn't go to Italy anymore. And when we arrived, they took our temperatures in Italy in the middle of February. And I don't think we're still doing that in the UK, or certainly hadn't been until fairly recently. So yeah, it's true. Liberalism, is it useful when it comes to a pandemic? That seems like a big question.
No, I think, well, it's interesting. So I know I reside in the US, and I have for 20 years now. And watching
stupidity is not useful when it comes to a pandemic. That's certainly true.
Yeah, but watching the amazing collapse of the US right now in so many ways. But and so obviously policing issues are of great concern in the US right now. But I have to say, polite police that don't carry large weapons are really quite lovely. Right. Yeah. I love the tradition of the bobby. All they have is a stick that's not that threatening.
Certainly gun control, I think, is something we can all get behind in terms of that being a good way to conduct a civil society.
Yes.
And once there's gun control, look, I don't think we've got any fewer corrupt police, racist police, etc. in the UK than there are in the US, but it's just harder for them to kill people because, they're not carrying guns and nobody else is carrying guns. Mostly. Some people
Mostly. It does seem like a reasonably sensible decision for people. So actually, I'm not sure that liberalism is the problem as much as individualism, and that peculiar individualism that the US has sold the world for 40 years.
Right. Yes, correct. Individualism as a replacement for all sorts of things that individualism cannot possibly replace. Yes, the ability to act collectively, but even I think the strain on our personalities is too great. I don't think most of us have enough personality to carry off individualism, actually. I come from, I grew up an Orthodox Jew, so that's a really intensely communal world. And when I try to describe to people what it really means to be part of a community, I often say the thing is, it's not about friends. Everybody's got friends. A community is a structure that helps you get along with people you can't fucking stand.
That's fabulous.
That's what it is, right? There's the lady at synagogue who every time she's just moaning about something and you cannot stand her. But the truth is, when you were in hospital, she came to visit. And when she has a baby, you take food over. And that's a community.
It's quite a very different version of community than my wife, who recently decided to go back to school to become a librarian, and her father was intrigued as to why she would choose that, and she actually laid the blame back on him, because when she asked him what she should do when she grows up, he said, well, you should really, given where the world is going, I think we are going to need community more than anything else. And so her reaction was, well, the central pillar of any good community is the librarian. So off she went.
She's not wrong. Certainly in the communities that I grew up in, the books were right at the heart of it. So now look, I have a question to ask you regarding this long future, long past, behind and ahead of us. How do we come out of this pandemic better than we were before?
That sounds like a leading question to me. I just finished a book on what we have to do to fix climate change.
Okay, I want to know. I'm a novelist, right? I'm trying to write somehow about, I don't know, all of this, how we can make some things better. So I want to know.
Not to avoid your question, but I will say that I was struggling to push the book out, and I hired a professional writer who writes fiction to help me, a wonderful woman called Laura Fraser. And working with a real writer was such incredible discipline. And I think you have to make, if you want to engage people in fixing climate change, you have to make it a love story. And I have to say that working with her was fabulous. She actually did a New York Times bestseller about her romantic fling in the Greek islands. So she helped me do the romantic fling in the Greek islands version of fixing climate change.
I love that.
Yeah.
One of the things I was just talking about with Meehan is I feel like a lot of these conversations end up with me feeling about climate change and about extinctions as well. I have like extinctions really make me feel very gross about being a human. Like just the idea that we're going around just going, oh, well, you know, really, who can remember more than 200 kinds of birds? Do we need more than that? You know, I feel like that's sort of...
Well, actually, you know, I think I have a lot of friends. I had another friend who really pushed me. We were actually sailing on a boat in the Greek islands. And he's like, why do you... his argument was too many people just believe in climate change because it's the correct thing to do as a liberal. Where... No, I think I think what he was trying to say is most people don't question why they are concerned, why they have their skin in the game.
Oh, I see.
And what he means by why is a lot of people now say, well, we have to do it so we save the humans. I have to say, for me, child of David Attenborough, that I'm doing it for the birds that I haven't met yet.
Right.
I will say the last chapter of the book, it surprised me. I went through the book with this incredibly positive, optimistic, this is how you do a World War II effort. This is what you need to do. You need to electrify everything. This is how you can make it happen in 10 or 15 years. But the last chapter was like, you know, we can solve climate change and still kill all the things we care about. Right? You can still have a world full of microparticles of plastic in the ocean. You can still destroy all the species.
Right. Yes, because yes, I think that's the thing. Obviously, climate change is terrible. The thing that really internally destroys me is habitat destruction, and the idea that we're just, you know, taking away room from all the other species on the earth. But so the question that I have, and I feel like you are the person to answer it, is how do I when I think about all the terrible things that human beings have done to the planet thus far, how can I feel sufficiently okay about myself as to believe that we can then fix it?
I will actually refer to another person in the Long Now community, Kevin Kelly, who I walked with on Ocean Beach in San Francisco about 6 months ago, and we were having this conversation. And he had this beautiful word that he used. He says, we all believe in utopias. And I think the utopian vision of most people fighting to solve climate change is that we'll fix climate change and then everything will be peaceful and the world will be run by librarians and the police will only carry small batons. And he says, that's not really how humans work. It's like we live in a constant prototype of situation. And he thinks that we should aspire rather to protopia. So we're constantly prototyping the utopia that we want to live in. And I think that's what should give you some confidence that we will at least attempt it. We're going to prototype a new utopia where we sort of deal with climate change. But it won't be perfect and it certainly won't satisfy everyone. And it won't satisfy everyone because some people want to save the birds and some people want to make more space for humans.
Yeah, I think certainly one of the mistakes I think that one can make in thinking about this is not really accepting that there are quite a lot of people for whom our utopia would be a dystopia, right? So
I'm living a little, you know, dystopia. I'm going to make it swim across the screen here. So I want to start a...
Well, look, I want to show you the thing that I'm holding here then. If we're going to show each other things, this is a 140 million year old Nautilus, which I keep on my desk because it makes me happy to remember that beauty existed before human beings. And
Nautilus are very important in my life.
Oh, good.
And so I love that you showed me a Nautilus. I'm now feeling ashamed that I was showing you a plastic fish full of soy sauce.
This is just that is hope to me, and it's a weird kind of hope, but it's a hope that this beautiful world created beauty before we existed, and even if we wipe ourselves out, it will carry on doing that. And that is a dark hope, but it's a good one, and I hold on to it. So there we go. There's my little guy.
Humans might just be the prototype for a thing that is the Nautilus human, which is the better evolution of us.
Right. Be fine. So sorry, you were going to tell me about fish filled with soy sauce.
Here I am in a largely civilized society that's got its shit together on COVID, and it has me in a quarantine hotel. And they bring me every meal in a plastic box for the 4 members of the family. But the one that just offends everything about my sensibility is this guy. So they bring me sushi, which obviously was not farmed very nicely. And not only did that poor tuna have to have the horrible indignity of being caught and then put on ice and shipped halfway around the world to feed me, but as its very last indignity, a little plastic baby fish is used to pour soy sauce on it. And then that plastic baby fish will go into the ocean to choke its ancestors. And so I think this is this is now de facto in so many parts of the world. Right? Yeah. Remember when Tupperware was the thing you bought once, and then you made the Tupperware last forever? I remember the excitement in my family in the 70s or 80s where the Tupperware had real value and we washed it carefully. Now we get every single meal in disposable Tupperware.
Right. I was actually having a conversation today with some friends where I was talking about, my grandma was a member of the Communist Party, but she was pretty racist. She wasn't sort of an active racist. She was just somebody who kind of was racist. I mean, in the sense that she didn't go out burning things, but she sort of, had views about people who had different skin colors.
Culturally racist, maybe.
Yeah. And then my dad, very anti-racist, very specifically and very robustly, and the way that I was educated, even as an Orthodox Jewish girl, was, very, very anti-racist. But he is, I would say, homophobic. Again, not well. Actually, he is a little bit actively homophobic. Anyway, so I remember thinking about this when I was a young woman and looking at them and going, oh, well, for me, obviously, I was born in 1974. So for me, I grew up in a generation where, like, every right-thinking person went, oh, no, like, being gay is great. Why not? And so I remember looking at the two of them and going, I wonder what the thing is that's going to come along when I'm in my 40s, where I will be tempted to be like, oh no, that's a bridge too far, actually, sorry. And I do feel like I feel like it's happened to a lot of women of my generation-ish in the UK in particular, where they're like feminist and pro-gay rights, but somehow anti-trans in some way, which seems to be the new thing happening in the UK. And then I was thinking, well, what is the thing that...
I don't know how you mentally juggle arriving at that position, but I humans are good at that.
Right. There's a whole... That is such a large conversation, and it can just capture any conversation that I don't even want to get started on it. It's complicated why that has particularly happened in the UK and not e.g. even in America, let alone Australia. But then we were talking, my friends and I were talking about this sort of this trajectory, and then what we thought that when we are in our 80s, our grandkids will be looking at us and going, I can't believe grandma did that. And I can't believe Grandma said that. And we thought it was literally, we would have received something in the beautiful reusable packaging that you're supposed to get, and then you're supposed to like leave it out for the next thing, you know, and we would just throw the packaging away. And or we would be going, oh no, I like the straws that are individually wrapped, or I miss that, you know.
So that's an interesting place for you to arrive, and for sure, I really hope that we receive terrible judgment. But what is the ism that is?
Right, I think that's
you were so pro disposalism.
Yeah, you were disposalist. You were a disposaler. You were just yeah.
Let's tie disposalism, which I think is a huge problem, back to your question, which I still haven't answered to your satisfaction, which is how do you solve climate change? I think once the heavy breathing about carbon sequestration is over, what I mean by the heavy breathing is a lot of people really are pro. If you look at all of the materials that humans touch every year, all of the dirt, all of the metals, all of the plastics that we make, the one thing that humanity makes in the largest quantity is carbon dioxide.
Mm-hmm.
Like we make, in America, I remember these numbers, they make 6 million tons of everything that isn't carbon dioxide every year. 6,000 million, so 6 billion tons of everything that isn't carbon dioxide, and they make 6.5 billion tons of carbon dioxide. God. So the idea that we're going to capture something the size of all of the other stuff, all of our concrete, all of our plastic, all the other things, and then magically bury it in a hole, I think, you know, we'll eventually get over that idea. Right. So once you're over that idea, you realize that we can't use any of these fossil fuel-y things, and everything has to ultimately come from electricity. And then you start doing all the math. And so how can we create all of that electricity? How many wind turbines, how many solar cells, et cetera, how many batteries? And then if you know, my book, now this is probably the ism that I will be criticized for. I will be, my grandchildren will judge me for being pro-American dreamism.
Ah, interesting.
Not
we will be judged as progressivists. We believed in the concept of progress. Sorry, carry on, I've interrupted you.
Yeah, also that, I think, is a good one. We should come back to the problem with progressivism.
Yeah.
So I think, unfortunately, well, backing up, 150 years after the publishing of The Origin of the Species, on the anniversary of that Darwin's book, I looked up, roughly estimated how many people in the world believed in evolution versus not, and we did not yet have quorum. And so I think climate change is even more difficult as an abstract to understand than evolution.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think we're going to have to solve climate change without quorum.
Right.
Once you have arrived at that idea, then I think you have to sell people on solving climate change because they're going to like it for selfish, consumerist, plastic fish reasons.
And I do actually believe that. I think once we get over the horrible hump of changing from one system to another, we'll arrive somewhere where we go, oh no, actually this is really nice.
Oh yeah, it will be really nice. And this is the whole ruse of my book is it will be really nice. And the reality is, if we electrify everything, we'll use half as much energy. The air quality in our homes will get better because currently we burn methane inside our house all day, and that's one of the leading causes for child respiratory problems. And we have burning things in our driveways that are a huge problem, and all of the noise outside.
No, I had a little person who lives in my house woke me up at 4 o'clock this morning because just coughing and coughing and coughing because the air pollution in London is so terrible. And I think about
I just came from California, which is on fire. We're stuck inside for 4 weeks. Now to Australia, where the fire season's about to begin. Anyway, we electrify everything. All of those things improve. But then when you do the math, we're going to have to make about, do you speak in kilograms or pounds?
I can do either. In the UK, we somehow do both, but not in a consistent way.
We're going to need 40 or 50 kilograms of batteries to be produced for every person who lives an American lifestyle every year in perpetuity.
That's a lot.
And we're going to need 25 kilograms or 50 pounds of solar cells. This is if we use batteries that look like today's batteries, the solar cells look like today's batteries, and they need to be produced in perpetuity for every year. And so that is quite a lot. And you think about that, that's an awful lot of very highly technical trash.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like we might need to work out how to use less energy.
We could figure out how to, we can figure out how to use a little less energy, I think, and we will. But I actually think you have to anticipate that in the protopia that emerges, we're going to use a little bit more energy than the environmentalist wants.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to be doing it with more toxic materials than we want to admit. And we're going to be still mining a lot of, mineral salts in Bolivia and a lot of rare earth metals in the Congo.
Mm-hmm.
So I think those compromises will still exist. So I think the world will improve, but the big emphasis for me is like, how do we get to 100% recycling of those things that are really damaging? And then how do we get rid of these guys? Progressivism. Let me give you a little rant that about the environmentalist movement. So we had Earth Day in 1970, which I wish I could talk to Stuart at length about what it was like to be there. Like you, I was born in 74. You and I were born just after the oil crisis began, right in the middle of it, really. The environmentalist movement didn't really know what to demand next after Earth Day. And then the oil crisis came along. And the oil crisis in America and in most countries was a crisis of importing 10 or 15% of its energy. So the US tried to figure out how to fix the energy crisis, the oil crisis, and they decided efficiency was the way. If every car is 15% more efficient and if every home uses 15% less energy to heat it, then we'll solve the oil crisis.
Right.
And that gave us modern environmentalism because we now had an efficiency narrative. Oh, the thing to do is to go with efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been beating the efficiency drum for 40 years. But efficiency sounds to most people, including the progressives, as the thermostat's a little too cold and the car's a little too small.
Mm.
And efficiency also isn't a narrative that gets you to any end goal, because efficiency your way to zero means eventually having nothing. Right? So I don't know what you're going to cling to as the last efficiency is squeezed from your life. Is it the headphones and your Zoom connection? Or is it your bicycle? Or is it your car? But we have to have something. And I think it is in killing off the efficiency narrative and finding a transformation narrative that we have to give birth to a new environmentalism.
All right, break that down for me. Tell me what your narrative is that you're talking about there.
I want you to write the love story where we grapple with this 50-year liberal progressive narrative, even a little bit neoconservative, that efficiency will solve all problems.
Mm-hmm.
Efficiency sounds conservative, right? We had all the forces of darkness on the side of efficiency.
Yeah.
But now we need to transform ourselves to, I think people starting to play with the word circular economy. I'm still not quite sure I know what that means in totality.
Right. This is presumably, I mean, I have a degree in some part of my degree is in economics, ridiculously, even though I don't really know about much about economics, but this idea that can we go on getting perpetual growth out of the world? Well, we can, in the sense that we have to value different things, right? But perpetual economic growth is not the same as constantly strip mining. Economic growth is about creating value, and if we decide to value different things, then we create more economic growth. But I guess that
can I just interrupt to say that the constant growth that I want is an ever expanding library for my librarian to live in.
Right, there you go. There you go. Well, I mean, we can have constantly expanding growth in the field of personal development, spiritual development. We can certainly have ever expanding growth there and deepening our love for and appreciation of the natural world. If we decided to value that more than we value anything else, then our economy would look extremely different. If we decided that we would value our internal states and people who can help us with our internal states as the highest priority in the world, which would include everything from musicians to comedians to therapists, right? Then
So given my anecdote about evolution and climate change, how does your we decide?
I don't understand your question. Which we? Oh, wait, which we?
You were saying we decide, the royal we.
Yeah. Oh,
humans.
right. I mean,
Given that we still don't agree that we evolved, and we still probably, we're for sure don't agree that we can affect the climate, how does the we decide this in time?
I am a novelist. My job, as you may have heard me saying at the end of the previous conversation, is to move things along a bit by suggesting some new ways of thinking about stuff. So my job is potentially to speak to people who haven't thought about this before and to go, oh, why is our world organized in this way? And maybe we could organize it in a different way. And then, you know, my dad's a political historian, and he always says politics is the art of the possible, right? Whereas novels are the art of the impossible. Politics is the art of going, okay, we're not going to get everybody to vote for this. So what are we actually going to get to happen that will work? And that's also the art of leading change in large organizations, which I know people who do that and I admire them tremendously. But my job is like going, hey, what would it look like if actually we all valued
Nautilus.
Right, the Nautilus, the beautiful. Why is a Nautilus important to you? Before we say bye-bye.
My mother, who is probably a first wave feminist and first wave environmentalist, or second wave feminist, probably actually first wave.
I can never keep track of the waves. Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, she was early in both of those things, and she was an artist, and she was a study of Sir Joseph Banks and the art of the voyages, Captain Cook's voyages of discovery, the botanical art. So she spent a huge part of her career painting and drawing and actually using printmaking for all of the critters and creatures and landscapes of the world. This is why I feel like I was in fact raised by a feminist David Attenborough.
And so perfect. I had this. Can she raise the rest of us?
It was unbelievable, and I think honestly, if my mother could raise us all, we would have. I'd have a lot of hope. And so we spent all of our holidays looking for Nautilus or whatever creature it was. And I had she did these amazing etchings. One in particular, which had the cross section of the Nautilus and the Nautilus swimming and the crazy creature that lives inside this amazing piece of geometry. And so the Nautilus is seared in my mind because it literally hung above my bed in my childhood bedroom.
Oh, wow.
And then we had all sorts of Nautilus fossils and shells around the house, some that we collected ourselves. So I love it. Well, it reminds me of my mum.
Oh, well, this guy travels with me when I travel sometimes.
Wow.
Yeah, because I don't know, that seems like that seems like deep time. There's 140 million years. So I like to be reminded of that.
I have a 7-year-old daughter and an 11-year-old son, and my wife is fabulous. And we just relocated our whole lives to Australia for the year. And when we got to our quarantine hotel room, my daughter started unpacking her bag, and the first thing she unpacked was a tea set. And then I noticed that my wife had helped my daughter pack a porcelain tea set. And I thought, how absurd that we just bought a porcelain tea set around the world. But there is more absurd. You can take a Nautilus.
It is pretty absurd, but
also wonderful.
We all need our inefficiencies, right? That's
all human activity is folly. So it's a nice folly. Catalina.
Hello. Good morning. Morning, night.
Actually, I
believe a very early morning.
It's 4:30 a.m. and I think you're going to see the sunrise over the Sydney skyline behind me.
It's absolutely gorgeous, actually, where you are. Well, I'm an urbanist, so I have this bias towards the skylines.
Where are you?
I'm in London, but I'm
London
originally from Colombia, so I always live in different time zones every time.
I grew up in Sydney, have been living in San Francisco, and then this week we relocated to Sydney.
Yeah, I heard that. But it's great that you started your conversation talking about the love story and how you connect climate change with the narrative of a love story, and also closed up with the love of your mom. So what I thought that your conversation is very scientific ended up being very emotional. So I'm very happy to hear that.
I hope that more scientists can speak with more emotion. I think we need that.
Absolutely. And how do you find this? I mean, I was very intrigued by the story of your mom, because sometimes we always end up with what actually really move us and drive us, but we always keep it like back in the back. So I wonder if you are taking any feminist take of your understanding of energy and climate change.
Ooh,
ecofeminism has been in vogue. And I don't know to what extent that is helping you also to shape how you see things.
I think you would describe my engagement with environmentalism as brutalist. So I just try to brutally remind people of reality.
Your way of seeing reality?
No, I can define the reality as to, you tell me, or society, if you tell me what society would like, how do you achieve that level of energy in a way that doesn't produce carbon dioxide? Mm-hmm. So I just finished a book that said, well, what if we all want to live approximately as people do in America? And how do you make that look like a solution for climate change? And you can do it. You can't do it everywhere in the world. But that book was written trying to help Americans, the ones that don't believe in climate change, understand that they can fix climate change without suffering or denying themselves all of the luxuries that they believe the American dream entitles them to. I can also then say that I don't really think that looks like an astounding success for humanity, because we're going to create all of these we still keep an awful lot of consumerism in that vision for the world. So understanding that conflict, I probably would like to worship an eco-feminist Gaia with a better vision for eliminating the plastic fish, while we also address the fact that we can't have no energy, so we need to have some industrial economy and find a balance.
Yeah, but I wonder how, because we've been discussing a lot about climate change, but at the same time with the pandemic, I feel that it has created a disruption in how we even address and understand climate change at the same time, in terms of the sense of urgency of dealing with the health issues. But to what extent this pandemic has changed the perception of also understanding future itself? I think that our perception of how time behaves and what can we even consider as future has been largely transformed by the pandemic.
I don't know where I fall yet. I think it sounds to me that you have some optimism that the pandemic will help us deal with the climate change better.
I'm an optimist by nature, because I think we have to be, or at least
you have to be.
Yeah, we have to be. Surrender is not an option for me, and I believe that we should be pushing for the change. There's this saying that you be the change you want to see in the world, and I think we have to. There's no other way but thinking in how we can make things better, because there are already a lot of people doing it not very kind for the rest of humanity.
So I agree with you. I open a lot of my talks on climate change now and the book with a graph. So we all got used to understanding what bending the curve means because of COVID, right? So we take a little curve like this and you bend it down to keep under the threshold where hospital infrastructure fails. I think the curve of climate change is the same curve, but it's like 100 times larger.
Absolutely.
And so how do we bend that curve so we stay within the ecosystem limits and the infrastructure limits dictated by climate change? So I have some optimism that helps us a little, but I also think that is a very, very privileged position. I actually think that the pandemic has made far more, in a small number of relatively wealthy people who can afford to Zoom to work, aware of bending that curve. But I think a far larger number of people now have their lives more economically at risk. And I think once if you're looking for food, climate change doesn't matter.
No, that's right. I think in the research I have done recently in terms of what has been the community response, particularly in the self-built neighborhoods in Latin America, where I largely have been working on, the main concern is getting the food. That's the first thing. And sometimes we forget that are those basic needs, and how then we need to start thinking and put it at the center, all the infrastructures that are required to produce and actually access food, right? And how do you think about proximity, production, consumptions, all the cycles that you require to do that. And of course, it's been bluntly the huge inequalities that we experience, and how these conditions is just deepening that inequality that was already there in the first place.
You remind me that I think what the pandemic has really exposed is the fragility of cities. And we've had a 50-year narrative, including with some bad data and some false assumptions, that cities are ecologically better. High density living is the right way to live. That has been sold to us as the correct thing to do. But I think the pandemic shows you how fragile cities are. I'm sure if you were living rurally, you at least have some opportunity to grow some of your own food. But in the pandemic, where the food problems are exacerbated, living in crowded cities is terrifying because you have no relationship with food. You have no possibility to go out and grow it.
Yeah, and all the sense of, eat locally.
Yeah.
All these ideas of the close proximity is also pushing us to question then how food distribution is operating, how many producer countries, because of the general geopolitics, end up importing food that they were in the first place able already to produce. But
right.
with bigger interest, then you end up really selling off the land of your country. But I'm very interested in your work in terms of the centrality that the energy has, because somehow I come more from a perspective of the colonialism, or perhaps more anti-colonial. And I think the energy and the extractivist movements that for many centuries have been going on, I think have increased instead of declined. And I don't know, what is your take in all this dependency and very complicated relations between, the already very powerful and over-consumeristic society?
I think my focus on energy is because we can't have no energy if we want to have some of the trappings of civilization, such as this phone conversation over an incredible internet. But I absolutely appreciate, and I was in Kenya last year, that there are people who live very happily, very frugal lives, frugal by Western standards, and we are still trying to force a colonial version of what the world should look like upon those indigenous people. That's still happening in a huge number of places in the world. And it's a destructive vision of the future that we're trying to sell those people. I actually thought a lot about it when we spent a lot of time with the Maasai. The Maasai live with their cattle. The Western environmentalist storyline regarding cows is that they are one of the chief evils of climate change. The Maasai have been living with their cows for a long time. They drink the blood and the milk. They mix it together. They're very proud of those traditions, and they have something that looks like a sustainable relationship with cows. But then you have to run the thought experiment. What if all of the world lived with as many cows as the Maasai? And that doesn't work either. So I have complicated and unresolved feelings about what the answer is to this question. And I also don't believe that we have the luxury anymore of having all of these cultures living in isolation without each other's influence. The world has gone past that point.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, if anything, the pandemic has shown how interdependent we are.
Yes.
In every front. And given, the centrality of energy for everything what we do, I think I struggle to think how to be sustainable, quote unquote, without being extractivist, and how we can encompass or make peace, understanding that there are other ways of being in the world. And we don't really need to be homogeneous or thinking in these more development ideas of we trying to achieve the lifestyle of the American dream, for instance. That would be a disaster.
Yeah, but you know,
it is indeed already.
I'm in Australia, where the arrival of the indigenous people in Australia 50 to 200,000 years ago led to the extinction of the Australian megafauna. Mm-hmm. We would now look upon that by energy and technical standards as they were, you know, very not very developed at all, and somehow we give privilege and say that they must have been living the right way. But you have to go back and ask yourself the question: well, they caused all of these extinctions. Whether, you know, is that any better or worse? So any human that is in any environment changes that environment enormously. So I think you're actually highlighting my own personal struggle, which is to understand where are the goalposts. I happen to think we need some energy and some luxuries and some follies, but we need to figure out where the compromise is. How do we keep enough of the natural world to not ruin it all?
Yeah, I think you mentioned before something about care, and I've been thinking a lot about care lately for obvious reasons. So would it be that some factor to consider when defining that kind of threshold or middle ground?
What do you mean? I can't remember what I meant by care, so you'll have to.
I think you said that you were mentioning that you can still try to decrease climate change and still killing the people or the species or the entities that we care for.
Yeah, the most extreme version of that is there's a lot of people that are advocates that it's solar technology and wind technology. That's not enough. That's naive. It doesn't give us enough of what we want. We need fusion. And with my technical background, I believe that fusion is achievable, and I think we probably will achieve it. Some people will get this joke in the next 20 years. But I always, when I think about fusion, I remember what my friend George Dyson said to me is that it's like, you know, if we have fusion, that's going to be the worst thing ever. If it's really cheap energy, we're just going to move mountains for vanity, right? It's like, I don't like my view. Can we move that 10,000 foot mountain a little bit to the left? So infinite energy is probably a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. We'll polish the earth, as my father would say, until it's just like a mirrored ball floating in space if we have infinite energy. When I talk about energy, it's understanding that more is not better, not necessarily better. I can say that too much is too much and too little is too little, and we're all struggling to find out what the thing in the middle.
But I think perhaps always the underlying question is about distribution, right?
Absolutely.
Too little, but for whom?
But I think that is I think the people who are concerned about that distribution are not even thinking quite enough about it. Let me turn that conversation on its head. You can't fix climate change if only the 20% of the wealthiest can afford to fix climate change. And I don't think the 80% or the 90% or the 99% that can't afford to themselves go out and buy the batteries and the solar cells, et cetera, to live this sustainable life are going to accept the world declining while the 10% can afford to be sustainable. And I think this is what some of the conservatives are very concerned about. But involved in the conversation about addressing climate change deeply and you can't unentangle the conversation with, you have to bring everyone along. And what does bringing everyone along look like? So I think that's actually the positive way to look at this problem. Whereas I think, unfortunately, there's a lot of negative framing of the haves and the have-nots, as opposed to, by necessity, fixing climate change means everyone has to have some more, or there has to be more equality, because there is no solution if only half of the world fixes it.
So are you embracing these ideas of climate justice then, as a kind of precondition or something that is structural to further or even imagine or invent any other technological solution, quote unquote? Or where do you see it? Because there are different movements and different strands that try to, in a way, bring the angle of a reading of power in trying to solve or sort out the climate change.
I'm very concerned that I'm going to say a whole bunch of things that are probably dangerous to say. I think the climate justice conversation is very important, but probably setting us back right now. And I think the climate justice conversation should be around how do you bring everyone along, and then just address that, which I guess is maybe where the climate justice is. But climate justice right now seems to be framed in revenge. Whereas I think climate justice needs to be framed in the only pathway to success. And I'd like to see climate justice be said with positivity and love, because currently it's spat out with venom, and it's about revenge on the fossil fuel companies, revenge on the wealthy people who created this problem, revenge on the global elite. And I'm very concerned that the climate justice conversation puts us on a war footing, not on a figure it out together footing. And just
maybe is one of the stages, perhaps. I'm just thinking historically and the political conjuncture in the one we are at now.
Yeah, but I think climate justice, a lot of people might look behind me and think, what an incredible view. Wasn't that magnificent? I actually look behind, I disagree. I think this is these buildings, most of them are awful. If you look down below, there's some beautiful sandstone buildings. But I would prefer to live.
I could move a couple of them to see the sun.
I know. I don't have much choice. But
fusion,
we think that
fusion energy.
That's right. But, do we really need all of these giant buildings? I'd prefer to live.
If you're working from home and you're not traveling and doing much tourism, perhaps those places are going to change radically.
I hope they change radically. We pour more than 1 cubic meter of concrete for every human on the planet every year.
And most of it is just a speculation. It's not for actually sorting the housing crisis.
Yeah. The Ponzi scheme of global real estate. Yeah, absolutely. And we create too many roads. And what is the most destructive human activity? It's building a road somewhere. Because as soon as you build a road, all of the other cancers of humanity follow that road. And so, I don't know, my personal view is like, I would like a lot less of all of those things and a lot more of nature. And I'd be prepared to live in a tent if I could have that compromise. The hotel room that I'm quarantined in reminds me of all the worst of humanity. Terrible middling quality furniture that is pretending to be Roman. Right. Couches made with horrible labor practices that are pretending to be, Ottoman from the the great that period. It's I'm not sure that set of consumerism is where I want to go. But to the climate justice conversation reminds me to something that I think I'm going to throw out a crazy big idea. So you hear this conversation that the 100 companies have created 80% of climate change, the 100 fossil fuel companies. I think this is a very disingenuous conversation because those companies were doing what we were asking them to do. We were giving them money and asking them to sell us fuels, and they did what we asked. So I think it's wrong to blame them, and it's a very convenient scapegoat over us. I think in the conversation about how do you fix climate change, we would like revenge against them and to tear them down. But what you have to remember is that they have already valued and put into all of the world's stock markets all of the fossil fuels that they have in the ground. So by necessity, if you set war on these fossil fuel companies, you're burning their assets, trillions of dollars worth of assets. And if we have a revenge mindset against them, we're all going to die because they will go down fighting. I don't believe there is a solution to climate change that doesn't involve bringing those companies around and on side and somehow forgiving them of those assets. And I was speaking to a much more learned person than myself recently, and he said, you know what the analogy to this is? Because I'm essentially proposing that we buy out the fossil fuel companies.
And we meaning the state, or we?
Yes, we meaning the state, we meaning the people. Mm-hmm. We invent currency to buy them out, and then they have a huge amount of capital, and we let them win in the development of the clean energy technologies for the future. For example, we need some grand compromise like that. And to get to the point, which I then think I'd love to hear your reaction to, I think we need that bargain, but that's not a very popular opinion with environmentalists. But then talking to somebody who is a much better student of history than me, said, well, that's actually very analogous to the difference between how Britain dealt with slavery and how America dealt with slavery. Britain dealt with slavery, they actually bought out the slaves and they paid the slave owners out. America didn't.
And there you are.
And there you are. And that's why Britain did it 40 years before America ended in civil war. And it was because slaves were considered an asset, an hugely valuable asset. In no way do I want to equate slaves and fossil fuels, etc. But like, there's such vested interest that we need to figure a way out that's mutual. Otherwise, it will end a little bit like the American Civil War and a huge amount of destruction. So
yeah, I wonder, now that you bring up to the equation slavery, now that is very tricky, and how many discussions are going on regarding racial capitalism and how the fossil fuel industry is kind of one of the key assets of this capitalistic system. I don't know to what extent even a perspective, like a racial perspective, would have to also be brought into the discussion, and how can you then do that bargaining with these companies, and who owns what, right? Who's doing the lobbying for putting the politicians, or how these politicians are actually ended up buying these companies? I don't know, there's like a very tricky political question there, right? Because
who owns what is actually the very interesting question at the bottom of that. We have forgotten who owns what. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The Queen owns an unbelievable portion, and you're in London,
and the Swans.
And I was my ancestors were excommunicated by her ancestors, so I have no love for the Queen. But she and her family owns a huge amount of the world's real estate. They pretend like they want to solve climate change. They sold most of these fossil fuel leases to the fossil fuel companies. They enabled this. Maybe to end, let's get a little punchy here, but like, unless we go down with the British monarchy, we don't solve climate change, because she's sitting on all of those fossil assets. If they actually fucking meant what they said, they would end, or the royal family themselves by decree would end all of their fossil leases today. Prince Charles, if he had any shred of decency as an environmentalist, would stop being a fucking hypocrite. And he'd have the whole family stop selling, underwriting all of this. The Catholic Church also owns a huge amount of real estate. There's you got to actually look at who owns who at the end of the day. It's not the fossil fuel companies that own it. They mostly just lease this stuff. You got to look at who, the set of still actually colonial powers and royal families a few centuries deeper as the problem. So I think it's a little too easy to blame the fossil fuel companies.
Yeah, I think then we need a more complex genealogy of who owns what and who has the power to decide, and how are we going to change it, right? Because we've been voting wrongly.
I'm all for chaining myself to that fence and marching on those walls. I think fixing. I think it's a very deep question of who should own the land, and to me it ends with that wonderful. I think nearly every culture claims this quote, but the idea that you don't own the land, you're borrowing it from your own ancestors. And I don't know. I think if we could somehow turn that concept into the ownership structure of land, so you were none of us ever actually owned anything. We're always just borrowing it from our future descendants. Then maybe that's what we need to underpin your philosophy here.
Yeah, I think we need to alter significantly our connection with not only with land, but what nature means and what is the earth. So I think, we were starting our conversation with the love story, and I think we really need to go back to loving the earth and definitely changing the mindset of this very, Western thought idea that the humans are the center of the world and that we own the land instead
of. So we have 2 minutes. We got 2 minutes left. Let's talk about that love story. So what is the global religion that you're going to start that tells that story, or how are you going to do it? Sing me the hymn from the book.
The Gaia lovers, the Pachamama lovers. That is being already invented in many, many traditions. And if we are going to really listen to our ancestors, then let's be real about listening them. And let's try to really start bringing other voices. Because as long as we are with this all white supremacy, English-led only vision of that the US is the universal narrative about what is the aspiration of society, we only are killing our planet and ourselves. There's no future there. And since we are an optimistic crowd, then we need to be in creating this Pachamama lovers, pragmatic, technological, creative bunch of people that are already all around making wonderful things.
So that's great. We're going to end up violently agreeing here. So I think what I heard you just say is, we need a more seductive vision than the American dream. The American dream has dominated for 50 years, and that was the seductive vision. That was the North Star for us all to aspire to. So who is going to provide us with it has to be a much, much better story. And who is going to give us the love story of the new global dream that will supplant the American dream as our aspiration?
That's our job, of every one of us. I'm working on storytelling. I'm an architect, but I ended up working on storytelling to learn across cities. So for some weird reason, we are all going back to this very traditional way of thinking seriously about the storytelling.
Well, I love that we ended on storytelling. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good jet lag. Take care. Can I see John now?
Hola.
Hola.
I can see you. Can you see me then?
Hola, John.
Hola.
I can see you perfectly well.
Okay.
So it seems you're also in London, right?
I am almost certainly in London.
Okay, we're neighbors now.
Yes.
We moved to the other side of the world.
I was sort of thinking about where I would have wanted to have spent the last 4 months, because I've been holed up in the same space for 4 months now.
Well, I've been more than 6 or 7 or 8. I don't know. No hope to move, though.
No hope at all in my case. What a fascinating conversation you two were having.
Well, we are the masters of improvisation, it seems, right?
It's a really strange thing that happens, and I'm sure you went through this, where you spend hours reflecting on what you might want to say, and then you come into this conversation via this room. It's like a kind of sci-fi zone, which seems to basically suck everything that you were thinking of saying out of your head. So I'm trying to figure out where I might want to start the conversation with you now, given the fact that I've been rearranged a little bit.
Well, actually, to be honest, I didn't really have a lot of time to think about what to say, because I just surrendered to the idea of improvisation.
Okay.
And honestly, I've been, dealing with, I'm a professor, so I'm trying to set up all these online courses and trying to engage, to try to create about how do you deal with remoteness,
yes,
creating proximity or a sense of proximity via these digital devices. So I've been very busy doing that. But I was very curious about your work, because you've been working on diaspora and film and art. And at the end of the day, it's also about a storytelling representation. And with all what is going on, and I think the conversation about racial capitalism and kind of the different crises and debates that are around, I think I was very curious and very happy to know a little bit more about your work.
I mean, I suppose part of what's interesting for me about what I'm trying to do recently is in the concept of proximity that you just introduced. I'm very attached to the idea of proximity. I'm attached to the idea of trying to engineer relations of proximity between narratives and histories, ideas and figures. So that's very important, a sort of starting point really for all that I kind of do. And I think part of the moral and aesthetic attachment to the question of proximity is almost like a sort of a rehearsal in the work of a way that I might want to be in life. That if I can persuade otherwise unfriendly agents, should we say,
I like how you call them.
Fragments of narratives which are all insisting on their sovereignty and uniqueness and ontological separateness, blah blah blah, etc., etc. If you can persuade a provisional détente in which some agreement is arrived at, between them for a conversation, then that might have some bearing on your life. It might have.
But that's interesting, because somehow it connects with something that I've been kind of working and thinking a lot for many years, and somehow the idea of storytelling is also a device of persuasion. And I work in urban planning and urban design, and somehow, I've been thinking a lot and working with participatory processes, but at the end of the day, it's a constant negotiation, and it's how do you deal and engage with persuasion to allow proximity, co-inhabitants. But I wonder how this moment of the pandemic and this idea of proximity that has been kind of banned from our lives, how is changing your work? Because if it's so central for what you do, I don't know if it's altering how you consider that, or how that is impacting in the way you...
No, absolutely. I think once you become fixated or have this idea fixed on something, you start seeing it everywhere,
But you are an artist, and if you are not obsessed, you are not an artist.
Thank you. But
that's
you know what I mean?
That's a compliment. Yes, no, totally.
But the sense you get this, at a certain point, I suddenly realized that I was speaking to people who kept saying to me, what is it like to live in this pandemic? And actually, at a certain point, you realize that you're living multiple pandemics, that there was there's something about the sort of perpetual threat of a kind of narco-political order which always seems to have at the end of it a kind of death which hangs over Black life. You find yourself suddenly thinking of it in pandemic terms. You think, oh, what if this is also a pandemic? So there's a sense in which part of what I've been trying to grapple with in the work that I've been doing is to see whether I can force a kind of proximity between certainly the two recognizably visible pandemics in my life, or the pandemics that I recognize as having some purchase, if you will.
And how many are you recognizing?
I mean, I think beyond that, you start to also realize that, of course, they alert you to others, don't they? Because, I have, for instance, I had a show in San Francisco, which was canceled, and then it was brought back home. And the curator who reintroduced it wrote to me about a week ago saying, oh, I'm standing here in a space where the air has suddenly become very thin to breathe. So you think, oh wow, okay, so that's another pandemic. There are whole layers of these narratives of emergence. I mean, negative emergence. These are not great things.
Well, you call it unfriendly agents.
Yes, absolutely.
But also this idea of the breathing. Breathing that is always so central in many traditions and meditation. But also the breathing as, the Fanonian terms of the right to breathe.
Yes, yes, of course. God, I hadn't even thought about that one.
And also connected with all the mess that is going around regarding police brutality. And frankly, all the racial injustice that is so blunt that is not longer deniable.
Yes, no, absolutely. It's funny when you mentioned Fanon. One of the things I wanted to ask you was which thinkers were helping you to walk in the present, which thinkers were allowing you to not necessarily make sense, because there isn't a huge amount of it that makes sense at present, but who are you fellow traveling with at the moment?
Yeah, that's an interesting idea, because, for instance, these days I was reading James Baldwin, Dark Days. I mean, this is something that you read in just with one coffee, right?
Right. Okay, I'll buy it.
So good. And Bell Hooks.
Okay.
Because she says that poetry, is central for us. And I think what helped me throughout the beginning of the lockdown here, that I was totally disconnected from everyone, and as a good migrant, I was away from anyone else. It was not necessarily thinkers, but poets, and it was kind of poetry and writing haikus, what helped me kind of to navigate a bit the moment of more crucial uncertainty. Not that we don't have uncertainty now, but that was kind of still when kind of the brain and the body was kind of getting used to understanding that we are going to be changing the course of our lives, at least for a little while. And I work in urban planning and urban design, and I think it's coming from these kind of Western ideas that future exists and that you can predict it, and that that's what I've been taught and what I teach. And now I'm really, so I've been reading a lot about futurability and these things. But now I'm very conflicted about understanding time itself. And even if we can define that is a post-pandemic. I was recently, yesterday, holding a workshop with a lot of institutional partners in one of my projects, from UN Habitat, the Platform or Right to the City, all these people that work in urban issues. And we were doing a workshop about imagining the post-pandemic, like the cities in the post-pandemic. But then we ended up discussing that, is it such a thing as post-pandemic? So in other words, what is the ability we have now to think about future? And to what extent then we have to just to remain within the realms of what is present? But if you are talking with people that deal with the states, regulatory frameworks, budgets, you know, the world of urban policy, how cannot engage with future? So I'm living in this. I'm in this threshold of trusting and kind of fueling hope to trust that we are gonna imagine collectively a better future, but at the same time struggling to really visualize this idea of what is lying ahead of us, because we are just trying to keep together what we are, also due to mental health. Thinking way beyond it's painful.
I mean, I'm hoping that there might be a plural in our thinking about the future, that there might be post-pandemic futures or lack of futures, you know. So it feels to me as if there are post-pandemic possibilities of exploring how to live in the future, not with the disappearance of something, but its perpetual presence. There's certainly that, but there's a way in which, you know, I think the present has altered a kind of phantom, you know, because when you're a sort of hyphen figure, you know, diasporic figure, there's a way in which, you know, you feel stalked by this thing which remains forever hidden in shadows, and claims that it doesn't exist. Whiteness, for instance.
Exactly.
Says, oh no, there's no such thing. You know, it hides, it masks itself in a kind of enlightenment window dressing.
Yeah,
right?
It's a willful ignorance as well.
Yeah, but those categories of reason and liberty and fraternity, you know, are, you know, there are moments when you feel as if they're masks in your life, because they sound hollow, you know, they sound, and then we have this aha moment when you think, you know, there it is, almost like a kind of Moby Dick-like apparition. There it is, you know. There's a moment when that, you know, man was being killed in the 8 minutes 42 seconds, when I think, like, almost all of us universally and unanimously thought, okay, there it is. This is it. You know, we can see it. And I'm hoping that unmasking of this authority means that it doesn't have a future.
But it's interesting the very idea of the mask, because James Baldwin uses the white mask guilt. Fanon talks also about the mask. So I think the mask is a powerful metaphor.
It is.
And maybe the mask could help us to understand kind of that threshold between the present and the future ability that we want to build. And I've been reading a lot of pluriversal politics.
Oh, wow.
Arturo Escobar, he's from Colombia. He works in anthropology, the colonial thought, design. So I think I'm very, very interested in understanding or getting around this idea of pluriversality, because it allows what you were saying in terms of the multiplicity of futures or no futures.
Absolutely.
And I think understanding that, and that connects with what I was talking to Sil. So if you sell the narrative of the American dream, for instance, you are shadowing all the multiplicity of ways of being or understanding existence. And I think we need to be, I mean, we are in a moment in history that certainly we need to think in the plurality of the terms.
Absolutely. I mean, I was forcefully reminded of that question of pluralism when you were talking to, you know, the last speaker about slavery, and and he made the very correct observation that, you know, one of the ways in which it came to an end was, at least in England, was that the owners of the enslaved were paid in England and weren't in the United States, and I think the pluriversalist possibilities of that idea in the present might be that you pay both the enslaved as well as the slavers, because it wouldn't be fair now. It wasn't fair then, but then now I think if you were to offer it as a model, it wouldn't be, the ethical outcome might not be to just pay, quote unquote, those who are the owners, because those who are the owners have inflicted multiple damage on communities, for instance. What do we say to,
exactly, and that's the whole movement of reparations.
Indeed.
And you cannot disconnect reparations from abolition, and abolition from extractivism. Absolutely.
But I mean, I that's what I'm saying, that for me, what it would mean, a pluriversalist reparations based present on, let's say, buying out the oil companies, wouldn't just be about giving money to them, but also all the other, if you lived in Alaska in the 80s and 90s, it's quite likely that the oil spill from the Exxon Valdez had made facets of your life really not worth living, diseases or whatever, your livelihood and so on, and these attendant narratives can't just be wished away if you decide to buy out the oil companies.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm coming from Colombia.
Exactly.
We have many wounds, but one of them is that if you are, I don't know, in the north part of the country with many extractivist coal industries are damaging the ecosystem, killing and supporting, illegal groups. I mean, there's a lot of death and violence that go with it.
Yeah.
And I think the unspoken violence that is attached to extractivism, it needs to be revealed. And I think something that the colonial debate allows us to think through is also in terms of what has been called the colonial wound. And therefore the healing needs to be, it's paired with the reparation as well, I feel.
No, absolutely.
So I think it's a very complex, and it operates in a very symbolic term. So I think the paying off and the how much, I don't get it because I don't work on that. But you work in the symbolic realm, right? And the narratives and the representations of it, how to make appear, and how do you even represent those masks that need to be revealed?
Yeah. I mean, part of it for me, and I really love that phrase, the colonial wound, because of course, in a kind of pluriversalist discourse, one would be looking for different kinds of wounds, because the assumption when people hear wound is they think people, for instance, and quite a lot of what has to be repaired isn't just about human, life and community and livelihoods. I mean, we're sharing spaces in which, a certain kind of precarity really is the quality of life for other species in those spaces, and I'm very keen that all the discussions, and so that's partly why I work the way that I do, I'm very keen that we bring other ontologies onto the table in this discussion about reparations and abolition, that we don't, in the act of reconsidering alternative narratives, reconstruct the hierarchy, in which we sit at the apex of something and are therefore the most important, our problems being the most urgent, and everything else is like, well, I can wait.
Exactly.
We sort out our starvation and our lack of water, and then we'll deal with the elephants and other later, because they're
and that's part of what the interspecies dialogues is coming, and the post-human element of the debates is also being...
No, absolutely. But it's, I mean, I think the reasons why those conversations are important for me in terms of moving image work is that it allows you the possibilities for reconceptualizing and rethinking what story means, what narratives are, what combinations of forms are, and what the ends of storytelling is, you know, because if it's simply to continue to rewrite the Aristotelian premise that all stories exist merely, you know, to show how human beings overcome adversity, then I'm afraid I'm not that interested anymore.
Absolutely,
you know?
absolutely.
I'm not interested in that kind of story anymore. And it's increasingly my dissatisfaction with most cinema, for instance, or television. It just doesn't really seem to me to address this question of what stories are for now, other than serving human kind of or species arrogance, or what's the word I was looking for?
I don't know if banality, because somehow now, I mean, this, when you were talking about moving images, what is in a way the infoxification, I think is the word.
Yes.
And all the moving image that we are surrounded with every moment that we, you know, open our telephone. Is that the stories that we are getting bombarded, and the moving image that we get is pretty much part of the evil or the unfriends.
I'm not sure that I mean, I don't disagree with you at all, actually. I think
So,
part of, sorry.
So I don't know this, the social media and all the multiple new avenues to produce so easily, quickly, and spread around these moving images and telling stories, to what ends at the end is serving, and how can we kind of dismantle all these infrastructures that are in a way expanding the banality of existence.
Yeah. I mean, what's interesting for me about stories now was that in contrast to what they appeared to me as when I was younger, and I still love stories, you know, I mean, even the ones that I disagree with profoundly, I still love them. But the difference between those and now is that my innocent assumption that stories had to be exclusively and almost wholly about, you know, human entities in the frame just doesn't hold that interest for me anymore. So you watch, let's say, a film, and two people are standing in a desert talking, and the film tells you that nothing around them matters, just them. In fact, everything around them is only there to show you how well or not so well they're going to do, right? And the idea that anything around them, the cactus plants, or might be themselves involved in some drama of their own, doesn't occur to most mainstream narratives at all anymore. It didn't before, it certainly doesn't now, you know. And so there's a way in which a kind of willful blindness seems to be a necessary prerequisite for accepting most mainstream narratives, and that worries me more and more, you know.
Right. And I think there's a really interesting concept that comes, I mean, also from Arturo Escobar, from a Colombian sociologist called Falsborda, that is called senti pensante, or feeling thinking. And it's a very interesting concept because it's about the connection between body feelings, but also the collective love for the territory. And this idea of territory, of the extended, you know, landscape all around, as kind of the unity and the connection with it, is a very important part of the ontology of many of the indigenous communities and Afro-Colombian communities that live in the water. So I think this idea of the senti pensante, that is, you cannot talk about from this logocentric perspective,
right,
but for a more emotional and connected with the surroundings, I think a more enriching and a more attuned to what we need to move towards this love towards Earth that we were speaking.
Say that phrase again. It's so wonderful. Say it again.
I don't know what I cannot repeat.
What did you call it?
Oh yeah, senti pensante. That's the word.
Senti pensante.
So it's like feeling, thinking. It could be a rough translation, but I think that that's a very interesting idea because it connects collectivity and affection for the environment and all its creatures. So it's a more encompassing way of also thinking stories, I guess.
No, I liked it a lot because it reminds me of a phrase that an anthropologist and ethnographer came up with. His name's Stephen Feld, and he came up with this idea of acoustemology, a way of knowing one's environment through sound, as opposed to always knowing it through images. And it sounds a little bit like that, you know.
Yeah. So you perhaps, because I'm reading all the Latin American, Silvia Rivera does a lot of the colonial critique of all the ocular centrism of Western ideas of knowing.
Indeed.
So I think that's like very interesting ideas to keep exploring about.
You know, you just made me have this regret again. I did Spanish, you know, as a kind of O level and A level, and then I slowly just let it go. it's like a central fucking regret of my life.
No, well, this is in English. All this is in English already, so.
Okay. But it would have been wonderful to have read them in Spanish. You know, it would have been just.
I am hardly getting into the English, so.
My God, 30 minutes is already gone.
It's gone, you see. So now it's time for you to tell to the next guest what you were preparing, because we didn't have time to talk about what you were preparing to.
Oh, wow. Yeah. No, I'm happy to do that. It was just, as I said, as I sat in the chamber listening to the two of you, just about everything I thought I was going to say just went. It literally all just went. And so I wanted to come on and try and engage more with what you two had been talking about, you know.
Well,
and I'm glad I did that, because
yeah, it was a lovely conversation in any case, and now I look forward to see your work in reality.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, hopefully.
And I hope to speak soon somewhere, somehow.
It's a very strange way of meeting somebody, isn't it?
It is, but it is what it is, so we will have to take it. Other ways of proximity are possible now.
Indeed. Ciao,
have a lovely night. Ciao.
Take care. Wow. Wow. What a great frame. Where on earth are you sitting there?
Oh my God, John. I feel like I've known you my whole life. We've never met. I'm going to tell you where I'm sitting because it's so crazy. I'm on a houseboat in Far Rockaway, Queens, New York.
Oh, wow. It was so great. When I saw it, I thought, where is that? Does that come? The size of it, did they come down, or are they straight? Or
no, I swear to God, it's literally battened down the hatches.
Oh,
the hatches are battened down.
Okay, I got you now. I can see that. Right,
yeah.
right.
I'm on a boat.
What are you doing on a boat? Please say.
Well, COVID, you know, and all of my travels were grounded, and I live by Columbia in Manhattan. I live in what I call upstate Manhattan, which is a little inside joke because there's like parks everywhere and it's so beautiful and wonderful, but and quiet. But COVID, I just needed to get out of the city, and so I went to a different part of the city. So this is my little secret escape.
It's fantastic. It's a great frame.
I mean, I would love to show you the rest of the boat, but I tried all kinds of lighting to see like if I could show you the water, and it's too, you'd be too blinded by the gloriousness of the light. And so it didn't work. But right to my right, I'm looking at swans in Jamaica Bay, and there's JFK, and planes are flying overhead. It's just a very strange situation, but it's wonderful, wonderfully strange. And I have to say, John, I'm so honored to meet you. Are you friends with Jem? Jem's one of my dear, dear, dear friends. And I lived in London for many years. I was at Cambridge as a postdoc when I was a young kid kicking out of graduate school. Right. And Jem was a very dear friend. And I just feel like you were somebody I would have met in London. Yeah. Had I stayed.
Yeah. No, we would have definitely have met.
Totally. And it's such a pleasure and honor to meet you.
It's a real pleasure to meet you, sweetie. And I wanted to so meet you because I was frankly absolutely terrified of the idea of having a conversation with an astrophysicist.
I'm very scary. I'm very scary, me.
I was absolutely terrified. So I thought, okay, let me go check her out.
Yeah, I'm going to make you calculate the area of, a hyperbolic manifold.
So I went on your platform, and I mean, just listening to you talk about your ex-Mancunian boyfriend.
Who's now my husband.
Oh, he is? I clearly didn't get far enough then.
No, the book ends before that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's funny. So speaking of film, so I told a moth story. I don't know if you know about the moth in England as much, but here in New York, it's a very, very beautiful, special venue. It's called the Moth because of, imagine sitting out on your porch in the heat of an August night, and the moth is drawn to the flame as people tell stories. Right. So it's a storytelling night, and the Moth has become huge here in the States. It has its own radio hour, and I know that they do air their shows sometimes on the BBC and in Europe. But I told a Moth story about this, and recently sold the film rights. So we're going to make exactly what you were reading about into a film. And here you are, a filmmaker, so we have a nice little connect, because I'm terrified.
Oh no need.
Because I have no control over the film.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, that is true.
No point in lying to you about that.
No point. Don't butter it up for me, man. Just give it to me straight.
That is absolutely true.
But John, I have to say, so when I was watching some of your films in preparation for speaking to you, I was so struck in particular by one of your really early films. I mean, your films, to my mind, just get more and more gorgeous. Just more and more like luscious and gorgeous. But the 1987 piece about the riots in Britain, damn if it isn't painful how relevant it is. How much I wish I was watching that thinking, this isn't relevant anymore. This is obsolete. How I wish your film was not relevant anymore. It's 35 years later, and the first scene where they're dragging this kid, and they're pushing each other off to hit him. They're pushing each other off for the opportunity to beat this kid. And I have to ask you, having made that film, how are you watching this? What's going on in the US? How are you processing this?
No, the US is okay. I mean, a couple of things. One of the things that I find really interesting about the moment is that something Handsworth Songs, the film you were talking about, was trying to do is now completely unmasked. It's out there. So in '87, if you made a film about a disturbance, you had to sidestep very gently the agency of the police, because there was almost a unanimous feeling on both the left and right that really the police are just doing their job. Okay? They're not really involved. It just so happens they get caught up in these civil disturbances. It just so happened that most of the civil disturbances or riots, if we will, that started in England usually started with a policing incident.
And that was an arrest, right?
Yeah.
There was an arrest that ignited.
There was a wrongful arrest. And the manner of the arrest was a little bit like what happened in Minnesota. So this young man's head was being leant on, a bus almost ran over his head, and people were looking at this saying, stop. He wouldn't, the police wouldn't. And so things were off. So I think that much is progress. We now know that the policing is a central feature of these disturbances, and thank God for that. So, because then you can now talk directly about the kinds of policing that's necessary or desirable and all the rest of it, and that's definite development, But the bit which is difficult to live with still, is the sort of necropolitics of it, this feeling that somehow Black Death is a necessary feature of policing. That I find.
It's even why the phrase, Black Lives Matter was so resonant.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's exactly that. It's exactly what you're talking about. Everybody can see that if you look. Yeah. That what you're describing, like, oh, Black Death is just, it's just a necessary consequence of policing.
Why should we worry about this? Absolutely.
It's just part of keeping the peace. And so that phrase was like immediately like, because it really does strike a chord. It really does. And it's tough in the States now. It's tough now, man. It's tough what we're going through here. It's a uprising. A long overdue uprising, but why is it 2020? You made this film in 1987. I know. And it's 2020. And we need an uprising. My kids need to be educated about this stuff. They're learning about it fresh. It's not the history. It's not like, oh, this long thing happened. Long ago, this thing happened.
But
it's like their lives now. They're marching. They're protesting.
Feels to me like a good moment to also ask you a question, because actually, what's brought us together is Longplayer, long form, the longue durée of Longplayer. And
I'm very good in long form. I do very things for me are like billions of years timescale.
Does it feel like something worth hanging on to still? I mean, do we have a future?
Oh my God, that's so painful, John. I mean, I don't.
You know what I mean? What does it feel?
I don't. Like? You said something in your previous conversation. I was eavesdropping about how sometimes when it's a person-focused scene. The whole scene is just two people talking, and that's the focus.
Yeah.
It's not the background scene, it's not the music. And I think I really relate to what you're saying about that, because sometimes I just think maybe that's not the most interesting aspect of the human experience, meaning other humans, society, culture. I love these things. They're important to me. I am a person. But is it the most important aspect? And for me, it's not. So some of my work, human beings didn't live yet. I often joke, I'm not interested in anything that happened more recently than 1 billion years ago. To me, that's like solar system politics. That's like local politics. Like, I don't care about the solar system. I hardly know the constellations. Let's just get it out there.
Okay.
But if it happened 1 billion years ago, I got that.
Yeah.
That I understand. I know all about the universe at that time. Human beings did not exist. And so to presume that the only thing we have to offer or to reflect on or to derive meaning from involves faces and humans is like not, it's never resonated with me.
Absolutely.
And I get a lot of meaning from that. I get a lot of meaning from understanding that there was a big bang, and then billions of years into that, stars formed, and then those stars made chemical elements, and then they exploded mercifully, generously populating the ecosystem with elements that created life. And so when I hear that narrative, I feel a moving, meaningful connection, and it gives me a sense of purpose and stuff. And I don't need to only like look at humanity for that sense of purpose.
For that to happen.
No, not at all. And so, you know, your question I kind of perverted, but if society comes and falls, of course that's the case. I deal on timescales of billions of years, and sometimes numbers that are so big that they don't have cute names. Bigger than trillions, googooplexes of years. And so, of course, civilization's gone. I mean, there has been no society in the history of humanity that's lasted for 1,000 years, which is what Jem's ambition is for Longplayer.
Yes.
No society in the history of humanity has lasted for 1,000 years. And when I'm dealing on these huge timescales, of course I understand this civilization is going to be gone. And yet, you know, we should feel good, and we should enjoy, and we should feel meaning in the fact that we're able to project into the future, and to understand that, and to understand we'll be gone by then, but to still, you know, take pride and pleasure in having some sketch of not only what our past was, but like what our future is, you know?
You know, the thing which, the thing I find really interesting about Longplayer is that actually its prophetic stance, its sense that there has to be 1,000 years later.
It's a gesture of hope.
Yeah.
Like Jem, as you know, is such a sweetheart.
Yes.
And such a positive person.
Yeah.
And such an optimist that by making Longplayer, he's saying, I believe that despite all the evidence of history, which I also want to talk to you about history, because I think you have a very interesting perspective on that. He believes we're going to be here in 1,000 years. Like that's an optimism.
Yeah. No, it's a great, but
and an innocence.
The thing is that default of his is almost, the reason I find that so attractive is because as I've gone on this path, it's become clearer to me that actually that is also the default of all images, right? All images have this slightly prophetic quality to them, because they are about recording moments which will only live in the elsewhere, in the future, if you like, you know, like all images.
Why do anything unless you believe it will live on?
Yeah.
And, you know, I actually think this was something I found so really deeply interesting in your work, which is something that we connect on, which is a sense of time.
Yeah.
And you clearly have an eye on history, but then sometimes you're like in the future, like the future. And then sometimes you're in now. And I wonder if that, like in your films, when you're thinking about chronology, if it's different for you to think about history, futurism, now.
Right.
Or are those different elements to you, or are they fluid? Can you imagine the future being history? Do you think like about the future and think, oh, one day that's somebody's history? Or, you know what I mean?
Oh, that's so interesting.
And now is somebody's, and now like you're talking about like Mississippi Blues, and we're in the future for that person, you know? And so, yeah, I'm sort of fascinated.
No, it's so fascinating. I mean, I can't believe that I'm having this conversation with an astrophysicist. it's so freaking, interesting. Because of course, as you said in the beginning, the question of time and temporality is absolutely central. But your longue durée is so fucking long that in a way, a lot of what I'm talking about pales in significance. Nevertheless, it seems to me that there's a move that your work is about, which is tracking time.
I mean,
manifold complexities, right?
It's funny. I've learned to become very comfortable with notions of the relativity of time. It doesn't bother me at all. I don't even think it's mysterious anymore. So I feel like Einstein explained it to us so clearly. And even if society comes and falls, like it's the road, Cormac McCarthy's The Road. It's the apocalypse. It's the end of it all. Like all knowledge is lost. If one single person remembers relativity, they can teach it to everybody else. And that's something very special about science, right? That it's authorless. And nobody needs to remember it was Einstein who did it. It's just something that can be taught. And in relativity, I feel very comfortable with the understanding that time, it's not absolute, but I still struggle with other aspects. They're posing a challenge. It's like the physics itself, the math itself is telling us where to look, to find solutions to our understanding of math. It tells us where to look. It's saying, you're doing really well with relativity. It's a brilliant theory, general relativity, and it tells us about black holes and the Big Bang and the expansion of space-time and rotations in space and time, and all this is wonderful. But then it literally puts like a big blasting signpost and says, I'm not doing so well right here. So the understanding of time beyond this is right here. Dig here, man. And it's like fascinating to follow the clues. We're literally chasing the clues.
That's what I mean. See, I know, because I've read some of what your work, what some of your writings around the work. Let's put it that way, not the work itself. And so I'm going to try and resist using astrophysics as metaphors for things, because I know
welcome.
I know it's not one of the things you're very keen on. So
no rules here. Like we're good.
And nevertheless, there is a kind of imprint of temporality in the work, which in a way is the modernist sense of time that I'm trying to work with. It's post-Einsteinian, the definition of time.
So interesting.
In the sense that one understands its fracture, one understands its multiplicity, and the combinations and connections.
And its duplicity.
Yeah.
It's not always a friendly agent.
No.
Yeah.
No. And it's not necessarily linear.
It's so so interesting to hear you say that, because even in my books, I mean, not all of them, but in some I play with the linearity of time. And how do you jump out of chronology in a way that isn't just a conceit, like a literary conceit, but it feels necessary to jump out of the time to understand it better. I try not to do stuff just to be jarring, right, in my writing, but I try to do it to be provocative. And also, maybe this is more logical to go from this era to the past, to the future, to the present. It's not just a goof, No. It's like maybe this actually conveys something more strongly than if I was linear in time. And I think that's very interesting structurally. Like obviously lots of people have played with time. But I think it's because almost intuitively, sorry to interrupt, but almost intuitively we all know there's something wrong with our understanding of time. We all kind of intuitively understand we don't get it, you know?
I like the phrase jarring. I really, because in a way, that's precisely what I've been trying to use, especially in the recent work, which are more multi-screens rather than single screen. I mean, I'm trying very hard to use a sense of jarring as a compositional tool, as a narrative device, you know, so that you can have across, for instance, 3 screens, 3 different representations of time, or 3 moments.
I definitely sense that in your pieces. I mean, I absolutely viscerally sense. I was reminding myself this morning, and I'm sorry if I'm not going to remember which piece it is.
No, don't worry. Jesus.
Vestige, remind me. So the middle piece was clearly on a different time. It's like it's like jazz.
Yeah.
Sometimes I look at what you're doing as jazz. So you have somebody keeping a beat right in the center. Boom, 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 boom. And then on the periphery is like the
something else.
gameplay, like the riffing.
Yeah.
And it's really effective in the same way that jazz is effective, because jazz by rights should be awful.
Yeah. When Tim Marsalis was like,
it should be like so irritating, but instead it's like, wait, what? Like it's, you know, brilliant, and you're like, what was that? What just happened then? And you're chasing it, right? And it's like a flirtation. It's like a constant.
Indeed.
So that's. I feel that you're doing that in the time in your pieces, in the 3 panels, that you're specifically like different jazz musicians playing a trio.
I mean, I'm very influenced. Influence sounds like, you know, I'm trying to transpose what they do onto our field. It's not that at all. It's just that when you're a word that came up a lot in our last conversation was proximity. When you have this proximity to something, there's a way in which its aura and glow leaves a sort of imprint on your soul, really, you know. And jazz has definitely done that, especially its examples. It's what I call its charismatic examples, you know. So the sense in which it says that in the process of trying to do something, elisions and ellipses and accidents and chance encounters, that all of these can be woven into some sort of symbolic order, form, right? In which, you know, things don't lose their discordant, they don't lose their shape just because they've been forced into this unity. And the unity
it's literally like conversation.
Yeah, it's a kind of
literally
ongoing
like what we're doing.
Indeed. But
that's why it's so strong.
Yeah, we do that by being absolutely intensely listening to each other to see where the moments and gaps might appear in order to say something, right?
and then also like, oh, I had my intention to do this, but this, I just want to respond to it instead, right? And that's the whole improvisation, is that, you know, you don't go there having prepped what your guitar, you know, your bass slapping solo is going to be. You might do that just in case it's a bad set. But if it's a good set, somebody's going to do something that's going to make you think in that moment, how do I want to respond to this moment? And that's exactly what this like wonderful experience is to meet you. It's that, you know, I could not prepare this conversation.
You know, if anyone wanted to know what makes the music that we clearly both love so important, one of the sessions I really recommend is the Miles Davis group in '64. Playing at the Plugged Nickel. I mean, it's a huge amount of money, and I wouldn't recommend anyone buys it. But if you know someone who's got it, I would just rent it. You know, it's five CDs, and each CD is a recording of an evening across 5 evenings. So it's, you know, and they play basically the same stuff every set, the same stuff. But, and this is the major but, every night the same standards are played, and yet they never sound the same. You know, they have an aura of sameness, but
oh
actually,
my gosh,
deep listening, you realize that, you know, Herbie Hancock doesn't play the same chords in that track